let's start with our public hearing. And I hope that we all have the agenda. And the first item on the agenda is opening. We want to take this opportunity to officially open this public hearing today on the 13th of March. The second item is welcome and the chairperson's remarks. We want to welcome all of you, and we are welcoming again Honorable MEC, Honorable HOD and your entourage. We are welcoming the member of Scopa, honorable members, staff members, legislature staff, the office of the AGSA and the provincial treasury. We also want to welcome and acknowledge the presence of the portfolio committee chairperson, Honorable Katune Chifefe, the media people, and all those who are watching from different media platforms. You are welcome to Scopa hearing. And the department that is appearing today is the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. We are saying good morning, and we hope that your participation in this hearing will assist us in making the department accountable. And we are also saying, as Scopa, we are responsible for the provision of oversight by strengthening the accountability, the transparency and integrity of the government and the public entities. And we derive our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, 2A and B, which stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide a mechanism to ensure that all organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight role over the state institutions. And it is against this background that we are here as Scopa and the department to ensure that we account to the public on how the funds were spent. But critically, we also look at the performance of the department in terms of service delivery. Because balancing the rents and cents only is not sufficient. We need to see service delivery to the people. And I think Public Works has a responsibility to provide this service to our people. And your service, Honorable MEC, is expressed, or every citizen within the province can feel your services. And that is why we are saying it's very critical that as the department, you are able to come and account because everybody is expecting much from you. When you get out of your house, there is a road, and if that road is not in the condition that is satisfactory, they say, what is happening? So that is why I'm saying the service delivery is very critical. But the other thing, which is also in most cases a challenge, is the issue of compliance to the legislation that is prescribed, that is there, that is very clear. But we sometimes not able to understand, or we misinterpret, or is deliberate to ensure that we do it in accordance with what is supposed to be done. But the other thing is that Scopa is also responsible for tracking the House resolutions as adopted previously. That where are we in terms of what the House has recommended for you to take forward, so that the previous issues are addressed, so that the previous issues must never continue haunt us presently or even in future, which in most cases they are the ones that lead us to not get the clean audit. Sometimes even if you improve, Honorable MEC, you put your systems in place, but if you don't deal with historic issues, they will continue to disadvantage the department. And we believe that all these things can be achieved when the department is having in place a proper planning, monitoring and evaluation, which are also very critical for the developmental, capable and ethical state. And this can only be achieved when we strengthen our internal control. As I was going through your file, there's a lot of cases where you are talking about the internal control, which was weak, and there were some attempts where you were able to strengthen them. If you can't get the internal control right, then you are going to have challenges. So the internal control is key in making sure that the department will be able to identify issues, and where there are deviations, they are able to take consequence management, because in terms of policy, that is not avoidable. People responsible must be able to account for what they've done. Like I've indicated, the issue of compliance is still a challenge. And we must also, as we strengthen the internal control, also compliance be on the top of our priority list. So with those few remarks, we just want to say we are happy that we were able to respond to the invite, and we know that the last time we were here, we were not agreeing on one or two things that we raised, and we hope that you were able to correct to some extent, but there are certain indications that indeed they are still here and there where we still need assistance. And working with our researchers and coordinators going forward, I think we should, as you are preparing your files and so on, check with them on what is the expectation, what is it that we are expected to do. But it's safe to indicate that there is a lot of improvement, and we also appreciate the spirit of acceptance in terms of those mistakes that indeed you have acknowledged, and that is why you are able to improve in terms of our recommendations. So as we get into the session, there are certain things that we also want to check and also take forward. Firstly, MEC, again, we want to check if the files that were given to us, you are aware of them, you've signed, and the HOC has also signed, that indeed this is the information that you have provided to the committee.
Yes, good morning, Chair and honorable members. Yes, I can confirm that I know about the files. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the other thing, I want to make you aware that these mics are for the purpose of recording. They don't increase the, as we speak, you can see that I'm not speaking through the mic, it's my voice. So as we present, let's try to speak louder, because this will not assist you in any way. It will only assist you for the record, because we consistently check if it is audible, and usually this is audible, but for us, if you don't raise your voice, it may create problems. So just wanted you to take note of that. And the other thing is that there's an item on introductions, which is item number 3, where you have to, we are going to allow each and every person to introduce his or herself. But as we are going to speak, as and when we speak, as we present, every time you speak, you must introduce yourself for the benefit of recording and for the benefit of the public on different platforms, so that they may not assume that it is the chairperson who's speaking or is honorable who or this and that. They must just get the introduction very straight. So if you're going to speak 10 times MEC, it means you will say your name 10 times. On a lighter note, the other time I was one person, when he introduced himself for the first time, he spoke about five names. And as we proceed, they were reducing, started to be 4, and ultimately he was just saying, I am Miss Mamba. So it is going to be a lot of job to introduce yourself, I know, but you have to do it anyway so that we are able to get our records straight. So if you give us 5 names, please maintain those 5 names until the end of the session. And the other thing is that we have sent you questions to respond. You have responded. That is why you have sent us these files. During the session, the honorable members are going to ask you questions as sent, and you are also going to respond as you have responded, for the benefit of the public to hear what are your responses. So we are going to allow you to respond as you have given us, and then if members have questions or follow-up questions, they are also allowed to come and make those follow-up questions until we are all clarified on a certain issue and we agree, so that we are able to get to a conclusion which is informed. Remember, after this, we are going to make recommendations and even resolution to the House, so that when we do all those resolutions, they are based on the facts that we were able to clarify ourselves during the hearing. So, without any waste of time, thank you very much. And according to the agenda is the introductions. We are going to start with honorable members of the committee, starting with myself. My name is Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of this committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable MEC in the department. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a duly elected member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dean Scopa, member of my committee.
Good morning, Chair, MEC, and the interregation colleagues. My name is Faith Sibopela, the member of this Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Lawrence Mapolo, member of the Scopa.
My name is Honorable Katuna Chipefe, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee Public Works for the Infrastructure. I'm here as an invite.
Chairperson, Mazinanga Dinempunguni Tambireni Colbert, member of the committee.
My chairperson, member of this committee.
Tovela chairperson, Tamishi our MEC, Hakana Shabiro, and your colleagues, Gamka the honorable members, Yavle Langi, Asnat Machoman, and the member of this committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to you, Honorable MEC, and your entourage. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator of public accounts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carol Suwane, Communication Services.
Good morning, everyone. Mutumele Muleke Elizabeth, the researcher for the committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Saul Moore, Communication Services in the Legislature.
Good morning, honorable members. Kate Masanyana, Office of the Chair of Chairs.
Good morning, everybody. I'm James Masina, I'm the researcher of the Youth and the Legislature.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. We would appreciate that those who are at the back, they should just stand up and have a mic so that they are correctly captured by the cameras there.
Morning, everyone. My name is Maleken Fluboko, MK Researcher.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Miziphias Rapudi. I'm the researcher in this committee supported by the AC.
Morning, everyone. My name is Martin Choshi. I'm the researcher of this committee.
Good morning, honourable members. Chantal Wagner, Committee Coordinator, Public Works.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jerry Shirinda, researcher.
Good morning, Mudibara Nilo, IT support.
Good morning, Maura Neshidzibe, Communication Services.
Good morning, my name is Maria Tsu. I'm the research staff for the Committee on Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Office of the AG.
Good morning, honourable members. My name is Francesca Salas, Senior Manager, AGSA.
Good morning, honourable Chair, honourable MC, honourable members, and everyone else. My name is Anita Mkuku from the Auditor General.
Office of the Provincial Treasurer.
Good morning, I'm Koshia Siminya, the Provincial Accountant General.
Yeah, thank you very much, MEC and your team.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I still remain Ernest Rachweni Svatao Pakana Thabiru, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, our MEC. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I'm the Head of Department, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable MEC, HOD and colleagues. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the CFO.
Greetings to the Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Abraham Cheo. I'm the Chief Director responsible for EPWP. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the committee, Honorable MEC, HOD, executives, and my colleagues. My name is Donald Ramkwe. I'm responsible for education infrastructure management in the department.
Tobela Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD and colleagues, my name is Jonathan Khafan.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD, CFO, and colleagues. My name is Aniki Moloisi from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, responsible for properties and facilities management. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and protocol is sincerely observed. My name is Mohal Machwini. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Provincial Infrastructure Management.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members, our MEC and colleagues. My name is Melita Mudiba. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Health Infrastructure Management. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chairperson, our MEC, HOD, and colleagues. My name is Pat Twala, Chief Director responsible for District Coordination, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable members, our MEC, HOD, and colleagues. My name is Khomotso Malope. I'm the Director, Entity Oversight.
Good morning, Chairperson, committee members. Good morning, MEC, HOD, and colleagues. My name is Jonas Pilankulu. I'm responsible for legal services, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Machiron Vatwote, all protocol observed. My name is Dendane Munya, Director Communication Services.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, MEC. My name is Marupi Kutamo. I'm the Chief Risk Officer in the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, our MEC, MEC and HOD. My name is Musa Mangani, Director Internal Control.
Abshen Bachavseki, Vitara Meme Witness, Wakati Vaxaka Officer, MEC Rachwe.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, HOD, and everyone. My name is Nakisani Moloto. I'm Office of the HOD Support Staff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope we all know each other now. We did not leave anybody behind. On apologies, we have an apology of Honorable Mabuja, indicated that will arrive late because he's still having some challenges, family challenges that he's sorting. But the other thing is from the chairperson that around 5 o'clock, I have to take some, to take care of some issues. Maybe it will be for 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll come back. Maybe during that particular time, if we have not finished, please allow me to take such a little break of at least 15 minutes, but I will allow one of the committee members to chair on my behalf. If by 17 hours we are not done. So these are the apologies. Do you have any apology, anything from your side?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Members. We have 2 apologies of the Chief Director for Roads, and she's also acting Chief Director for Property and Facilities, Ms. Mashilwani, who is on leave. Mr. Khafani and Ms. Muloisi are standing in for her. And Ms. Mahlase, who is not feeling well, she's the Chief Director for Corporate Services, and or Advocate Belankulu is standing in for her as well. Those are the 2 apologies.
Thank you very much, and they are noted. So we move to item number 4 on questions and responses 2022-2023, 2023-2024, because we are accounting on 2 financial years. Maybe we'll be very clear that we are accounting on financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. So all the questions will be based on those questions. But as a matter of principle, because in most cases the 2 financial years have the same questions, and in most cases even the responses are more or less the same, except that in the 2023-2024 there might be a development. So usually when you ask questions, we ask questions for both financial years, meaning that question 1 will ask for financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 at the same time. And as you are responding as well, just cover all the financial years, because the issues are more or less the same, and even the questions are the same. So like I've indicated, we are going to allow honorable members to ask questions, and then you respond, and then we make follow-ups, and then from there, you also clarify those clarities, and then we move forward. And maybe let me indicate MEC, because you are the one who is accounting to us. Every time you refer an issue to the issue, or delegate an issue to the HOD, at least you must say this one, let the HOD deal with it. It must be through you. That is what I'm trying to say. We know that most of the administrative issues will be dealt with by the HOD, but it must be on record you saying I'm referring this to the HOD. Honorable Antata Mahasela, are you taking question one?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for affording me this opportunity. Let me take question number 1 on 2022-23, and then I'll proceed to 2023-24. So question number 1, it's about resolution status and regression in the audit outcomes. Executing authority, the committee noted that the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-2015 to 2020-2021 financial years. Executing authority, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure's audit outcomes have declined from an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis in 2021 to 2022 to a qualified one in the 2022-2023 financial year. So the questions are as follows. Question number 1, A, provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. B, okay. Number B says, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? C, why did the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure regress in the performance of the audit outcomes? D, okay, let's come to 2023-2024. Question number 1 is about resolution status and stagnation in the audit outcomes. The executing authority, the committee noted that the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014 to 2015, 2014-2015 to 2021-2022 financial years. Executing authority, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure has been stagnant on a qualified audit opinion for the second consecutive year. Question number A, provide the committee with the status of implementing the House resolutions. B, why did the executing authority fail to implement all the House resolutions? C, why is the department stagnant in audit outcomes? I think I'm done, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marcella. Honorable Emerson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and I still remain Ernest Sabatao Rachuen, Pagana Shaviro, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure in Popo Province. On the question number 1, A, that says provide the committee with the status of implementation of the House resolution. We have then managed to respond as the department, whereby we also indicated per financial year
For example, 2014-15 financial year, and we had 10 resolutions. And on unresolved matters, none was unresolved. 2015-2016, we also had 8, and we managed to resolve all of them. None was unresolved. 2016-17, we had 10, and we managed to resolve 9, which means that we did not manage to resolve one, which speaks about irregular expenditure and expenditure management thereof. 2017-18, there were 12 resolutions. We managed to also resolve 11, which means one was unresolved. And the unresolved matters thereof was material impairment. 2018, the same. One matter was not resolved. 2019-20, we also have irregular expenditure that was not resolved. 2020-2021, there was an issue that was unresolved, which also pertained to a stagnant audit outcome and also irregular expenditure on that year. 2021-2022, there were 9 resolutions. We managed to resolve 5, and 4 of them were not resolved, which includes the expenditure management, revenue management, stagnant audit outcomes, and lifestyle audits. So these are the issues that we managed to resolve. But to add on that is that we are trying by all means as management and the department now to make sure that we come up with a mechanism on how are we going to resolve all these matters. But we can assure you, the committee here through you, Chair, that we are indeed going to resolve these issues. All of them, they need to be resolved, and we are going to resolve them. It's work in progress. So for B, which says, the question says, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolution for all these years? The department had a total of 81 House resolution emanating from 2014-15 up to 2021-2022. And 70 out of the 81 House resolution have been resolved, with 11 still in progress. The one that I'm assuring the committee here that will try by all means to resolve. A report detailing progress in the implementation of Scopa resolution in the department is attached as Annexure 1, progress report in the implementation of Scopa resolution, submit to the provincial treasurer. And was saying that there was no dedicated unit to coordinate the implementation, monitoring and reporting on Scopa resolution until the department, through revision of its structures, established an internal control and compliance unit from 2022-2023 financial year. We're also saying, Chair, here to an honorable members, that upon establishment of the internal control and compliance unit during the 2022-2023 financial year, the balance on unwanted expenditure were amounting to 2,545,487 billion, and to date the balance has been reduced to only 883,523,000 as a result of approved co-condonation by the Provincial Condonation Committee. The unit has recorded improved internal control efficiency within the department, and quarterly progress reports on Scopa matters are being submitted to Provincial Treasury, and feedback provided on whether resolutions are cleared or not. In the previous financial year, Chair, there were delays in the referral for investigation of unwanted expenditure to the Office of the Chief Risk Officer by the Office of the CFO due to capacity challenges. As you know, that we are currently trying by all means to capacitate the department by employing more staff to deal with some of these issues, Chair and honorable members. we are now at the stage where we can say that things are going well and the capacity thereof will be there. So some of these issues will be automatically resolved because we'll be having necessary capacity. So, and some of them, they were referred to for investigation. There were also delays in the investigation of unwanted expenditure by the Office of the CRO due to capacity challenges. As I said, the department managed to fill the post of Assistant Director, Integrity Management with effect from June 2024 to beef up the capacity in the Office of the CRO. There is slight improvement on the investigation, Chair, if you look at Annexure 3 investigation report. I think on 2022-2023 financial year, these were the questions that I managed to capture. If I've left some, HOD will also add on. So on 2023-2024, the resolution status and stagnant in the audit outcome. And the question thereof from honorable member is that provide the committee with the status of implementing the House resolution. We are saying that the department had a total of 81 House resolution emanating from 2014-15 financial year to 2021-2022 financial year. We are still saying, Chair, that 70 out of 81 House resolution has been resolved with 11 still in progress. A report detailing progress in the implementation of Scopa resolution in the department is attached as Annexure 1. And if we can all go to the next page, we have indicated all unresolved matters here, which was saying that we need to make sure that we resolve them as the decision and resolution of Scopa, so that when we come back here, we should have resolved all the resolutions of this important committee. On B, why did the executive authority fail to implement all the House resolution? Chair, seated here, I think this is some of the issues that we got worried when we don't deal with them decisively. And we are saying and assuring the committee here, Chair, that we are going to make sure that we implement all the House resolutions without fail. And there was no a dedicated unit, as I already alluded in the previous financial year, which I think most of the issues here are just the same as those, and the responses thereof are just the same as those that have been mentioned in the 2022-2023 financial year. So these are some of the answers that I think I have to put on the table, Chair, for honorable members to also have a bite on that. But if maybe I've left something, I'll allow HOD to add on what I've already said here. HOD.
My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and through the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, I will then deal with C for 22-23 financial year. I think it's C right through to, yeah, that will be C before question 2. Yeah. Yeah.
Chair, sorry, maybe before you can respond to C, I think I've omitted D, which maybe I can ask him and then we deal with C and D once and for all. Number D, it's on 2024, 2023-24. Page 11, which is what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the stagnant audit outcomes? That's that, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mason.
My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And question C, why did the department regress in the performance of the audit outcomes? The department audit outcome for 22-23 financial year regrettably regressed from unqualified audit opinion in 2021-22 to a qualified audit opinion due to material misstatements or misstated accrued departmental revenue and irregular expenditure. And the contributing factors are listed as follows. Irregular expenditure is the first one, that the department failed to disqualify bidders who did not achieve the minimum qualifying score for functionality due to the manner in which the formula was utilized and understood. It should be noted that the department has been using the same functionality criteria for the routine road maintenance contract since inception, and this was not queried prior to the 2022-23 financial year, and the department's response to the audit finding was not accepted by AGSA. The matter was also escalated to the provincial treasury, and the department was consistent in using the formula and did not disadvantage any bidder. However, as concluded by AGSA, the manner in which the formula was used by the department was incorrect, hence the irregular expenditure. Number two, material misstatements accrued departmental revenue. The department agrees with the findings that the AGSA could not obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the amount disclosed as accrued departmental revenue due to the identified inadequate system for internal control and recording of accrued rental transactions. It is imperative for the committee to note that the misstated accrued departmental revenue has been raised throughout the 22-23 financial year questions by the committee in different forms, and responding to the same questions might require similar answers. As such, the department is hereby requesting the indulgence of the committee in this regard. That the misstatement accrued departmental revenue is one amongst the two main reasons why the department is stagnant on its audit outcome. It is the same reason why the revenue amount in the financial statement were understated. In simple terms, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure is a legal custodian of state-owned properties in the province, but it is not able to adequately account to its inability to collect the expected revenue in line with the rental stock. That is the houses, the flats, the farms, etc., that are in the provincial asset register. The committee should note that this is a historical challenge, and the main contributing factors are listed below with proposed interventions. And the first one on the challenges is the illegal occupation of the state properties. The department has some properties that are occupied illegally or are hijacked. They are hijacked state properties. The department acknowledges these challenging factors and has since resolved to conduct physical verification and monitoring of house register on a quarterly basis to manage illegal occupation of government properties and to further identify hijacked building timeously for appropriate intervention. The department continues to renew lease agreements annually as per the approved policy. However, those occupying state properties illegally are reluctant to enter into the lease agreements. To date, the department has a total of 30 state properties across the province that have been reported to have been hijacked or illegally occupied. Investigations are underway on some of the reported properties, and in some instances, cases have been opened with the South African Police Services to sort further interventions as attached on Annex 4 there. Tenants who leave state properties without informing the department and unoccupied properties due to various reasons are amongst the contributing factors for high rise on illegal or hijacked state properties. It should be noted that the department has launched Operation Bring Back Government Property as launched by the MEC on the 28th of November 2024. And the Operation Bring Back will also assist in dealing with illegal invasion of government buildings. Furthermore, the department has handed these properties to the state attorney in order to facilitate eviction process with the courts, and the correspondence between the department and the state attorney for evictions is attached as Annex 8 of the responses. The other challenge is the failure by the department to dispose the redundant state-owned houses. The department in its immovable asset register has some immovable assets that are not in good condition, now habitable, and therefore this has resulted in tenants withholding their monthly rentals, some being illegally occupied, vandalized, and even deteriorating due to non-utilization thereof. These assets are no longer cost-effective to manage and maintain, and do not effectively support the departmental service delivery objectives, and it is evident that the cost to restore such assets to good and habitable conditions will be significant. Failure by the department to dispose of redundant state-owned assets has aggravated the backlog on maintenance and area rental. The department is incurring extra costs on municipal property rates and taxes, municipal services, and security services. To date, the department is unable to dispose of redundant state-owned houses, properties, due to a moratorium put in place by the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The committee, in its sitting on the 22nd October 2009, resolved that there must be a moratorium on the scale or on the sale, disposal of all state properties. And just to mention that we are, as the department, in advanced stage of putting together the submission to the committee regarding this matter. However, we are still also satisfying ourselves in terms of the properties that are in our possession. And that report has also been requested by the Audit Committee, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, by the coming quarter, that we are supposed to report on that. And once we are satisfied that these are all our properties that we are accounting for, will then come forward with the submission. The department is in the process of identifying some of the immovable assets that are no longer cost effective to manage, and I think I was referring to that, maintain and do not effectively support its service delivery objective. This is a process that requires due diligence and should be carried out following available prescripts that are aligned to the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, GIAMA. To date, the department has developed the following guiding documents as part of its readiness for disposal processes. The first one is the disposal of immovable asset policy, and this policy has been developed to analyze the current portfolio of immovable assets. The aim is to determine, amongst other things, immovable assets that are surplus to the needs of government and a plan for their disposal. And the policy is applicable to all surplus, redundant, obsolete, uneconomic, unserviceable, immovable assets under the custodianship of the Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And we have attached that policy as Annexure 5. The strategy for the disposal of immovable assets that is assisting us in implementing the policy there, that the strategy for disposal of immovable assets outlines a plan of action to achieve the goals and objectives of the disposal policy through targeted actions that take into account the external and internal environment within which the Department of Public Works manages immovable assets. Strategic planning for the disposal of immovable assets within the Department of Public Works and its user department will allow the departments to ensure that they have the right portfolio of assets that will support service delivery and the achievement of the provincial strategic objectives. The disposal process is embedded within the strategy outlining the steps and procedures to be undertaken to ensure appropriate disposal of assets. And the strategy also is attached as Annexure 6 of the responses. And the draft disposable plan for provincial state-owned properties, the draft disposal plan was drawn up to give guidance to the disposal processes on the disposal of redundant properties, and that is also attached as Annexure 7. If we continue regarding this revenue matter, the department will explore various forms of disposal methods as outlined below. Donations, and that is what we are currently doing as the department, that transferring 293 towns to R293 towns to various municipalities for human settlement in line with available prescripts, transfer other pieces of land to various municipalities as per request, transfer to communities for purpose of land restitution, transfer of immovable assets to national government of South Africa as and when required. And number 2, letting, that the department will lease out office accommodation and pieces of land to other spheres of government and private institutions, and also leasing of residential accommodation to government officials and also private individuals, or exchange or swapping, where the department will exchange immovable assets with municipalities and national government as and when a need arises, and by sale of these assets, that the process involves the sale of superflush residential accommodation to private individuals, and the department is currently not able to dispose of the state properties due to the moratorium, as we have already referred to that. However, plans are underway and guiding documents have been finalized. A plan of action will be put together detailing available options for improved efficiencies and will be shared with Scopa for concurrence upon finalizing consultation processes with relevant stakeholders. More that we now have the policy, we have the strategy, we also have the draft disposal plan, and that will then make it easier for us to then come to the Scopa for that concurrence. The other matter on the revenue is the tenants vacating state flats or houses without alerting the department, leading to increased debt. There are tenants who are vacating state properties without alerting the department. and the department continues to conduct a tenant audit on a regular basis with more emphasis on tenants wherein payment is not forthcoming. And there is also an element of unofficial subletting leading to non-payment of rent, depreciation of property, and high utility consumption. There are tenants, Honorable Chair, who are subletting state properties and are not paying their rental obligations. The department is conducting a tenant audit on a regular basis with that emphasis, especially where the revenue is not coming forth. And we have a challenge as well of poor conditions of buildings leading to tenants refusing to renew leases due to lack of maintenance. The department is having limited budgetary resources to cater adequately for maintenance of state properties, and in-house capacity is being utilized in some areas to provide day-to-day maintenance of some properties on a day-to-day basis. Furthermore, some maintenance is done through outsourcing in line with the available budget. And just to bring to the attention of the committee, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that we have developed a provincial maintenance strategy that is currently funded at the tune of around 150 million, and that will assist the department in then starting to improve the condition of our buildings, not only rental but also our offices. The other challenge is the prolonged eviction process of rental defaulters on illegal occupants, and that the department is experiencing prolonged processes to evict rental defaulters and illegal occupants. Eviction is a legal process that prohibits the department from evicting rental defaulters and illegal occupants from state properties without a valid court order. The department has forwarded numerous requests to the state attorneys to facilitate the eviction of state properties, from state properties, rental defaulters, and illegal occupants. The state attorney has no capacity, or does not have enough capacity rather, in this regard. The department has requested the state attorney to outsource the eviction process to private attorneys. This is a long outstanding request to the state attorney since 2023-24 financial year, and the state attorney has on the 23rd of January 2025 confirmed the appointment of a legal firm to facilitate the process to obtain eviction orders through court for rental defaulters and illegal occupants under the Capricorn district. And we have attached the Annexure 8, which is a correspondence between the department and the state attorney on the eviction of rental defaulters and illegal occupants in the Capricorn district. And again, under this prolonged evictions, the prevention of illegal evictions from an unlawful occupation of land, the PI Act provides for the prohibition of unlawful eviction and the procedures for the eviction of unlawful occupiers. And the PI Act recognizes the right of landowners to apply to a court for an eviction order in appropriate circumstances. This means that the eviction of unlawful occupiers from land should be conducted in a fair manner, taking into special consideration the rights of the elderly, children, persons with disabilities, female-headed households, and other vulnerable members of society. The provision of temporary alternative accommodation is a prerequisite in certain instances wherein those that are evicted are unable to secure their own accommodation. And these are in the main the challenges in the responses for the 2022-23 financial year, especially why then we are not really improving on rental revenue as the department. And if we then go to C, in 23-24 financial year, or because Honorable MEC spoke to A and B, I'll talk to C. Why is the department stagnant in audit outcomes? I will go through this, and where issues are more similar, I will then refer to them as such from the 2022-23 financial year to 23-24 financial year. But maybe on the stagnant of audit outcomes, to respond that the department's audit outcome for 23-24 financial year regrettably remains stagnant at a qualified audit opinion, and the basis of the qualification is due to accrued departmental revenue. And we have also referred to the challenges around accrued departmental revenue when we were responding to a similar question for 22-23 financial year. And if we look in terms of the understated revenue there, that will then project to collect 68 million on page 6, but then at the end the outcome will be around 42 million, and that then gave that misstatement on our revenue as we're putting our financial statements together. And furthermore, under the same 1.1, number 2 there, we say the AGSA was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that accrued departmental revenue for 22-23 and 22-23 financial year had been properly accounted for due to the status of their accounting records, that the AGSA was unable to confirm whether all the accrued departmental revenue were recorded by any alternative means. And consequently, the department was unable to determine whether any adjustment was necessary to accrued departmental revenue as stated as 151 million as compared to the actual of 117 million. And those are the challenges that we also spoke to in the 22-23 responses. As we can see from page 7, when we're referring to those historical challenges, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, from 1.11 there, illegal occupation, and I will not repeat because even the annexures will be the same on all those that are there, right through to the page 8, and also the measures that we will put in place then in ensuring that we donate and we even repurpose some of these assets moving forward. And that is up to page 9 there of 23-24 financial year, right through the responses are similar, and I will not repeat those responses. I think it also goes to the prolonged eviction process of rental defaulters in terms of our engagement with the state attorney there that I've already spoken to. The next question was number D. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the stagnant audit outcome. And this is on the 2023-24 financial year, Honorable Chair. And the response there is to say that the department is implementing monitoring and reporting on the approved 2023-24 clean audit strategy. The accounting officer appointed a service provider to investigate the rental management portfolio, and the report was finalized during this quarter of the 2024-25 financial year. And the report, the FICRA report, is attached as Annexure 9, which is the investigation report on rental management in an effort for us to be able to then respond to those challenges that we spoke to in our response. The department has developed the implementation plan to implement the recommendations for the investigations report, which will be for the investigation report, this one that was done by FICRA, which will be monitored on a regular basis through the departmental executive management committee and the audit committee, and obviously the committees of the provincial legislature. And we have attached the implementation as Annexure 10 of our responses. And when you look into our implementation plan, given that we only received the investigation report by the third quarter now of the financial year, Honorable Chair, that the dates in terms of what we are supposed to monitor, it gives us at least to the end of this financial year that our records must be in line with the investigation report. And this implementation plan is derived from that report. A credible 2023-24 AGSA action plan was developed in consultation with the key stakeholders such as the Treasury, Office of the Premier and the Audit Committee, also with AGSA, and which improved the identification of the root causes and the mitigations to resolve the findings and to prevent the findings. And as at the end of December 2024, the department managed to resolve all the findings that are in our AGSA action plan, and we have attached the progress report as Annexure 11 because we have set ourselves that by the end of December we must have attended to all AGSA matters. And the department is implementing the global tariffs, and monitoring is being coordinated through the district offices. The department has a new rental management policy from the 1st of April 2024, and we have developed standard operating procedures for rental management, and we have attached that as well. And this is in our endeavor to improve our audit opinion, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. The department convened a 3-day workshop to discuss all the properties and facilities management policies, and those are the policies that we refer to, our policies on disposal, on rental. We had a 3-day session where we then dedicated the time to look into these policies and strategies and the implementation plan and SOPs. But this is while we're also waiting for the investigation report from FICRA. The rental policy was reviewed during that workshop and approved, and is being implemented and monitored. The department, through its district offices, will ensure proper records keeping in all rented residential properties, which must be reconciled and updated monthly, and ensure that all tenants have valid lease agreements
linked to the financial year. Ensure that all tenants are billed as per the valid lease agreement and update the records and billings, and billing of each tenant after each tenant audit, and amend lease agreements wherein tenants audits confirmed that tenants are occupying more bedrooms compared to what existing lease agreements indicate, and ensure monthly updating of the house register. And this is also in line with our rental management implementation plan, Honorable Chair. The department, through the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, will ensure monthly reconciliations of the house register versus billing on pastel system. Tone from the top, governance and leadership and weekly internal audit committee meetings are held to monitor the implementation and resolution of the internal audit findings by an internal audit, and also AGSA findings and Scopa resolutions, and hence those improvements regarding those action plans by internal audit, AGSA, and also Scopa resolutions. And the internal audit steering committee is chaired by the head of department, and all program managers, CFOs, and directors, and other members or colleagues like your internal control, your risk management, then become part of the audit steering committee. And we continued, Honorable Chair, with our audit steering committee even after the Auditor General has existed. The audit, after the financial statements were prepared, that and hence we managed to reach that 100% of our audit action plan by the end of December. The audit committee resolutions and Scopa resolutions are further monitored through quarterly executive management meetings, and we have also attached our minutes of the executive management, which are not just ordinary meetings, and they are more capacity building type of discussions, as we are expected to put presentations together and do resolutions there. A filling of critical vacant posts within available budget on an annual basis, and we have attached our recruitment plan. And as we speak now, Honorable Chair, we are way ahead of our recruitment plan, since Treasury allowed us to continue filling posts that are vacated in the department. The review of the service delivery model is underway, and the outcomes will form the basis of the process to review the departmental organizational structure. The current organizational structure does not fully support the functional responsibility of the department in line with its core mandate, and we are embarking on that process more to relook into our the department, so that then we are able to also reclaim our mandate as the implementing agent of infrastructure in the province, and that information will be shared with the relevant committees of the legislature as we start to work on that. Implementation of the independent risk chairperson recommendations to the department, and we have attached the risk chairperson report, risk management committee chairperson report. And in the last financial year, or for the current financial year, Honorable Chair, after we have finalized our APP, we then went to a risk management workshop so that we then identify the risks that we'll have to mitigate as the department, that then does not allow us to achieve our objectives. There are many from maintenance, as we have mentioned also in our responses, that we are trying to put everything in order, provincial maintenance strategy, and we are doing the same also on the side of roads infrastructure. Continuous follow-ups with Office of the State Attorney to fast-track the eviction of rental defaulters and illegal occupants of state properties is attached as Annexure 8. We spoke to that earlier. And again, in our endeavor to improve our audit, we have put together that the turnaround strategy as the department, and we will also touch on that in our responses. And these are the responses, Honorable Chair, to the first question, as we then try, as the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, to improve our audit opinion moving forward. Thank you very much, Honorable.
I think we're done from our side.
Okay, thank you very much, MSC. Maybe before I can even open the floor for questions, just check. When you are on page 12, MSC, there was an indication that when you were speaking about the rental policy and the rental standard operation procedures, I heard that, and I'll be corrected if I did not hear you well, that you are still waiting for FRICA investigations. Yeah, if maybe you can clarify, maybe I'll be able to ask a question based on that.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me allow the HOD. Well, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and our MEC. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. We do have the rental policy and the SOP, but they are in line with the report that was now the investigation report that was done by FICTRO. We have since received the report, and hence I was saying in one of our annexure CFO, we do have the implementation plan that we then prepared out of that investigation report. Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that clarity, because I did not hear well. I thought you said you were waiting for the report, while I saw it in your file. So thanks for that clarity. But maybe before I even open to other members to ask questions based on your responses, if there are follow-up questions. The first issue on the establishment of the internal control and compliance, based on what you are saying as a response to question 1B, on that there was no dedicated unit to coordinate the implementation, monitoring, and reporting of the house resolutions up until 2022-2023. And I can say it's so surprising that the issue of internal audit, internal control is very key in terms of making sure that the department will follow up all these things that are inhibiting it in terms of getting a clean audit. But since you have established that internal control, we are happy, and we think that you will recognize its importance, because it is not just a by the way a structure. It's core in terms of the duties that it should. So I'm just surprised that it was only in 2022-2023 when it was realized that it is important. Hence, there are so many challenges that were there. And the other issue is with regard to the ESCOM issue, which constitutes a large amount of your fruitless and wasteful expenditure. With other departments, we know that there are reasons of the alignment of the bus run with the billing system. But from the districts, as you are indicating here, it looks like it's a different story. Because on this one, MEC, we said to other departments, because it looks like it's a general problem. We need to address it through the treasury and the premier's office. And you, as well, in your executive meeting, raise it because it's a common issue, so that we see as the province on how to address that thing, because we can't have irregular expenditure. I mean the fruitless, wasteful for all the departments. If you calculate them, there will be so many millions for the whole government, and we can't have such leakages when we can take a decision as the government to address all these issues. But what you are raising from Public Works, especially with regard to the district, how they incur their interest, is different from what we have observed, and I think it must be addressed so that we don't incur those things. There's an issue that you raised with regard to the irregular expenditure, that the functionality, the formula that we're using, you've been dealing with that, and there was no query, and you are surprised. In fact, I thought you should have said we are surprised now when there's a finding on this one. But we also recommend that as you are preparing your financial statements now, just get it very clear that you are no longer going to use the previous functionality, because it was corrected. I take it as a correction, so that we don't be penalized for that. Maybe as I'm leaving other questions for the group, I just want to talk about the last paragraph on your presentation, especially with the eviction. And it reminded me of that when they say you must give people reasonable time, you must also sometimes give them a temporary accommodation and all those considerations. And there is this property, some of them involve land, where people were farming, where people are staying there. And in terms of Land Tenures Act, the protection of those people who are working on the farm, you may find that if you are not careful, that land may be able to share it with those people who were occupying that. In terms of the law, I am saying, as you're doing your things, just make sure that you increase your pay so that you are not caught up with other legislations. So I'm going to allow other members to come up with questions. Honorable Maina, Honorable Mbuluni, Honorable Machete, Honorable Scopa, in that order.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Very few questions. In fact, there are two. My question is based on the illegal occupation of state properties. In terms of the report, investigating report, or the outcome of the report, who is actually leading this illegal occupation of the state property? That's number one. Number two, where were these illegal occupants paying rent to? Because I believe there is somebody who was just receiving their rents. Let me give an example. The big buildings in Johannesburg have been hijacked by the Nigerians. And then there are people that are paying those Nigerians. So it means the rent is no longer paid to the department. Now, in your case, who is actually receiving this rent from this illegal occupant? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mbuluni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempombron TC. Some questions
been asked by the chairperson. Let me go to this one year moratorium. You indicated that on the 21st October 2009, there was a moratorium and the department could not dispose some of these properties, suggesting that since 2009 until now, there is no any other sale or disposal of the state properties. So I think now, if it is true that since 2009 there's no disposal of any state properties, it's very much critical also to look at the moratorium. But if the department from 2009 have disposed some of the properties, now it renders the request for this committee to look at the moratorium non-existent. And the other one is you introduced or launched Operation Bring Back Government Property. My instead question is, does this operation yielding dividends up to now? And then the other one is on the illegal, prolonged eviction process of rental defaulters and illegal occupants. I think in page 10, you did indicate that in the state attorney has on the 23rd of January 2025 confirmed the appointment of a legal firm to facilitate the process to obtain eviction orders through court for rental defaulters and illegal occupants under Capricorn District. My question is, why selected? What about other districts? MEC, do you mean that there is no need for the other district? The way I understand this sentence, it means that under Capricorn District, but I'm saying, what about the other 4 districts to evict those defaulters? Maybe if they are there. Now, my last question now in 2023-2024, in page 13, while the chairperson already commended you on the introduction of the internal control systems, which I also do. However, you said the current organizational structure does not fully supporting the functional responsibility of the department in line with its core mandate. Can you give a flash vis-a-vis your introduction or your introduction to the internal control system? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machete.
Machete, please, member of this committee. Thanks, Chair. Just on the Operation Bring Back Government Property, I just want to check as to the extent to which the implication and the success and the rate in terms of its success. 2 would be on page 10 of 2022-2023, on the prolonged eviction processes. I want to check as to what is it that the department has done to equip the state attorney in terms of capacity building. And secondly, on the same page, if the state attorney has to finally arrive at the appointment of a legal firm to facilitate the process of obtaining eviction, is there allocation of funds for this outsourcing? If yes, what is the quantum? If not, what could be the estimated amount? Lastly, perhaps, let me just appreciate that the department managed to finalize the issue of recruitment plan and also got approval, because that alone speaks to one of our 6 priorities, key priorities of the 7th administration. And I think we should be able to appreciate that part as and when we will be dealing with other matters of that which you are talking about. And on page 12 of 2024, you are speaking about the workshops that were convened. The question that arises is to what is the percentage level in terms of its effectiveness? And what also could be the success rate as and when you are dealing with the evaluation and assessment of the workshop itself, just to give us an assurance of the percentage level in terms of its effectiveness. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Fitz Popela, member of Scopa. Chair, mine is to say it was quite challenging to peruse the contents of this file because of some of the details are not there. You go to page 5 of the report 2022-2023, and I also want to speak about the implementation plan that I had the HOD speaking about. And I think it would be fair to get a proper progress report, because the one on Annexure 1 of the report, it has contents in it and annexures that it is referring us to that are not there in the file. For example, Annexure 4, on Annexure 1, the report refers us to Annexure 4, which is the attendance register for procurement plan and training. You go to that Annexure 4 and it's speaking on something else, the report on the eviction of rental. So the details are not in the file. Similar to, on the same page, page 5, Annexure 2 refers us to a register, referral for investigations. But when you get there, you find one page that speaks about that, and the other one speaking about irregular attendance register or attendance something register for irregular expenditure. So it was quite challenging to peruse the contents of the file, Chair. And I wanted to check if it's possible in the file of 2022-2023 to to get the details about or signatures similar to the ones in 2024. On the Operation Bring Back Government's Property, as launched, page 7, as launched by the MEC on the 28th of November 2023, and this is in the file of 22-2023. Similarly to some of the letters that are in the file that were signed in 2024 but are also appearing in the 2022-2023. And some of the pages that are missing, the investigation report on Annex Tab 3, it's missing some of the pages because it's more similar to the one in the previous financial year. So that will be my submission, Chair. But I wanted to also get that clarity that can you get these letters? I want to check so that I can properly refer the MEC for clarity there. Yeah, is that Annex 3 investigation report here on 2022-2023. It has a signature that was signed in 2024 May. So is this possible, Chair, to in the 2022-2023 to get signatures that are referring us to 2024 financial year? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Scopa. Indeed, in my remarks when I indicated MEC to say, indeed there are still discrepancies in terms of the inclusion of documents and how they are arranged. Sometimes there is a mismatch on the annexes, and we will be recommending to you to say this is one aspect that maybe we can go and strengthen. I don't know what will be established just to deal with technical aspect of reporting, because if you report, you must be consistent, you must be able to be accurate. A report that is accurate misleads, and it affects the conclusion. I mean, I said when you conclude on a matter, it should be based on information. It should not just be based on that, in public works, the service delivery is not there. While you have missed information that could have assisted us on the conclusion of the very same service delivery. So we were just appealing to say, please. And for those Honorable Scopa, that they are not there, those documents, can you note, and then we will request that they will be submitted to Scopa, because unlike in the previous financial years, as Scopa we are going to have quarterly meetings, and what is left or what has not been clarified fully in this sitting, we expect that when we will call you or when we will sit in our committee meetings, we will be able to fill those gaps that they were identified. We're not going to leave them as such or mismoved. They must be corrected, and then our meetings should be able to ensure that they are resolved. But before I give the department to respond to the questions, the last report which was given to us, there was a request or a proposal to the committee to say we propose that on the moratorium can it be considered, but in this file there is no such a request. Hence, I think I think if I got you well, MEC, when you were saying we're still busy with piling the reports and you are about to complete, we will write to Scopa in consideration. But the previous report was very clear. You were recommending that we look into this material. But for now, we're not getting into responding because there's no request in terms of that. We will wait for you. If you come, it's fine, we'll attend to it. We'll look at all the documents that are there that will guide us, and then we'll take it from there. The other thing is what was that second issue? No, I think on the private attorney, Honorable has covered it, but just to add on it, in most cases, especially with regard to evictions, you are referring to the state attorney. One question which is very, very clear to say, do you see value for money in the state attorney? And if there is value for money, why would it be recommended that they outsource the private attorney? And the other thing is that the department, that recommendation, do you have the jurisdiction to recommend to the state attorney that, hey, you are feeling, man, get a private one, who is going to pay like he asked? Or what you was to say, you say, hey, you are failing, that the department will see what to do to ensure that our mandate is fully implemented. So I just want to be clarified on that issue. MEC.
Thanks very much, Chair. And my name is Ernest Svatao, the MEC responsible for public works, rules and infrastructure in Pagana Savi. I don't want to reduce those names up to two. One, Chair, let me start by the moratorium one, and also concur with yourself and honorable members here that we agree that we need to uplift the moratorium. But like you are saying, Chair, we said yes, we all want this, but can we identify all those properties first? So that as and when we come here to you, we don't start thumbsucking when you ask us which properties. We will then come here with the full report of what we need. So that is why we said to ourselves that let's quickly compile that report. We all agree that the moratorium need to be uplifted, but we don't want just to uplift the moratorium for the sake of uplifting, because I requested my colleagues, or can I see all those properties that you are saying we need to, and I was not satisfied as the executive authority that we can then be ready to come to you and ask for that permission. But we are considering that and prioritizing that particular issue. On the operation bringing back our properties, honorable members and chair, we are getting somewhere. As the first part of the operation, we said that let's urge all illegal tenants to voluntarily come forth. And also, while at the other hand, we referred some of these cases to the Hawks. And this matter, Chair, I can confirm here that has also been brought to the attention of South African Police Service through the Provincial Commission. I'm saying that, Chair and honorable members, because many of our buildings has been hijacked by foreigners, has been hijacked by thugs. For example, the properties and buildings that we have in Vembe, and also the ones that we have in Guyana. So we are working on those particular buildings. And we are also appealing to our communities that you know these people that have hijacked these buildings. Can we also be in position where we get that information from our communities? Because in many cases you go to a property, you don't even know who's the owner. And we are also aware, Chair, and that is why we have reported HOD on colleagues in the department that some of them are colluding with these people who are using our illegal, who are using our building illegally. We have a report on that, and the HOD will agree with me that I instructed them to institute that a forensic report, so that we can then set an example that these are government properties and they need to be taken as such. We have one of our own who are doing all these things, and we have a report on that. We are going to implement it. But also, Chair, we're also having problems in some of our properties that were illegally occupied. I'm saying that, Chair, because in some instance I know of one example where the owner of the house is a former employee of the department. I'm sure at that time there was Kamina Gawena, they gave themselves those properties. But the most tricky part now is that the person who was the owner of the house is no more. And it's only the kids that are staying there. And those kids are saying to us, where do you want to take us? That's where you also raise the question, Chair, on the issue of eviction and all that, whether we have plan and all that. So those are some of the difficulties when we are dealing with this. Who are women and these children are still young and the parent is no more. And the house belongs to... But they don't even know that this house belongs to Public Works. They just know that mom was working at the department and he bought us a house. So when we start to show them, but hence I said to colleagues that let's do this thing by phases. We can't start with those ones. We'll see how we'll deal with those particular issues. Let's start with these ones that have hijacked buildings. Because there are still, we're also having those that have gas to even demolish our properties and start building their own things for business and all. So we have those type of issues. Hence we are saying that as and when we are dealing with this issue of properties, there's also legal matters that we are dealing with them. The litigations are many because people, even though they know that this does not belong to us, but the constitutions allow them to challenge us as government. And then as and when you are challenging each other and all that, the time also is not on our side. But we want to assure the committee that through our operation, Vuisa Tundu ya Muvuso, we're trying by all means to make sure that we reclaim those properties. Our plan is that we also want to avail, after reclaiming them, we avail some of the properties for public use, for our public to use those properties. Others will also were also available for Triple P to come and use those properties in order for them to create jobs for our people. There are those properties that were saying a business community can come to us, we sit down, if there is a lease of so many years, as long as those properties or that land that belongs to us will bring jobs and also improve our economy in the province. So we're also saying that we're available for that. Yes, Chair, we agree that the internal controls helps. That is why we also said that we need to intensify the internal control measures. Because if we have proper internal control measures, even our Chapter 9 institutions, your AG, will not find it difficult to know what is happening in the department. But also it will help us to prepare ourselves for them when they come there to help us, because AG is there to help us. The ESCOM issue, I'll then allow the HOD to also assist on that. On the issue of, maybe going back again, on the issue of rental collections, there was a question that why are we not making sure that we check who's collecting rentals. I can assure you that the forensic report is also showing us things that are scary. People receive rentals on behalf of the department. So we're dealing with that. We are dealing with that. We are going to make sure that we win this war. So, Chair, allow me to also, through you, ask the HOD to add and also respond to other questions that I might be forgot to maybe omitted. Thanks.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Firstly, to welcome the comments which were made by the Honorable Chair and also the Honorable members of the committee. MEC has also touched on the internal controls as we are trying to improve moving forward. On the ESCOM matter, we do take the chairperson's comments. We are still going to go to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but thank you very much. We'll then align ourselves with the resolution of the committee that we engage Treasury and also and the Office of the Premier on how then we can engage ESCOM moving forward, and also on the functionality matter that once we then were faced with a similar bid, we'll then align ourselves with the recommendations that will have been given to us on this matter, so that we don't then have an irregular expenditure on it. Yeah, MEC reported on this eviction matter to say these are mafias that we don't actually know, and therefore will not even know where they are paying the rent to, and even on the moratoria. He also spoke to that. I wanted to then talk to why only under Capricorn district, because sometimes as we work with the state attorney and or as we implement some of our strategies and priorities, we pilot, and we were looking into the Capricorn district, and not to say that there is no need in other districts. And we're also looking at the capacity of the state attorney in this regard. But we do have Advocate Belankulu here, who can also add to some of the issues that are talking to evictions and illegal occupations. But on the structure, our organizational structure, that as the department will want to live to our mandate as we implement for the province, that when you sit in a Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, you are also expected to implement for other departments. But if in your structure
you then have one director for supply chain management, like in the treasury and in health and another department and so on. Then you are subjected to send, or all the bids are going to the same people. And it will not only be public works, but will include other departments as well. That then delays the processes for implementation, and also in the same process there might be human errors. Rather than having a supply chain responsible for health infrastructure, one for education, one for roads and public works and so on. But hence we are saying we'll want the structure that is responsive, that allow us to do our work as the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And as even the internal control, Honorable Chair, that is there, you will find that we have three main people. You have the director, the deputy, and the assistant director. But what we would want to see is a structure that then speaks to everything. That as we have awarded a bid, you are then able to take it to the internal control to say, can you look at this bid on our behalf? Have we followed all the processes that we are supposed to follow? So that there are those corrective measures that we then put in place. In our properties as well, it's just a number of them. And at least we have been there. Now some of them were able to master in terms of the ideal structure that we'll want to see for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. But on the state attorney, the capacity building, state attorney is not our function. As the province, it belongs to the Department of Constitution? Justice, yes. And that is where then the state, those are the processes that legally we are supposed to follow. And some of this we have been raising with the state attorney themselves in terms of the capacity. And hence we even said to them, what if then you outsource? Because as we're responding to the illegal evictions and the illegal occupations, that we cannot do this as a government, as ourselves, as public works. We have to then follow these legal processes. And these are some of the things that I think moving forward as government we are supposed to look at as one of our oversight bodies that has to be capacitated to assist us in achieving our mandate. Just on the workshop on properties, the 3 days workshop that we had on whether we are able to see some improvements. We went to the workshop because there were a number of, can I say, issues raised by the AGSA as they were looking into our books, that we don't have policies on properties, immovable assets, and also on rental stock. And this was mainly to ensure that we have policies, we have strategies, we have implementation plans, and also processes in the form of standard operating procedures. So that at least as we put together governance structures in the department in the form of committees, we are able to align ourselves with these policies and strategies and the SOPs. And from where we are seated as the department, this is going to bring some improvements in how we are doing our work, transparency, and also on issues of accountability, because we'll be aligning ourselves with all those. Just on the question or the concern that was raised, the challenge when we're going through the documents by Honorable Member Opela, on the Scopa, this is an annexure on its own, if I can put it that way. And if maybe you don't have that information, that that Scopa resolution is an annexure. Now, maybe when we were writing it, we were not supposed to refer to the mini annexures that are there in the department. Because then that means we must then have the Scopa resolution with its own annexures. And it was going to be another very big document. So the annexure number 1 is an annexure on the implementation of Scopa resolutions. And in it, we just then try to say we also have this information in the department. And but I don't know, CFO, if we'll be able to make that available. But as I'm saying, it will be a booklet on its own. And but we're just trying to say that we're doing some work around these Scopa resolutions, and then we ended up then confusing the committee there, given the challenges that we have also with packaging. But that was mainly for that. On the signed documents, some of the work we're currently doing, and in line with the Scopa resolutions, or trying to address the audit outcomes. And we could not then hold this back, given that we are reporting for a specific financial year. And hence, in some instances, we have responses that will be similar, because we're trying to also be consistent as we are responding, because we're having 2 financial years that we're talking to. But if we're talking to only 23, 24, and we have all those that we have recently signed, it's because of the backlog that we are dealing with. But obviously, as we move forward, those cases will then be avoided, so that we are able to be in line there. The other question was on the value for money for the state attorney, Honorable Chairperson. I don't know through you whether we can ask MEC Advocate Belangu then just to talk to the value for money.
Good morning, once again, Chairperson. Thank you once more. My name is Honorable Chairperson and committee members, my name is Jonas Bilankulu, responsible for legal services in the department. Mine will just be to confirm, because I believe the MEC and the HOD has appropriately responded to the questions that were posed, especially in issues relating to the evictions. Yes, indeed, there was a question about who is occupying and who is receiving payment. The MEC responded to say that there are hooligans and there are orphans staying there. So really we cannot do much with that. Hence we are involving the police in this regard. But I will go straight to the issue about the finances for the private attorneys. Or maybe before that, to talk about the question on why only in Capricorn, adding on what the HOD has said. The instruction to the state attorney covered all districts, but as a matter of benchmarking, we thought it will be appropriate to start with one district. However, there is also a challenge in that most of the attorneys do not respond to the request. You will recall that the state attorney also uses supply chain management processes. They issue out quotations. And most of these attorneys, they don't have, or they are not compliant with such issues. So on those bases, they are unlikely to respond. So, but the request was given, or the instruction was given for all district offices. In terms of payment, remember the office of the state attorney is responsible to deal with legal issues on behalf of departments. And they are appointed on a full-time basis, which means they receive salaries, meaning that we are not supposed to pay extra money for their services. But because of the capacity problems, we've been trying to deal with these issues for a long time. That's when we decided to say, it's okay, let us rather get one person for each district.
And the money definitely will be coming from the legal costs that we are using for transfers to the department. So from the little money, that's what we were thinking, that we can use those, because those services are actually paid for and they were supposed to be done by the city. So we are taking from the legal costs that are available, the legal costs that are available for this week. I think I have responded to the topic. Thanks.
My name is Ernest Swatalo Rachwe, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Chair, I just thought it's also important for us to, especially on the issue of properties, to also raise this issue, because it was also highlighted by AG. The issue of registered properties and unregistered, in particular about rates and taxes. I'm saying that because, for example, the municipality that the chair is coming from, which is Blowback, has been relying on these rates and taxes of those buildings. And we found that those buildings don't belong to us. And the AG raised those particular issues and say that why are you paying on buildings that does not belong to you? And we have to stop that process. And in stopping the process, it affects the same municipalities, because they were budgeting on those particular monies. So those are some of the issues that, when coming to issues of properties and all that, becomes problems. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. As also another follow-up on what you have raised, and the issue of organizational structures that you want to review, there's this question that I wanted to ask it later, but I think I should ask now because of these responses that you have given me. That it looks like Department of Department of Works is overwhelmed by the work of other departments, from what you indicated, to an extent that you want to change your organogram to have all these departments. You have got their satellites within your department. Let me just put it like that, so that at least, like you indicated, on infrastructure education, there is a dedicated official that must assist you to deal with that part. Health, just like that. So which gives me a sense or a picture that it means for this department to deal with all this is a challenge. And of course it's a challenge, to be honest with you, because as the departments were coming in here, all they were complaining about abandoned projects, unfinished projects. They will always say public works, but that there is a mandate by public works and funding by the department. And there is also the issue raised by the AGs to say it looks like there is no interdepartmental support for all these departments. So when we say Department of Public Works is for infrastructure, so all the department will fold arms and say is the Department of Public Works. So until we get that right, then you are still going to have a problem. And hence you are also recommending to say, let's have a satellite a Department of Education, a satellite Department of Health and all those things, so that they are able to assist you. So my question is, MEC, and is very direct. Are you overloaded by the department's projects? And if that is the case, the second part of it, you may not even answer it. Are there ways that, except the organizational structure review, that we can address this issue so that we decentralize the project for effective work or and efficiency within the department and the government at large. So as I'm opening follow-up questions, I hope that you note those. That was the only follow-up that I wanted to make, and others they will be done. If they've not covered all what I wanted to check, then I'll come back. Honorable Small, Honorable Mapulo, Honorable Machete, and Honorable Mantata Mahasa, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair. With reference to the overpayment or the payment towards buildings that are not yours, but you mentioned now below that, what is the real extent of that problem that you've got currently? I just need to, because there's no numbers and figures here. So I would want to understand, because it's all about, we're talking about the possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure here. The secondly, although that I appreciate your pilot project in the Capricorn district area, what is your time frames to move to all areas? What have you set yourself time? Because we don't want to maybe say come at the end of the year and there's no good news, and then we rehash this debate. So I would rather want to hold you accountable maybe for those time frames. Let me stop on that.
Okay, Honorable Mapol.
No, thank you very much. I am Lawrence Mapol, a member of Scopa. MEC through the chairperson. You spoke of, I think even the chair raised that matter, especially on our service delivery model, which I think we are currently reviewing. And I didn't like us to say we think you have it, but we wanted you to tell us how do you respond to the issue of being an implementing agent, and without, even going to any traditional doctor. It's very clear that the body is sick, and you have inherited a sickly body. You touched it anywhere, you feel a pain. There's no area in this department where you touch, you can't feel the pain. You feel the pain across the board. Now, we wanted us to clear this one as to whether are you not heavily overwhelmed, like she said. Now, but your service delivery model should be able to respond to that adequately so, because the current backlog is quite serious, which doesn't only affect your Auditor General's opinion, it affects even other departments, and you point fingers to one another. I think we need to get a clear and adequate plan around that one. On hijacked buildings is very clear. Thank you very much for employing the services of Ox. But on the issue of the attorney, state attorney, MEC, you might be new to this appointment of being a member of the Executive Council, but you are having men and women who have been deployed or employed in that area. Especially, I'm looking at the legal unit. You see, I don't know as to whether when the HOD says these outside bodies need to be capacitated, outside first at home, outside without considering capacitating those that are very much ineffective. I think you have lacked to capacitate your legal unit. Your legal unit outstated here category to say it's poor and they lack thinking. You can't outsource what you went to school for. you must be able to guide the department to say, even if we go there, this is the position. Now, it's like your legal unit are only messengers of papers. Now, let's go and deal with that, because majority of issues that are happening will rely on the legal opinion of the department. I know there is this human element, especially when you go to those houses, you find that what says the law? The law doesn't say shame. Does the law say shame? Is there any policy within the department that, shame? But I think you have crafted something in terms of donations and other things, which allows you to move swiftly without looking this side and this side, like we have done with the odds. Now, with those that you regard as offense, I think there are proper ways to do it, and without, when you come here, you must say, this is what I've done, and in line with the policy. Now, I think we need to correct that, especially to respond timelessly to the challenges. I think on that, I will pause there, though one wants to indicate that on all the projects that are implemented on behalf of other departments, you go back and look how much of all those departments, the capital budget that you have inherited, or I would say, health and others, education. But when they come here, you are a culprit. When they come here, you are a culprit. Now, it is in line with the first question that I raised. Now, I think if we can be able to clear that MEC, because we have to take a conscious decision with the backlog that we are seeing in the province, and guided by also our own officials who have been sitting with this. I've been telling even the committee to say, this thing of your department being an implementing agent, like a Holy Spirit, we found it, and you have found it, and those that have created it are no longer with us, and their souls may rest in peace. Now, you must go and correct the things that have not created by yourself. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Macheto.
Macheto is member of this committee. Just on follow-ups, on the response by the HOD, there was an indication that
I'll always advise let's address the MEC. Even if it was the HOD,
no, it's fine.
It's the MEC.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the agent.
There was an indication that the issue of the state attorney, it's not your mandate. It's not your mandate in terms of capacity building. I want to broaden it further. If that is the case, what is it that we have done with this Department of Justice, just to conscientize that we have got a problem in relation to the capacity of the state attorney? Whether that was done or it was not done. If it was not done, was it proper that we should even have gone to an extent of allowing the state attorney to then appoint
a private firm, if I have to use that word. So I'm just broadening it. I think you would be able to speak to that. But on the issue of the amount, it was not addressed. In fact, you spoke to the issue of whether there's value. But I said, if that appointment has been made, is there allocation of funds for outsourcing? If yes, what is the quantum? If not, what could be the estimated quantum? So it was not responded to. But just to be human enough, I think I must also speak to one of the areas that was raised. And I think from where I am, as much as we would want to ensure that we comply and we become compliant at all material times, we should also recommend MEC that perhaps on the issue that we have raised of these young children, that an engagement be made with other department in terms of how we could speed up the process so that when we evict, there is a space for them to be accommodated. And we are not saying we must be against the law, but we are saying we must be human enough to be considerate of some of the conditions that we are facing as the people. I thought that I must be able to also contribute to that aspect, because I consider it that it has been done on humanitarian ground, considering the conditions that were met. But it must be corrected as we go on. Another department must then be engaged so that that matter is able to be resolved. You will be able to understand what I mean, because we are a government and there are other departments that provide that service. Thanks very much, Chair.
Honorable Masai.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable MEC, I heard you telling the committee that you have involved the police concerning these illegal tenants. You have involved the police and the hawks to deal with that aspect. So I just want to know as to whether you are winning concerning that. Are you winning? Are those hawks and the police doing their work? And the other thing on that, I know that there's no shame, there's no what on the children who are occupying the houses, which those houses, they were given by their parents. But hey, you know what? These laws, the South African eviction laws are very, very tough. And they limit us in doing our job. So it is true, I concur with my honorable members to say that maybe you need to do something about that, because you can't just, take them out without giving them a place where they can stay. Lastly, Honorable MEC, there's a problem with your vacant posts, especially these high-profile posts. They need to be filled immediately, because when we look here, there are posts of director and deputy directors which were not filled for more than 10 years. And then they were advertised, I'm sure it was in 2023, if 2022, somewhere there. And then they were occupied, I'm sure, in October 2023. I think you need to take that into consideration, and those vacant posts need to be filled immediately. And other posts that we don't know, they need to be filled, because we have got a high rate of unemployment in our province. Our youth, they've gone to school, they're not working. So we need to speed up the process. And maybe you can answer that. Why did those posts stay there, being vacant for more than 10 years, or for 10 years? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MSC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Ernest Sibataulu Rachel Pagana Hlaviro, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Let me start by the last question by Honorable Member, Honorable Mahase. You know, while we agree that at some point we took time to fill the posts that were there, because now we're dealing with the issue of 2022, 2023, 2023, 24. And seated here now, I can speak with confidence that all what you see here has been addressed. From the HOD, when we were returned back the last time, Honorable Chair, we were having Ndate Pukunze as the acting HOD. And today we are here with him as the HOD. I just want to give a practical example. We are having him as an HOD. And the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, for the first time since 10 years, like you're saying, Honorable Member, where we managed to advertise posts in 2 months and 2 weeks and managed to appoint 174 people permanently. The posts that include colleagues from level 2 until the managerial level. Lot of spaces has been filled. Even now, I can assure this committee that by the end of March this year, we are still going to unveil the second cohort of 150 permanently employed people in the department. So going back to the question, Honorable Mapolo, that we have capacity, I can confirm here that we have maximum capacity from where I'm seated now. But also, I'm very happy, Chair, that this issue you are saying it was raised by our client department. And what I want to say to you here, which is a fact, is that the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure in the province is responsible for the implementation of infrastructure on behalf of provincial government and the client department. And like I'm saying, as the department, we are not overwhelmed of the work that we are doing. Maybe previously we were, because we are having problems with our staff here and there. But currently, I can assure you that we are good to go. And our appeal, maybe through your committee, will help us, because those departments came here and raised those particular issues. Can we be allowed, as the department, to execute our mandate of implementing infrastructure on behalf of the department? For example, we have been saying these things, and we have raised it in our ESCO meeting, that can Department of Health focus on issues, Jabalweji, Lilihlare, le other things. But the issue of maintenance, bring back maintenance to public works. Can education, a chair, as a former teacher, focus on teaching and learning? Because now they are coming here saying that the Department of Public Works is liable, while and you know, officials, when you have officials in public works and education that are dealing with the same matter, it becomes a problem. They come to the meeting and blame each other. Just last week, we met with the MEC responsible for education together with IDT. And I can tell you, Chair, seated here, that most of the schools that are not finished here, that are abandoned in this province, are the ones that are implemented through IDT. And people just know public works. There's no IDT. So now we have capacity. Can they allow us to do our work as public works? We are ready to go. We have all what it takes in terms of infrastructure. They must bring the maintenance and building of school to where it belongs. Yeah. It's us who are even professionals. I'm not a professional. So if we can be given that responsibility, we can then come here and take a blame that no, we did not do our own work. For now, I can tell you and assure this committee that with our work of strengthening the internal capacity through employing people that are capable, professionals and those that are assisting us at lower level, we are ready to go and we will implement this particular issue. So we are ready. Let them bring back education, health. Let them bring back what belongs to us, and we implement. Because it's also a problem, Chair, Honorable Mapolo, that there's no consistency. In health, they are implementing for themselves. In education, they are implementing for themselves. In sports, we are implementing for them. That is why there is that complaint, because they think that others are holier than others, which becomes a problem. That is why we are saying, let's focus on our work. Netball, will come here, will not have problems. Mararena, we are having capacity and we are ready. We are not overwhelmed, Chair. I think I've clearly clarified that. On the issue of humanitarian ground, Honorable Machete, if you heard me very well, I was saying that we are going to do our work, but in phases. Those orphans, yes, it's true, we need to get those houses, but for now, according to our plan, they are not our priorities. We still have illegal people who have forcefully taken our buildings, illegal immigrants. Those are our immediate focus. But the fact of the matter is that law is law, and we are not above the law. We will go working together through your advices, honorable members, working with other departments like social development to see how best can we deal with the issue. But at the end of the day, like those illegal people who have taken our buildings illegally, we will also make those evictions, but obviously it can be at the rate and also at the same posture as we are dealing with the other ones that I've just mentioned now. For the issue of police, I can also assure and confirm to the committee here that we are working very well with the police and the Hawks on the issues of buildings. But you know, when we speak to them, they are saying, can you give us a bit of time, because we are making operation. We are dealing with legacy issues here, people who have forcefully taken our buildings and all that. Like I said to you, in other areas, it's thugs who have taken those buildings. So as government, we can't say we are afraid of thugs, but we must find a way on how we deal with those particular issues. Police, even the Honorable Premier, Dr. Popira Matuwa, is aware of this issue. Yes, once they call a meeting with ourselves and the provincial commissioner together with our teams to deal with this particular issue. So what I can say is that the issue is receiving necessary attention, and it is going to be dealt with accordingly. On the issue of organizational structure, on top of strengthening our internal capacity, we have also managed to make sure that very delayed organizational structure now, we capacitate those sections that we feel they were very weak at some point. So we are dealing with that, and we are and Treasury is responding to us very well because they know our responsibility as the implementing agent. I think we're also doing well at that on that part. I think I've managed to cover some of the issues here. I'll then, through you, Chair, allow the HOD to touch on other matters that is addressed. HOD.
No, thanks very much. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi, the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Honorable Chair, MEC has covered all the issues, but let me then come to historical issues where then you still have that element of abandoned projects, because that is also some of the things that has actually happened, and mostly also in the past. And currently what we are doing is to put systems in place, and the systems more around governance structures, whereby in the department we then bring in an element of project management. And it's not only project management, but from identification right through up to the handover of the project. And this we're doing currently. We have a structure that we call the Departmental Infrastructure Coordinating Committee. And each and every project has to be reported in that committee that is implemented by the Department of Public Works. And that is the systems or governance structures that we are amplifying moving forward. And Chair, we are now having regular meetings with heads of departments at my level. I mean, only yesterday we met with the HOD of Agriculture, trying then to deal with the challenges that are there. But we are trying that it must be on a monthly basis, but you find that it becomes then after every 2 months that you are able to meet with another HOD, so that we are able to report on those challenges that are there. But maybe just to mention that infrastructure from the past, it has been one area that everyone has an interest into. But the question is where we want to, as the province, what is that we want to do with infrastructure in that fashion? To say, if then Public Works is the implementing agent, then let it be then capacitated to undertake that function, so that as MEC has also rightly put it there. There was a follow-up question on the money that we are spending. Advocate Belankulu, if we can then come in on that state attorney outsourcing matter again, so that we are able to then talk to it. Yeah, I think I've spoken to those issues. Then just to add to what our MEC was talking to. But on the registered and unregistered properties, I think when we were piloting this exercise between Capricorn and Makrutamaga municipality in Scopa, and we're not even assisting all the districts or all municipalities, and Capricorn Blowback municipality is one of them. If then we have to pay on those unregistered properties, this becomes a government policy on its own, because we'll then have to budget above 700 million only for unregistered properties. It's just that they were then picked up by AG, and we're now only then aligning ourselves to the registered properties. But it's quite a huge amount of money there on those unregistered properties. I just wanted to talk to that. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mr. Blanco, Advocate Blanco.
I nearly said Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Chairperson and committee members. I will just talk about the questions that were raised and were not responded to by the Honorable MEC and the HOD. I think the first one was talking about the timelines in relation to the processes that are being rolled out in relation to the evictions in the district, Capricorn district. You will notice, members, that the idea is to benchmark, given the resources that we have, the amount of legal costs that are involved. We told ourselves that if we can benchmark with few of the people, and the rest of them realizing that the state is now serious in dealing with evictions, if they get evicted, maybe the rest of them may go out by themselves. Because we have noticed that it's an issue of attitude. Some of the defaulters, they are there telling themselves we are not going to pay because government is not doing anything about it. But once they realize that we are serious about it, then we believe that most of them will go out of the state buildings themselves. So that is the idea that we are doing that. However, as I indicated earlier, that the mandate was given for all districts. The timelines thereof, the problem is we are relying on the court processes. To say if you file documents, you ask for a court date, it's the court that can only allocate the date for the hearing of that case. So we cannot precisely indicate when will the sitting be on a particular case of eviction. So we rely on the allocations of the court cases. There was also a question about what is it that the department is doing, regardless of the fact that the department is not in control of the state activity. To say what is it that we've done or we are doing to talk about the issue of capacity. There is a legal advisors forum where all departments meet on a monthly basis, and for the entire country we meet quarterly, where we discuss issues of concern that relates to legal services. I can confirm that the last one that was held in December, we were with the Solicitor General, who is running the office of the State Attorney. We indicated not only for all of us and all departments the problems that relate to the capacity of the State Attorney. So we believe that something will be done. For instance, the Toyando State Attorney has got only 2 people now as we speak. So we have raised our concerns. Hence, we realized that some of the things we will need to try and outsource. The other one was, I think it was Honorable Maholo. We appreciate Honorable Maholo, the issue of the capacitating the legal services. We wish that if it was possible, we as legal advisors will go to court and handle our own cases ourselves. But unfortunately, there are legislations and policies that talks of the segregations of duties, what the legal advisor must do and what the citizen must do. So based on that, we cannot, as legal advisors, approach the court and defend our own cases. So that is the issue at stake. But we do wish, if it was allowed, that we will handle our own cases. The issue of the amount of legal costs, I may not have the figure now, but what we normally do, the department will set aside an amount of 2 million for legal costs, which will cover the cost of the counsellors that we appoint. But that's where I said, even these private attorneys, we are going to tap into it. It's not enough, hence most of the time we look at the amount of invoices that are there. During adjustment, then we'll request additional funds. But the baseline is normally that we will just set aside an amount of 2 million, because you won't know how many cases will be brought before the court, and it's not easy to determine the amount of legal costs that will be applicable for that time. Thank you.
No,
Thanks very much, Advocate. I will now take the table back to yourself, Chair.
What is that sign, Honorable Small? If you want to raise your hand, just be clear.
Maybe suggesting that we are done.
No, it's not on that one.
Do you want to?
You see, Honourable MEC, my concern that I've got is that when we spoke about the timelines and we make reference about the court date, and you just focus on CD, on the Capricorn District Municipality, it means that in 60 or 70% of all other properties, the mayhem will continue in the next financial year. And it means that the issue of taking accountability in 70% of your properties is not going to happen. And I can guarantee the chair today here, the property thing here will be here next year on Scopa, on the desk for the others, and they'll be finding. Because if you are going to wait for a pilot to happen on that, it means the balance, the bigger balance, is not getting attention, and therefore I don't. You understand? And it's about how do we clear the findings from the AG. That is what Scopa is trying to do. Are you doing it? And we've got to find a way to fast track the thing, this whole ball, and we might not have the answer, but I would rather limit the conversation next year on this topic, and that's what I would want just to put it on the MEC to take note.
I hope that they are noting, because I think your concern is very clear to say, as we are having a pilot, what about other districts? Because the findings will keep on recurring as you are still busy with Capricorn. So what you should do is to come up with a way to say, as we are piloting, we must also have a program to ensure that even in other districts we do something, so that we don't see a recurring finding about those issues from other departments. I think this is very clear.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there any other follow-up question? And it means we are done with question 1.
Just a small request to say, is it possible for the department MEC to put us, to bring confidence to us, to say, this is my staff component related to engineers, you see, and their qualifications and all that. So that when we speak what we know, and not in defense of you, but in defense of the system. May you please, we must get that, so that when we speak, we know what we are talking about, in terms of not being overwhelmed. Okay?
I'm not sure if I got that, but I think the MEC got the question, would be able to respond. Yeah.
Got it. You got it?
Yeah, no, I got it. Chair, and will avail that.
Thank you very much. As I summarize, usually after question 1, we do the way forward, even though in the agenda there is a way forward for the general input that will be done with all the questions. But specifically on question 1, why do we have to summarize it and have a way forward? Is because it deals with the resolutions, and as Scopa, it's our responsibility to track the resolutions. And our approach this financial year is that we want to see these resolutions implemented. And because we are going to sit quarterly as Scopa, every quarter we will request the department to bring progress on these resolutions until we are satisfied that they are all implemented. We know that others are dependent on other state organs like your the hawks, like you are indicating, like the police, their cases like SIU. But I think if we are only having those which are in other state organs, we are able to, through the treasury, find a way of dealing with such. But all these others, and I can see in your case, you are having very few that are dealt with the police. So it means out of the 7 or 8 unresolved, you can be left with one by the next audit is happening. So, and this will assist you big time in the audit AG, because some of the issues that are in the resolutions are the ones that are making you not to progress in terms of the audit outcomes. So that is how we are going to take it forward. Quarterly, we check the progress, and then you'll be updating us on that note. But I'm also happy that the department was able to say between the 21st of January and now as they appear, because there have been a progress. You updated us to say on this issue there's been a progress, because if you or others will just fix that file that it was there, and then it means that you have been working, even giving us progress up to now, just as we are appearing today. So we really appreciate it. So thank you very much. We're going to question 2. Just want to check this. We're going to continue with question 2. Today they are line from that. Question 2 on regular expenditure. Thank you, Honorable Machomani. You take us through.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Machomani. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. We are in financial year of 2003. Question 2. It reads as follows. Irregular expenditure. Executive Authority in paragraph 5 of the Auditor General AG's report, the irregular expenditure of 35.822 million incurred in the current financial year and related information was not included in the notes to the financial statements as required by section 40 of subsection 3 of subsection B of Roman figure 1 of the PFMA. Expenditure was incurred in contravention of the supply chain management requirements, resulting in irregular expenditure. Executive Authority, on paragraph 44 of the AG's report, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure, as required by section 38 of subsection 1 of subsection C, Roman figure 2 of the PFMA, and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. On paragraph 48, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred irregular expenditure as required by the section 38 of subsection 1 of subsection H of Roman figure 3 of the PFMA. This is because investigation into irregular expenditure were not performed. On paragraph 49, some of the tenders which failed to achieve minimum qualifying score for functionality criteria were not disqualified as unacceptable in accordance with 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 5 of subsection 6. This non-compliance was identified in the procurement processes for the routine maintenance. On paragraph 50, procurement by other means provided in the SCM policy of the department did not cover at least the minimum requirements are required by PFMA. Instruction Note 3 of 2021 and 2022, paragraph 4.3 and 4.4. On paragraph 51, some of the contracts were awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding, in contravention of the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 4 of subsection 1 and 4 of subsection 2. Question A. It reads that, why did the accounting officer fail to include the irregular expenditure of 35,822 million here in the notes to the financial statement as required by section 40 of subsection 3 of subsection B and Roman figure 1 of the PFMA? Question B. Why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by section 38 of subsection 1, subsection C, Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and press regulation 9.1.1? Question C. Why did the accounting officer not provide the Auditor General with sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred irregular expenditure as required by section 38 of subsection 1, subsection H, subsection Roman figure 3 of the PFMA? Question D is on page 16. Why did the accounting officer fail to disqualify tenders that did not achieve minimum qualifying scores for functionality criteria? Question A, E, why did the procurement in the supply chain management SCM policy of the department fail to cover at least the minimum requirements as required by PFMA Instruction Notes 3 of 2021 and 2022, paragraph 4.3 and 4.4. Number F, why were some of the contractors awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding, in contravention of the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 4 of subsection 1 and 4 of subsection 2? Question H, who are the responsible officials? Question I, why action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? Question J, why action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? Question K, which measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Let's move to 2024 question 2 reads as follows: irregular expenditure. In paragraph 38 of the AG's report, the AG's report that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent the irregular expenditure of 883,523 million, as disclosed in note 31 to the annual financial statement, as required by section 38 of subsection 1 and subsection C, subsection Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. The majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by household contracts where bidders failed minimum qualifying criteria. In paragraph 40, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred irregular expenditure as required by section 38 of subsection 1 and subsection H of subsection Roman figure 3 of the PVMA. This was because investigation into irregular expenditure were not performed. In paragraph 41 of the AG's report, some of the quotations were not awarded in an economical manner, and or the prices of the goods or services were not reasonable as required by PVMA 38 of subsection 1, subsection B of PFMA 45 of subsection B. In paragraph 42 of the AG's report, some of the tenders which failed to achieve the minimum qualifying scores for functionality criteria were not disqualified as unacceptable in accordance with 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 5 of subsection 6. This non-compliance was identified in the procurement processes for rotten maintenance project. In paragraph 43 of the AG's report, some of the tenders that achieved the minimum qualifying scores for functionality criteria were not evaluated further in accordance with 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 5 of subsection 7. This non-compliance was identified in the procurement processes for the rotten maintenance project. In paragraph 44 of the AG's report, some of the contractors were awarded to bidders based on qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding, in contravention of the 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 4 of subsection 1 and 4 of subsection 2, requiring matters from 2022-2023 financial year. Question A reads that, why did the department incur the irregulation expenditure of 883,523 million? Question B, provide a breakdown of the amount of the irregular expenditure of 88,523 million. Question C, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective appropriate steps to prevent the irregular expenditure of 88,523 million as disclosed in note 31 to the annual financial statement as required by section 38 of subsection 1 subsection C of subsection Roman figure 2 of the PVMA? Question D, why did the accounting officer fail to take disciplinary steps against officials who incurred irregular expenditure as required by section 38 of subsection 1 subsection H subsection Roman figure 3 of the PFMA? Question E is on page 19. Why did the department incur findings from paragraph subsection 40 to subsection 44? Explain each paragraph. Question F is on page 21. Who are the responsible officials? Question G, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? Question H, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other managers? Question I, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of these findings? I think it's all. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machomane. MEC.
Thanks very much, Chair. My name is Ernest Svatao Rachuni, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo province. I will take this opportunity, Chair, and allow my HOD to respond to some of the questions that are raised here by honorable members. HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, and thanks, Honorable MEC. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I will start with the responses for the 2022-23 financial year. Mainly on the irregular expenditure. And the first question, A, is why did the accounting officer fail to include the irregular expenditure of 35.8 million in the notes of the financial statement as required by section 43BI of the PFMA? And the response, the department has disclosed all identified and recorded irregular expenditure in the notes to the annual financial statements during the reporting period when preparing the annual financial statements. The irregular expenditure mentioned in AG's report, paragraph 5, was identified during the audit, but it was impractical to determine the full extent and accurate amount of disclosure in the AFS note during adjustment. This was due to the audit findings on irregular expenditure undergoing external review or external consultation. The outcome and conclusion of the external review or consultation from the AG as technical report was released on the last day of the audit when presenting the final audit report. The time frame left the department with insufficient time to determine the irregular expenditure resulting from the expenditure contravening supply chain requirements as concluded by the auditors, and hence the qualification of the annual financial statements. And then B, and why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure? And the response, in terms of section 38, 1C, Roman letter 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulations 9.1.1, the accounting officer is expected to take effective steps to prevent the occurrence of irregular expenditure. It is true that the accounting officer has failed to take effective steps to prevent irregular expenditure of 35.822 million during the 2022-23 financial year, and the department had put measures and set internal controls in place during the 22-23 financial year. However, this failed to prevent the occurrence of irregular expenditure in that financial year of 22-23 there. The disclosed expenditure for 22-23 financial year was for contracts awarded in prior financial years. The department has since notified the provincial treasurer of this irregular expenditure is required by the Public Finance Management Act. And why did the accounting officer not provide the Auditor General with sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred irregular expenditure? And the response to that, to respond to this question, it is imperative for the committee to note the capacity challenges and instability encountered at the level of top managerial positions in the department during the 2022-23 and the 2023-24 financial years. This anomaly has delayed the implementation and finalization of consequence management during the reporting periods. The challenges are hereby listed below, And the first one is on vacant positions at top management level. That the department was put under professional assessment in the 22-23 financial year through the Office of the Premier with effect from April 2023. The service provider appointed to conduct the investigation is a company called Forensic Investigations Consulting and Risk Advisory Services, FICRA. The final report has since been submitted to the department and recommendations are being implemented. The FICRA report and status report in the implementation of the recommendation made are attached as Annexure 9, named a professional assessment report done by FICRA and status report in the implementation of the recommendations made. The scope of the work for FICRA was to investigate the state of governance, administration and service delivery in the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure for 2019-20 to 2021-22 financial years. At the period, the process resulted in the secondment of the HOD of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Mr. Soroka DT, to the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements, with effect from the 24th of April 2023 until the end of the contract in April 2024. And subsequently, the Deputy Director General, Sustainable Resource Management, Mr. Pukunzi MJ from the Limpopo Provincial Treasury was appointed as acting HOD with effect from July 2023 to date. Okay, to date then. The department...
Yeah, that is why, MEC, I said where there were developments, you must just highlight them. Because not, this one is obvious, you have indicated, but there are others. If you don't indicate, we're still going to come and ask questions and so if there are developments, just since then we've developed up to this. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, and Mr. Pukunzi has since been appointed as the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. That the department was also characterized by officials acting on rotational basis for top managerial positions, chief director levels during the reporting period. And out of the 8 positions at chief director level, the one post of the chief financial officer was filled and 7 were vacant. And those posts were subsequently filled. Most of them were filled during the 2023 financial year, and all of them are chief directors. And this then demonstrates the challenges then why we're struggling as the department to then deal with issues of consequence management. Moving forward, challenges encountered in the implementation of the consequence management, that is page 15, Roman letter 2. All top managerial positions were filled during the 22-23 and 23-24 financial years as stated above. The implementation of consequence management is a top-down process, and having officials acting on a rotational basis on these strategic positions made accountability difficult but not impossible. The newly appointed managerial team led by the acting HOD then were faced with the responsibility to accustom themselves to the new environment and were to perform the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats analysis and come up with strategies to ensure improved departmental performance and clean audit in the years under review. That is the 2022-23, 2023-24 financial years and the subsequent financial years. Amongst their many responsibilities were to come with those strategies there. This resulted in putting the process of consequence management in abeyance in favor of prioritizing the development of a turnaround program. And this was a deliberate decision to look into the SWOT analysis and come up with the strategies to reposition the department as a strategic partner in provincial infrastructure delivery management and procurement. And the turnaround program had also aligned and integrated the implementation of the recommendations of the provincial assessment report done by FICRA. And the turnaround program had those 10 outputs focusing on various aspects as depicted here. That, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, that when we came up with the turnaround strategy, we were looking into that professional assessment that was done by FICRA, that was appointed by the provincial treasurer and ultimately on behalf of Office of the Premier. And we were then aligning ourselves to that to be in line with the recommendation of that assessment report. And those are the outputs which were on program management, governance, and also organizational stabilization, because there were challenges around the stability in the department, that there is leadership that is enhanced and support of the same leadership, stakeholder engagement and management, strategic realignment, so that then we're able to redefine the role of the Department of Public Works, functional analysis and organizational enhancement, issues around change management, including coaching and mentoring, and enabling critical process improvement, capacity building, and ensure that there is transition management of capabilities and support to strategic program and projects. And now we're at a level of saying that we have a team that can align, although our work is ongoing, in our mainly our meetings, so that then we're able to ensure that we're able to respond to issues and that the organization reaches that level of stability. The turnaround program has since been adopted by the Provincial Cluster 2 Audit Committee, as they were also more on the professional assessment that was done by FICRA, and they then approved that this turnaround will assist us in implementing that professional assessment report. Furthermore, the progress report on the implementation of the turnaround program is part of the standing agenda items for the Departmental Executive Management Committee for improved monitoring and reporting. And we have attached the progress report here of that turnaround strategy. Roman letter 3, the status report on the implementation of consequence management. The implementation of consequence management in the department is of paramount importance, and as such, processes have since been initiated through the Office of the Accounting Officer. The consequence management process were delayed to afford management to acclimatize themselves with the new institutional environment following the appointment as alluded to above. It should be noted that letters have since been written to affected individual managers for them to provide an account on the AGSA audit findings relating to their areas of responsibilities in line with the AGSA reports for the 22-23 and the 23-24 financial years. And furthermore, an independent panel has been appointed to assess the response from affected managers and to subject them to disciplinary processes. We have an annexure that we have attached, annexure 11, on the letters to individual managers, Honorable Chairperson. The letters to the committee or the independent panel, which comprise mainly with senior officials from other departments, including the HOD for LIDET, that were signed in January after we have received these responses from colleagues. And we will see this repeating in terms of this independent panel and the letters that have been issued to individual chief directors. Why did the accounting officer fail to disqualify tenders that did not achieve minimum qualifying score for functionality criteria? The response, the department failed to disqualify bidders who did not achieve the minimum qualification score for functionality due to the manner in which the formula was utilized and understood. The department has been using the same functionality criteria for the routine road maintenance contract since the inception, and this was not queried prior to the 2023 financial year, and this refers to the very same other question that we spoke to earlier in the first question, Honorable Chairperson, that the department was consistent in using the formula and not disadvantaging any bidder. However, as concluded, the manner in which the formula was used by the department was incorrect, and hence the irregular expenditure, and the irregular expenditure incurred from the transactions is being investigated. And also the comments earlier of the Honorable Chair are also taken into account when we then have to evaluate this type of a bid, as we are also about to in the coming financial year. Why did procurement in the supply chain management policy of the department fail to cover at least the minimum requirements as required by the PFMA instruction note number 3, 2021-22, paragraph 4.3 and 4.4? And the response is that the department did not have a system in place to check whether the declaration made by bidders on SBD4 and on the CSD is correct or not. Hence the findings made by the AGSA. The checklist requires the officials to check whether the bidder has disclosed in the bid, and also check the CSD, as it does indicate if the bidder has a director that works for government or not. And once this is checked, the department proceeds with the procurement. And the procurement policy has since been amended to include the outstanding practice notes, and is attached as Annexure 12. Number F, why were some of the contracts awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding in contravention of the 2017 preferential procurement regulation 4.1 and 4.2? And the response is that functionality criteria can be used as a pre-qualification criteria. This means that only tenders that meet the minimum score and evaluate on price, or evaluated on price and preference to determine the most advantageous tender. And that the need to use functionality is a criterion depends on the nature of the service or commodity, including the quality, reliability, and the durability of the service. It also depends on the tender's technical capacity and ability to execute the contract. Now, on G, The request was to provide a breakdown on the irregular expenditure of 35.8 million, and the breakdown on irregular expenditure is outlined as per the table. We have Regaisi Development, Nkuna MP, 3.7 million. All of them, they are for 2019-20 financial year. That one is for fiscal security. And we have Tenza, JV Scopa Consulting. That is the name of the company. And the directors, Nomunweni TC. And we have a 20.7 million. This was for environmental consultants. We also have Motane Investment. Wambini WN is one of the directors, or is the director there. 4.3 million, 2019-20, physical security. And Dimu Lidikwena, security services. Sekonya PE, 3.5 million. For 2019-20 as well, fiscal security, and Molebocheng security services. Kumalo TT 3.3 million. 2019-20 is for fiscal security, and totaling back to that total of 35.8 million. Who are the responsible officials? And our response is that the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabani MOC, is the responsible official. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? The response is that the executive authority has issued a warning letter against the former head of department, Mr. Soroga DT, and furthermore, another letter was forwarded to the office of the Premier to take into account against to take action against the former head of department. That is Annexure 19, that is attached there. Now my eyes are starting to fail. Annexure 13, thank you very much. On J, what action did the accounting officer take? What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? The matter falls under the office of the chief financial officer, Ms. Mhlabani MOC, and the accounting officer has since written a letter to the chief financial officer requesting her to provide an account relating to this matter, and she has since responded, and that information is under Annexure 11. As I've mentioned, that I'll be referring to that annexure and the responses and the panel that was appointed by the department by Jen, that is currently evaluating this information, Honorable Chair, and we hope that they will not go beyond April, so that then we're able to close this outstanding issues. On K, which measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? The department has established an internal control unit from May 2022 to do, amongst others, pre- and post-audit for areas that are prone to result in irregular expenditure, such as SCM and recruitment, as we deal with a number of bids. When you look at our roads and also our security tender, and the post-audit will timelessly detect irregular expenditure for management to correct and disclose in the annual financial statements. And the internal control and compliance unit undertook pre-audits for all advertised bids prior to approval by the head of department from July 2023. And the department has reviewed and implemented SCM checklist for procurement committees to avoid and also to prevent non-compliance matters. And that checklist is attached as Annexure 14 of our responses. The department has trained SCM officials and other officials who serve in procurement committees during the 23-24 financial year through the provincial treasury in an attempt to prevent the recurrence of the irregular expenditure. And the training will be continuous to ensure improved knowledge and compliance to SCM prescripts on an annual basis and as and when required. And we have attached the attendance register to that training on SCM as Annexure 15. And the department has reviewed the SCM policy for 2023-24 financial year as per the AG SA action plan and the internal audit recommendations to prevent the incurring of irregular expenditure moving forward. That is Annexure 12. The department also approved and is implementing the standard operating procedures on SCM during the 23-24 financial year is attached as Annexure 16, and the head of department has approved the procurement management turnaround strategy, and it is under implementation, and that is also attached as Annexure 17. The department included the matter of procurement in the departmental turnaround program on Annexure 10 status report on the implementation of that turnaround program that we have put together in the department for implementation. And the department has advertised and filled the post of Director Procurement from 1 December 2024 and the Annexure 19 on the advert and appointment of the Director of Procurement Management, and that is part of the officials which were welcomed by the Honorable MEC in December. Other vacant procurement management posts at head office were filled from the 1st of December 2024, and the balance will be filled now in the cohort that we are currently shortlisting, or that is currently in the recruitment processes. That is on question 2, right? 22-23, and we will then be going to question 2 for 23-24 financial year. Honorable members and the honorable chair, and the honorable members. Oh yes, that is the question that is on page 13, and the response start with A on page 14. Of the 23-24 5, and the first question was, why did the department incur the irregular expenditure of 883.5 million? And the response is that the department incurred the irregular expenditure amounting to 883.5 million due to non-compliance to the PFMA and the SEM prescripts, and ineffective preventative, detective and corrective controls, multi-year contracts awarded in year financial years that are still under investigations, and the delay in the investigations and the implementations of recommendations from the prior year irregular expenditure. Now, the breakdown of the irregular expenditure is right at the end of our pack. In fact, it's Annexure 29. And that's the correction that we want to do, but it's there in our pack right at the end. And we're discussing this now with the researcher, but we managed to get that right. So it is included here in the pack. And maybe like I did with the other one, this one is quite long, of the 883 million. It is attached here as annexure number 29 and not 18 as it is in our pack.
I think it was emailed to us. That was the one that's not in our pack.
Oh, it was not in the pack. Yes, it was emailed.
In the pack, 29 is something else.
Oh, okay. But it was, indeed emailed as Honorable Member Smale has referred to it. Is all the, it then speaks to the breakdown of that irregular expenditure. And then it spoke mainly, it was in 23-24 financial year. And then what type of a company was that, and the amount, and the name of the supplier, and also that there are disciplinary processes that are currently going on. The Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members, thank you very much. And why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent the irregular expenditure of 883.523 million as discharged in note 31 of the annual financial statement as required by the PFMA? In terms of section 38, 1C, Roman letter 2 of the Public Finance Management Act and the Treasury Regulations 9.1.1, the accounting officer is expected to take effective steps to prevent the occurrence of irregular expenditure. It is true that the accounting officer has failed to take effective steps to prevent irregular expenditure of 883.5 million during the 23-24 financial year. The department had put measures and set internal controls in place during the 23-24 financial year, and as we're responding to the similar question, this failed to prevent the occurrence of the irregular expenditure in 23-24 financial year. The disclosed irregular expenditure for 23-24 financial year was mainly for contracts which are awarded or were awarded in prior financial years, routine road maintenance and security services, and the paved and unpaved contract awarded during the 23-24 financial year. The department has since notified the provincial treasury of the irregular expenditure as required by the PFMA. Why did the accounting officer fail to take disciplinary steps against officials who incurred irregular expenditure as required by section 38 of the PFMA? Our response, this response is the same as the response, Honorable Chair, for the 22-23 financial years, that in the mainly we had vacant positions, and we have also received that professional assessment report by fixture that then assisted us in putting together that turnaround strategy. And the process that was followed by the Office of the Premier then, by seconding the former HOD for the Department of Public Works to the Department of Corporate Governance and Human Settlements, and my secondment to the department, and also the filling of posts that we have already spoken to, and also the turnaround strategy that we have attached that we said as the department, we must firstly ensure that we build capacity across the board before then we can even implement consequence management, as most of the officials were acting and they were rotating on the positions. But given that we filled most of our chief director posts and we only have one vacancy now of chief director properties, who was also part of the team that was appointed here, but she then exited again the system. That position, then we're taking care of it. In the main, we'll want to see our department being stabilized there moving forward. Now, on Roman letter 3, status report in the implementation of consequence management, that is on page 18 of the 23-24 responses. The implementation of consequence management in the department is of paramount importance, and as such, processes have since been initiated through the accounting officer that we wrote to all the chief directors in the department in line or similar to the previous financial, to the 22-23 financial year response on the same matter, and that we have that annexure 20 with the copies of the letters to chief directors and also the appointment of the independent panel to assist us here with these issues. Now, on E, the question was, why did the department incur findings from paragraph 40 to 44, and explain each paragraph. And paragraph 40 is on consequence management, and the response is that the department agrees with the AGSA finding. Indeed, the consequence management process were delayed as stated under responses for question 2D above. However, the processes have commenced. And again, this also will refer us to the processes that have been initiated by the accounting officer in writing to the chief directors in the department, given the two financial years audit outcome. And Chair, on irregular expenditure on the same matter, just to maybe add to say that we are sitting now with only 11% outstanding, and this is more because we are starting to implement that consequence management in the department, and hence we mentioned the reduction of the irregular expenditure to where we are now due to the new findings as well of AG as they were auditing the 23-24 financial year. On procurement and contract management, our response, that is paragraph 41. On procurement and contract management on page 20, the department failed to negotiate prices charged by service providers on individual items within the price quotations received, which were above market related and in contravention to the requirements of the PFMA treasury instruction and checklist. This was an error in that the overall price quotations were within the market analysis except for individual items within the price quotation. The matter is part of the consequence management that is coordinated through the office of the accounting officer. Paragraph 42 and the response to paragraph 42, bidders failing to achieve a minimum qualifying score for functionality are not disqualified, rather are not proceeding to the next level of evaluation. The matter is part of the consequence management that is coordinated through the accounting officer. And paragraph 43, the response functionality criteria can be used as a pre-qualification criteria, and this means that only tenders that meet the minimum score are evaluated on price and preference to determine the most advantageous tender. And the need to use functionality as a criterion depends on the nature of the service or commodity, including the quality, reliability, durability of the service. It also depends on the tenderer's technical capacity and ability to execute the contract. And this matter also, we are implementing consequence management on it, as it was raised by the AGSA. Response to paragraph 44, functionality criteria can be used as a prerequisite criteria, and this means that those that are meeting the minimum score can be evaluated on price and move to the next level. And the need to use functionality as a criterion depends on the nature of the service or commodity, including quality, as we have already spoken to this, reliability, durability, and the service thereof. And the matter is also part of the consequence management, as is coordinated by the accounting officer. Who are the responsible officials? The response is the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mthabani, MOC. And what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? Here we are saying no action was taken against the accounting officer, as the accounting officer is taking action against the relevant officials. And the letters has been issued and to the Chief Financial Officer, and a response and the letter, they are attached as Annexure 20, and they will be subjected to the independent panel. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this finding? The accounting officer has put the following measures to prevent the recurrence of irregular expenditure: appointment of compliance officers to enforce the compliance of the SCM checklist, which is attached as Annexure 21. The internal control and compliance unit conduct pre-audits of all advertised bids prior to award by the accounting officer. An internal control and compliance unit conduct post-audits, as we have spoken to that, so that we're able to identify and correct the weaknesses there. Continuous training of SCM prescripts, and we have attached the training attendance register similar to the one in the 2022-23 financial year. Honorable Chair and the Honorable members, that we are also implementing the turnaround. We are also implementing the recommendation from transversal SCM and the internal audit, and the filling of vacancies within the procurement management, that we have already spoken to the transversal SCM's policy and the SCM approved SOP there. But maybe just to conclude on question 2, on both files, to say that consequence management also needs that we are able then to have governance structures in place that we report, and there is also accountability across the board, so that as we report, then we are able to identify where there are weaknesses, so that we can then be able to assist officials where things are actually going out of line. And our systems are running in terms of ensuring that at the end we build capacity, so that one day when I exit the department, we don't bring someone from outside to lead the department, but gradually there is that leadership growth that comes up, and that is what we are also prioritizing. And hence then we'll see that these issues or elements of wrongdoing, they will start to also go down there or decline moving forward. Thank you very much. That was on the question 2.
No, thanks very much, HOD. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Lunch is ready. I think we should just break for lunch and we'll come and ask follow-up questions after lunch. Now it's 25 past 2. Can we come back at 3 o'clock?
That's right.
This hearing is adjourned for now. Let's reconvene, colleagues. The department has presented the responses on irregular expenditure, which is question 2. And we are going to allow members, if they have follow-up questions, to ask. But before that, I just want to, this one is not a question, it's just a question to the department. Because on there is somewhere where you are indicating that, yes, it's on page 15, with the challenges encountered in the implementation of consequence management. I want to make it clear to the department that our observation is that consequence management is very minimal in the department. In fact, it's not there. And this is evidence as we present that at one stage, especially after you have filled your positions, you put in abeyance consequence management. I think that is a very serious gap. And I believe that the positions that you are talking about are top management. Top management. So if you have employed a person and you say, no, let's put these other processes in abeyance so that they are orientated, or we also have to come up with a program which resulted in 10 outputs. Of course, it's good because it shows that those individuals were having, were very proactive in terms of coming up with measures that they can take the department forward. But remember the consequence management. Now, as Scopa, we're interested in when there is an irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful. How the main thing, the first thing is how do we recover that money? Then if we say we put consequence management in abeyance, not because of the first step. Remember, in terms of treasury regulations, the first step must be an investigation. If you were saying we put it in abeyance so that we complete the investigations, it was going to be acceptable. Not because you wanted the individuals to be orientated or to be used to the environment. We're not talking about a level 2 employee here who will say no, we want to orientate so that he or she acquires skills. We have people. Let me see, when you came to this department, I believe that the next morning people will say there are potholes, and we could not say, hey, give MEC because you were to respond there and there. And the other thing is that issue of discipline, penalty time frames. Within 30 days you must have done 1, 2, 3, and then the next thing that you are going to hear is that the matter is subscribed and there's nothing that you can do because of this process. That is why I'm saying this is very serious and it has very negative impact on the, by the time after whatever time you go to the consequence management, others have retired. So the report next time will come to say, hey, we could not institute any disciplinary because this person has retired, has passed on, was transferred, and all those things. So that I know you may be tempted to answer it, but now I don't want answers. I'm just saying this was a very serious gap that you could not identify, that it can have very negative consequences. And the other thing is the issue of what action was taken by the accounting officer on the CFO. There is an evidence that the letter was written to the CFO and she responded. And then from there, what is said here, the disciplinary case, there was a panel that was issued. So my question is that, did the accounting officer consider the submission by the CFO? Because that is where we should have said they were acceptable or they were not acceptable. So now we are formally charging you. There was supposed to be that indication to say, we received your presentation, but we believe that they are not convincing. So now we are charged. And then the issue of disciplinary panel will come after that. But we don't have that indication whether the accounting officer was not satisfied with the presentation of the CFO and then felt that it must be disciplined. So these are the two issues that I wanted to raise. But concerning consistently, there are indications that we acquired irregular expenditure because of the non-compliance of the SCM regulations. And I used to say, non-compliance is deliberate. It's deliberate. And we don't hear anywhere where it's indicated that action was taken about that particular issue. So those are the issues that I wanted to raise before I even open floor for follow-up questions. Honorable Machete, Honorable Mempompolumi, Honorable Maida, in that order.
No, thanks, Chair. Machete Pesi, member of this committee. I just want to speak to the issue of consequence management, but further ask questions for clarity. The issue that at some stage consequence management was in an abeyance, it's a reflection of a relaxation of the regulations. So at that stage they were relaxed. And therefore that to me was a very serious flop on the part of the department. But going forward, one will then say, because that was done in favor of the turnaround strategy. But the question that arises is, what is the impact of that turnaround strategy? And whether you are ready to implement consequence management. That will be the question. And the second question is, there is an issue of the training, and I think with regard to the internal control unit, that's page 19 of the 2022-2023. The question is, the training that was conducted, was it informed by needs as identified by the department? Was it based on the lack of skills or skills gap, or informed by any amendment that were relevant at that stage? Because it is our view that in everything that we do, we should not be seen to be compromising the spirit of selection and recruitment policy of the department. Unless if we are told that there was an accrual of employees who were appointed then and therefore they did not possess the prerequisite skills to perform. But central to that, we should understand, because workshops and seminars and training also have cost implications. And my view is that they must always be informed by needs. So that where there's no need, we must be able to direct such an allocation to service delivery. Because it is our belief that people who are here have gone to school and therefore they can only require more of seminars and workshops on amendments and so on, which is understood. So I just want clarity on that, MEC, and thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Muloni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempo Muloni Tambeleni Colbert. Question 1, MEC, relates to failure to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38, subsection 1C, Roman figure 2 of the PFMA. In the year 2022 and 2023, you failed to take that effective steps after there is a loss or irregular expenditure of 35,822. And again in 2023-2024, 883,526,000 on irregular expenditure. And even there, you fail to develop the effective and appropriate steps to prevent this irregular expenditure. The Department of Public Works is at the center of effective service delivery. And if we fail to prevent this irregular expenditure, it means that even for some years, we are going to have some millions lost, but not effectively implemented in order to have effective service delivery in this province. And I think it is high time that we, immediately to that particular year, because we are at the state now, we are the government. You have the mandate. Can't say, yesterday I was not there and what. And let's intervene in these areas. The other one, the chairperson and also Honorable Machetes reflected on it, on the turnaround strategy. You see, MEC, my heart is just bleeding on this one, that how on earth you can just put abeyance the consequence management in favor of or prioritizing the development of the other things. For my understanding, the turnaround strategy should have included the consequence management and include it in the turnaround strategy. Because this issue to say that we are in the government, we will do as we wish, no, it's not going to give our people a better life. And through providing effective service delivery. I'm not going to dwell much on this. The chairperson has already indicated our frustration because according to me, there is no consequences management the department is taking. Other departments are demoting both chief director to director and also dismissing the people because of the wrongdoings in the department. And I'm saying that this committee wants you to take the consequence management serious. And the other thing is on the D, why did the accounting officer fail to disqualify tenders that did not achieve minimum qualifying score of functionality criteria? When I read, maybe it's subjective to me, I see a reflection of a debate between the AG and the department on the use of this the functionality, as you indicated that the functionality criteria can be used as a pre-qualification criteria. So can you have similar understanding on the matter so that you will easily take the decisions? That is just any input which does not require a response. And the other simple thing is that in page 17, in your response on the very same question, that you did not have a system in place to check whether the declaration made by bidders on SBD4 and CSD is correct or not. This opened a door for corruption. This opened doors for fraud. And I think we must also take into consideration and have a sensitive stand on this particular issue. And then the last one is the attendance register for supply chain training, like Honorable Scopa indicated on the annexure. I don't know whether just in page 19, annexure 15, attendance register for supply chain management training. For me, the attendance register does not specifically talk to what you are talking here, unless if I'm making the mistake. But the attendance register which is there is for the organizational structure. It's not, this annexure does not talk to the explanation you are talking. I think you will rectify that. So unless if I'm not seeing that, but the which is there is the organizational structure attendance register, not the workshop or the training of the supply chain management. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Maila.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Just two questions. The first one is that I see here the warning has been issued for Ms. Mhlabane. But what I want to know just about the companies which have been part of irregular expenditure. Are they still running a business? Are they still having a business with the department? Secondly, what is the recovery plan for irregular expenditure? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. We always make reference to section 38 of the PFMA, but I would like to make this time reference to section 81 of the PFMA. And 81 and 83, the PFMA says an accounting officer and accounting authority shall commit an act of financial misconduct if the accounting officer or accounting authority makes and permits these irregular expenditures. And this is a very strong action that is being prescribed by the PFMA, and to say that there has been capacity constraints for you not to being able to deal with it. Honourable MEC, it simply does not suffice. Because what I would have wanted to see in this report, because when I opened the the annexure 29 with the status report on the various cases. So the majority of them, I want to first deal with the disciplinary issues that are in process. It's not clear when you started that disciplinary process. One. It's also not clear because you haven't got a CRO investigation report here. And I don't know, the disciplinary process is one side, but from a compliance point of view, there's an internal investigation to determine the exact faults. So there should be that speaks to what is the action that you should have been taking place. That recommends maybe disciplinary process. That recommends a review process of maybe your systems or your policy. And none of those, I don't see any of those CRO investigations report that a normal other department would normally put in their files for us. So can we then, is there indication that those CRO reports actually took place, actually did happen? And then the majority of the 800 million talks about incorrect formula applied on households. Is my understanding that the formula talks to how do we do the component of BEE and the strength of the company? I would think that is that. So the formula was maybe incorrectly applied. Then it comes back to the office of the CFO and the accounting and the HOD. Although there has been a move in the HOD, I understand where you come from, HOD, but there's a vacuum and you take over that vacuum. Supply chain managers and bid evaluation committees cannot sit, not because you delegate authority and then you say you must know all the prescripts and you must know all of this and all of these procedures. So if you are doing so many incorrect formulas applied, it then talks to a department that put people in place to make decisions that actually did not apply their mind correctly or did not know what to do. And it talks to the training part, but shouldn't be a training part because you should have the Director of Supply Chain Management in there, you should have the CFO in that space. So I'm then very concerned that one would miss something big like that. Except if you can argue that in the previous round you used Formula X and it wasn't picked up by the AG or it was passed by the AG and now it's not passed and there's an argument on that. Then you've got a foot. But if it's not, then accountability must go towards the financial side and why it wasn't being done. And therefore we cannot accept the issue of non-accountability in that space. If my previous colleague here spoke about a written warning letter, if the written warning letter does reflect to any of these cases of irregular expenditure, to your Annex 29, any of those line items, then I would have a problem with that, because all of this is, I am in process, nothing here says concluded. So please then actually just explain then, MEC. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. And the last thing is on the SWOT analysis. You indicated that there was a SWOT analysis, but we don't hear where you are mentioning what you have discovered in terms of your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat. Because I think that if you have mentioned those, they were going to assist you in strategic planning and even in dealing with other issues that we are raising. So for the fact that it is just mentioned, but you don't tell us about the results of that particular analysis, then it means it was not useful for you, because you were able to say this was the strength, this was the weakness, and then here is the program, just like that. So I think that was the last thing. As you, Honorable Faith.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson. Mine is just one thing, which I think will border mainly on our staff component when packaging the files. We are denied an opportunity to know about the professional assessment from FICA. It's only on Annexure 17. It's only A, the rest nothing. Annexure 17. Please treat us well, do quality assurance on our submissions, and make sure that everything is there. It's not only this one. There are many things that we still have to go and check.
Yeah, I think there are pages missing there. On the recommendation is only one, and it shows that was not the last page. Honorable Scopa.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Scopa, member of Scopa. Chair, mine is just two with regards to why the accounting officer failed to include the regular expenditure of 35 million in the financial statements. And the reason there was that it was due to the undergoing external review or consultation. So I wanted to check if the department is not running a risk of setting a precedence of contesting the finding of the AG's report. Are they not going to find themselves taking each other back and forth, trying to contest their findings now? Secondly, well, they've already spoken about the consequence management, but with regards to the turnaround strategy plan that they are working on, I see according to that in Annexure 10 that the turnaround strategy is forming part of the executive management committee meetings. So I wanted to check how effective is this program, the turnaround program. Has it been effective, and if so, how?
Thank you very much. MEC.
Thanks very much, Chair and honorable members. My name is Ernest Swataulo, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. I'll firstly, Chair, through you, allow... It's after lunch, you just have to button us. So I through you, Chair, I'll allow HOD to start, and then I'll finish. HOD.
No, thank you very much once more. My name is Muthanke Pukunzi. I am the head of Department, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I think some were inputs that will then take back home to ensure that we then implement. But maybe the word in abeyance is unfounded here. Sorry? In abeyance, yeah, sorry. Now, yeah. The abeyance word is unfounded here because we continued to do the work as the Department of Public Works. And when you look into the progress that we made on the Scopa resolutions, that was mainly around consequence management, because we were sitting at around 3 billion, and now we are sitting at 800 million. And for us to be there, we continued to work through our Chief Risk Officer in following up on our irregular expenditure and other transgressions. And the CFO will come in here, and maybe just to add to say, we continued then to work. It's just that the chairperson is correct to say that when you are new in a position, you don't then suspend whatever that has actually happened in the past. You are supposed to also deal with that. Maybe it's how we put it, but we're implementing consequence management. And the gap that was identified also, that we have noted from the chairperson about whether we did an assessment of the information that we received from our chief directors. Maybe before we should have then gone to the next level of the panel, we should have taken that to our chief risk officer for our proper investigations and processes, but then we'll then follow up on that also, Chair. But those gaps are noted, and thank you so much. I think the other one was on the relaxation of regulations, which is more in line with the same issue of suspending consequence management, but it was coupled with the impact of the turnaround strategy, because with the turnaround strategy, what we wanted to achieve as the department was that managers must be able to manage. And as they manage, then we are able to ensure that we also put internal control in place as we implement our priorities as the Department of Public Works. But as I have mentioned earlier, that there is also that stability in management and leadership that will then cascade down to everyone that is in the department. And currently, colleagues are able to put together strategies, a number of strategies that then, as the department, we are putting implementation plans to implement those strategies. More on the very same issues around rentals, on issues of disposal management, but more also around infrastructure management, and ensuring that our districts are also at that level are functional and are able to do what we are expecting them to assist us with as the Department of Public Works. So there is that level of maturity in terms of doing the work, ensuring that we are able to lead, we are able to hold others accountable. Obviously, when you are put in a position of leadership, you must be able to put your team in one room and discuss the work that you are doing or what you are supposed to do, to plan and also implement. And I think the team is at that level of ensuring that as public works, the public is working because of public works. Now, just on the SCM training, and the CFO will come in there to say Treasury leads in terms of the training. And obviously, if you are a department that is not doing well, is that you will then ask officials to be part of these processes. And obviously, this is more on the findings of the irregular expenditure that we'll then talk to as we respond to other questions. But whilst then you have a team that is working, that is in the department, but there are those transgressions in terms of compliance, then you will then put their names forward. But we do then agree to say, then just attaching the names does not really talk to the challenge that we are facing. Because we must then also try and also gauge the impact of the training on supply chain management in dealing with all those issues of irregular expenditure in the Department of Public Works. And therefore we'll look into that, and as we respond, we'll also change the approach as it was also advised by the honorable member here in the committee. CFO will talk about the failure to prevent irregular expenditure for the two financial years, so that then directly we talk to our response, and I think that will be coupled with the formula, as then it also speaks to that directly there. And we fully agree, and hence these issues of the turnaround strategies, and also the ensuring that we have reporting lines in terms of those governance structures that are in the department, that we are in the center of service delivery. And we are not only delivering for public works, we are delivering for the entire province. And therefore, we must be at that level of ensuring that as we deliver these services, then we're able to deal with the challenges around irregular expenditure, as then this also does not really put us in a very good picture, because tomorrow we'll be required to go out and look for money from private sector and everywhere. But if our finances are not in line, we then have to then put everything in line. CFO will come in there. I think on the turnaround strategy and suspending consequence management, that we've taken note of that. I think that is then how we have coined our report, our English there, that was not really supposed to be there. But I mean, can I say together, concurrently, what we wanted to see happening is that there is also capacity across the board, as then we use that word of saying, let us then wait so that everyone understands the responsibilities, so that we don't then repeat the wrong things that we have been doing, but that is noted. Now we're looking at the report here with the Honorable MEC, and that is the report that will come from the PAG in terms of where we are as Public Works transversally around Scopa resolutions. And we are sitting nicely just under the Department of Sport. That is, in terms of what is still outstanding, their percentage is there, then comes us right at the bottom. And that on its own is really encouraging, because it shows that we have been trying our best to implement the Scopa resolutions. And when we come back, certainly on what has been outstanding, there will be an improvement there. CFO, you're coming. I'm just then checking or it was more on the very same companies, whether they are still doing business with us, and the reports that are still, that we don't have the full investigation report attached. We still have, there is a disciplinary process. What is that we are talking to, and the incorrect formula that I said, then when we talk to irregular, we'll talk to it. But on the SWOT analysis was done before we can put together our APP for the current financial year, Honorable Chair. And maybe we didn't then just specify. It was, the process was to identify our strength, our weaknesses, you know, and all that, the threats, so that when we then put together our APP and we come up with our measurable objectives, then we're able then to rise to the occasion, so that we deal with issues of weaknesses and also the issues of threats. It's just that maybe as we're replying, we never thought of going to that level, but it was more ensuring that we deliver the services better. The FICTA report, I think it is in one of the files, and I don't know how we missed it in another file. But the FICTA report on the assessment, we do have that report, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah. CFO, yeah, I think that issue of the external review, as it was raised to say, are we then contesting the audit? We will also talk to that. I think we have dealt with these issues, and I've spoken about the turnaround strategy as well. Because what we have done is that as we meet in our meetings as the department, and I don't want to talk meetings, but to say as we meet and engage, as we leave that room, we must leave as new people. Whether we are online or we are in one room sitting with management. But when we leave, we have to then carry our responsibilities better, and there must be an improvement in what we are doing. And therefore, as we go into these discussions, we are putting our turnaround strategy forward, so that as we then work, we're able then to ensure that everything is actually embedded in what we are doing as the department.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I will respond to some of the issues that were raised by the honorable members. I will start with the FICRA report in terms of the professional assessment in the 2022-23 financial year. File chair is annexure number 9. On the matter, as seeming like we are disputing the findings of the AGSA, having gone and even an extent of getting an external review. As a department, when we were dealing with the 2022-23 audit, we received 2 communication of findings from the Auditor General of South Africa. It was on the issues of the routine road maintenance bid that we awarded. And as we indicated that our understanding on the utilization of the formula to determine whether the bidders have reached the minimum score in terms of functionality, there was a different interpretation between ourselves and how the AGSA recalculated those points that we allocated to various bidders. So as a department, we then took the matter with our provincial treasury, and AGSA then took the matter with their technical experts on the matter. And we then saying that we then received the feedback from AGSA on the day that they were issuing the report to us as a department on the 31st of July in 2023. So that is how we could not then determine the full extent of the irregular expenditure on the 22 household contracts that we've awarded to the 22 bidders in the 22 municipalities. So we could not then amend or adjust our AFS so that we are not qualified on the issue here, irregular expenditure during 2022-23 financial year. So both ourselves and the HSA have to escalate the matters, not only on our side, Chairperson. And yes, even after the Provincial Treasury responded and said they believe that we had used the formula correctly, HSA with their technical expert, they felt no, we didn't interpret that formula correctly. And then indeed, then the irregular expenditures was confirmed. The investigations are still unfolding as per Annexure 29, honorable members. So in that Annexure 29, we're trying to indicate that of the 883 million that we incurred as irregular expenditure, that those, our internal control and compliance unit undertook what we call a determination test on all the irregular expenditure that we incurred in 22-23 and 23-24 financial year. And where it was clear that there was a negligence from members of the BEC, then the internal control then referred those matters to our labor relations unit for disciplinary processes of those officials that served in those committees. But where there is an element of fraud or even worse than that those items or those bids were then referred to the CRO's office. So the Chief Risk Officer is still doing the investigation. We have received the draft reports they need to serve before the Financial Misconduct Board for the household contracts as well as the paved and unpaved contracts that we awarded in 2022-23 financial year and in 2023-24 financial year. So that is what the status report is indicating, that these are under investigations and these ones are under disciplinary processes. So the issues around whether we need to recover or money regarding the irregular expenditure to be informed by the investigation reports. And once the investigation reports have been recommended by the FNB for the approval of the accounting officer, once we receive those recommendations, then the HOD will then implement the recommendations of the investigation reports. The issues around training of officials that serve in the procurement committees, Chair, were mandated as per the transversal policy from Treasury to say on an annual basis, officials must attend these workshops for them to serve in the bid committees. So that is why in 2023-24, we have that attendance register. I see it's written organizational structure. I don't know why it's written like that. But that training was a physical one that was conducted in Bolivia. And for 2023-24 financial year, then the training was done virtually. When you look in the file for 2023-24 financial year, the annexure there is not even clear because we attended virtually that particular training. For the 2025-26 financial year, the training has already happened last week, Friday. We attended virtually. So all officials that serve in our bid committees are mandated to attend the workshop on the functionality of these bid committees so that we try and minimize these non-compliance matters so that they understand their roles in the bid committees and make sure that when they develop the specification, is compliant to the laws and regulations, because if the spec is wrong, it's going to result in us also at the award. We're going to award wrongly, and then it will be irregular expenditure. So that's why all the officials that we are, as various program managers that we are planning to nominate to serve in these committees, need to attend the training for them to serve in those committees. So on an annual basis, we then subject our officials and to that supply chain training in as far as the responsibilities of the committees are concerned. We indicated in one of our responses that as a department we do not have a system to check whether Mhlabane MOC works for government, whether national department or provincial department or the Department of Sports across or a municipality or an SOE. we rely on the CSD because it will indicate whether this person, the directors are government officials or not. And when we check that and we find that the directors are not are not employees of government, and when we check the SBD for that they would have declared as bidders, we don't have any other system to check that, to confirm. We rely on those two documents. So if someone works for the National Department of Home Affairs, as a department, we will not know that if they've not declared it in the SBD4 to say, as the director of this company, they are also a government official employed by the Department of Home Affairs. We don't have a system to assist us in doing that. In our response, we also indicated how we want to try and prevent these non-compliance matters going forward. And we indicated that our internal control and compliance unit was only established in 2022-23 financial year when we started implementing the new organizational structure. But it has been fully functional from 2023-24 financial year in the main. And they are assisting us in doing the pre-audit, especially for the advertised bids, so that before the accounting officer signs off the recommendations from the BAC, they then check whether indeed we followed the right processes to make sure that we prevent these irregular expenditures. So for those that were procuring through quotations, they do what we call a post-audit, and where they find this non-compliance, we then do the determination and disclose in our irregular expenditure note on an annual basis. And we go through the full cycle of investigation where we need to investigate, and we then go through consequence management where we need to go through consequence management. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks, CFO. I'm still Ernest Swataulu Rachwen, Pagana Savi. The MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. You know, Chair, it's very difficult to debate the issue that has to do with principle on what must happen. Even if we can talk here, try to explain whatever, but if something is principle, it's within the law, you can't try to spin it. I'm saying this because as the executive authority, I hereby accepting that things has not been going well, and taking from this constructive criticism and comments from honorable members that they've raised here. And I'm saying myself, together with the accounting authority, we clearly, Chair, need to pause and reflect on this thorny issue of consequence management. It's a fact. And we also, in the process, need to put a radar on SCM processes, supply chain management processes, so that we can be able to nip in the bud this animal called irregular expenditure. Because here we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And I agree that where people transgressed, there must be recovery of such funds. So, Chair, will definitely go back and seriously look into this matter. And I think
the honorable members here were very clear. And there's nothing that we can then want to explain more except the response that we have written here. So, Chair, I'm saying that we have heard you as the committee, that you are not happy. And like all of us, I think we share the same sentiment, and we will go back. What encourages some of us is that for now there's capacity in terms of personnel, the warm bodies and all that. So we'll be able to assist each other. And also there's an appetite of changing things, the way we've been doing things. So I think that I can put my head on the block here, that we are going to try by all means to make sure that the issues that were raised sharply here by honorable members, especially on the issue of consequence management, and also in the pace and the manner in which we are dealing with it, we are going to look into that. Maybe Chair, now because my accounting authority is clear and sure on what is happening. It's no longer the acting HOD, it's the HOD. So on a lighter note, maybe from here, heads will roll. So we have given him machinery. So we hope that those that need him as the accounting authority, officer, he will be able to deal with them, because HOD, as the executive authority, if you don't take decisions as the accounting authority, I will take decisions on you as the executive authority. Those are my last words. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MEC. Exactly, it's exactly what you said. To say, if the HOD is not applying consequence management, you should apply consequence management on him. And if you don't apply consequence management on him, the premier will apply consequence. It's like we said the other time, the issue of that sequence, if batays are performed, there is the fire. If the fire is not performing, just like that. So everybody has responsibility. But the accounting officer, you must make sure that the CFO takes actions. If he does not take action, then action is against her. And the CFO also has a manager who must take action about a particular individual. If he does not take action about so that there should be that issue of saying everybody must know, I must do my own responsibility. So if in between China and Nairobi, then the accounting officer, you are responsible. It doesn't matter Nairobi either. You are taking charge. But the other thing that I want to mention, MEC, is that now we rely on the information that you give us. When you say consequence management was put in abeyance, we take it as such. We take this as such. And that is why we are giving you opportunity to present word by word. So that if maybe abeyance was a challenge, you should have said during that particular time, we did not mean to say abeyance, we wanted to say 1, 2, 3. So if it is like this, now we say, oh, it means that we said, oh, nobody's going to be disciplined. We'll see after 2 years. So just wanted to emphasize that particular issue. So I understand sometimes, words can be problematic. But I hope that we are done with question 2, if we can be allowed. So can go to question 2, question 3.
That English.
Honorable,
That English.
Yeah, English is problematic, so we don't, that's not the use of words. And if you can just give an example, the other word that you have just mentioned that is unfounded, it is also meaning something else that you see. So the words are I agree with you that words are problematic, but at least when you are given an opportunity to present, just you say, hey, abeyance. No, we did not mean to say abeyance. So you have opportunity to correct it as Honorable Machete is presenting the question.
Okay. Thanks very much, Machete Pesi, member of this committee. Question 3, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executive authority on page, that's 2022-2023, I apologize. Executive authority on page 134 of the annual report. The department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year amounting to 109,000. Cumulative fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at 31 March 2023 amount to 3,948 million. It's on page 20. Question 3A, why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B, provide a breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? F, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and responsible officials? G, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? We are done on 2023, we are now on 2023-2024. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Page 22. Executing authority on page 158 of the AG's report. The closing balance of the department's fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the 31st March 2024 is at 28.11 million, recurring matter from 2022-2023 financial year. 3A, why did the department incur a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 28.011 million? B, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? C, provide the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? F, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machete. MEC?
Thanks very much, Chair. My name is Ernest Sibatau Rachel Pagana Sabi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. I will allow the HOD to start when I will be a sweeper. HOD.
Thank you very much once more, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and our Honorable MEC. I'll be responding to question 3 for the 2 financial years, 22-23. Oh, my name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and my apology. I will be responding to 22-23 and 23-24 financial years. Why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The accounting officer allowed the department to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to several factors. And the first one is the one that we discussed during question 1, Honorable Chair, that the expenditure on interest paid on municipal and ESCOM overdue accounts was unavoidable because the due date for ESCOM payments fall outside the provincial payment run date. This created a situation where interest payment became necessary to avoid service disruptions. Secondly, the issue has been escalated to the Treasury in the previous financial years, indicating efforts to address the underlying challenges. Additionally, municipalities' lack of reconciliation of accounts and efforts to address this issue have been escalated to COGSTA. Some municipalities have stopped charging interest. It is important to note that the department is complying with PFMA Section 38 regarding payment of invoices by processing invoices with interest within 30 days. B, provide a breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and that is on Annex 20 of our response file on the same issues, mainly on the ESCOM interest paid. There is quite a very long list of the interest that we paid as the department there. Is on Annex 20 there. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? The response there, no amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been recovered, as the investigation report did not recommend any recovery, and the investigation report on fruitless and wasteful expenditure is Annex 21. Who are the responsible officials? All district directors, Ms. N. Khobe of Waterberg District, Ms. Emmanuel of Sekhukhune District, Mr. Masedi of Capricorn District, Mr. Baloi of Mopane District, and Mr. Chindani of Bembe are responsible for payment of municipal services and electricity to ESCOM and municipalities. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? No action has been taken by the executive authority against the accounting officer as per the investigation report. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the responsible officials? And the response, no action has been taken by the accounting officer against the chief financial officer and responsible officials, as the investigation report did not recommend any consequence management. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The department is allocating adequate budget for municipal services items such as water, electricity, and licensing to prevent delays in payment processing. The department met with ESCOM to request that interest only be charged on account if not paid within 30 days of receipt of an invoice, vis-a-vis being charged from the date of the invoice by ESCOM, and the request has not been acceded to, especially for accounts that ESCOM has classified as large accounts. And the expenditure reports on these items are discussed in monthly finance management meeting and quarterly executive management meetings to monitor that no fruitless and wasteful expenditure is incurred by the department. And the comments also of the Honorable Chairperson earlier will be taken into account. Or further, as we have already started, that we continue to engage Treasury and also Office of the Premier in this regard. On 23-24 financial year, the file from page 23, we're responding to question 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Why did the department incur a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 28 million? And the response still speaks to the overdue accounts by EXCOM. By the first one, and the second one is the other fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred as a result of payment for standing time during the closure of the Maputamalaji Hospital project site, which was unavoidable. And how much of the fruitless and expenditure, of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? We didn't recover on the account of EXCOM, as we've already spoken to that on Annexure 3. And on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred on Maputamalaji project, the investigation on the matter is still underway, and it is coordinated by the Provincial Treasury. And let me mention that we recently received the report, Honorable Chair, on Maputamalaji only a day before yesterday. And for us to be able to access the report, we were supposed then to also receive the password from the service provider. And today the PAG, whilst we were here, she shared the password with us. And therefore the report on Maputamalaji is there, and it has been concluded. We did discuss it between ourselves and the Department of Health for inputs with the Provincial Treasury and the service provider. And that process has since been concluded. And the report is there. And obviously when we then clear or submit our financial statements now, we'll have then gone through that process of starting with the consequence management of this irregular expenditure. Oh, this one is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you. The Annexure 25 that is attached, then it gives that breakdown for that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Who are the responsible officials? The same response as the first one on ESCOM, all district directors, and the second one, the responsible officials of Maputamalaji matter will be determined upon a finalization of the investigation that is currently just being completed. And what action did the accounting officer take against the officials? On ESCOM, the response is the same as the 1/4/22/23 financial year. And for Maputamalaji, Honorable Chair, we were waiting for that report, and now we have the report that will then assist us in clearing that. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? I think on the ESCOM account, we did then highlight earlier to say that we are also engaging Coxstar in our committee there, the steering committee on municipal accounts that we are attending with them together with the provincial treasury and all other departments who are part of that. And on Maputa Malachi, the department is improving on project management to ensure that projects are implemented on time, and wherein there are challenges such are timeously resolved to prevent incurring fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And you know, in some instances, just to add there, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members, is when you are having the contractors that are not doing well, and we then take time without cancelling those contracts. But again, it's around issues of stakeholder management. If we take time without informing our honorable MECs, either two departments, so that they can also assist us in intervening where we're having challenges of this standing time like Maputa Malachi, then we'll then continue incurring this type of expenditure. But when we continue to report to department that we are implementing on their behalf and taking our MECs on board, easily we're able to deal with this, because we had a similar challenge in Lepalale at Botshabelo Library, and our MECs came in there to assist us in unblocking some of those challenges by engaging the contractor and the communities. And the department is implementing the 2022 National Treasury Framework on unwanted expenditure to ensure that determination, assessment, and investigation is conducted within the stipulated time frames. Those are responses to the 2 financial years on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Honorable MEC, thank you very much.
No, thanks, HOD. Through you, Chair. CFO, is there anything that you want to add?
No.
Chair, I'm also fine. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. MEC, the first response there, the question was, why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur? And the accounting officer is, yes, I allowed the fruitless expenditure. And I understand indeed that the HOD was indicating that the use of it. I know it's from the question that why did you allow, but if you have not allowed, unless if the accounting officer is allowed, and according to my understanding, the accounting officer did not allow the expenditure, the fruitless expenditure. They incurred because of the factors that were to be mentioned. So if we were to be exclusive, to just say, okay, indeed, they are agreeing that they allowed this to happen. So the capturing, sometimes you must just check it. And the other capturing that we also have to look at, the response on question number C. How much of the fruitless expenditure is the program? Yes, it's C. How much? And even on the action to be taken, but because the report did not recommend any recovery, did not recommend any action. I think you should have a coined it better, because it means, okay, the report is not saying anything, so we are not going to take anything. So if we could have captured in the spirit of bullet number 2, that the recommendation to say no recovery of fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred, because since the root cause of this transaction could not be linked to any individual, so it was closing all these gaps. So if we are saying Because the report is saying, what are you saying? That's the question. So I just wanted to highlight this thing so that sometimes our wording in the report, they can give a different impression. But anyway, those are the only two things that I wanted to highlight. Are there questions on question 3? Honorable Small?
Yeah, Chairperson, I want to start with on G, on your responses there, that this is your corrective measures that you put in place. Now, first of all, on your last bullet, you say the expenditure reports on these items are discussed in a monthly finance management meeting and quarterly executive meetings to monitor that no fruitless and wasteful expenditure happens. That's now 22-23, ESCOM. So now you've got a plan. Now I take this one, new year, and it's coming, and it's there. And now I go to your quarterly reports that you already started for the new financial year, and it's there. So whatever you're discussing, whatever systems you are putting in place, whatever you think you are doing, you are not getting it right. Fact. And the PFM say you've got to make sure that you've got efficient and transparent systems in place to make sure that we minimize the risk. Now, I'm saying to Honorable MEC, the people on your left is failing because they're either not monitoring and evaluating the system and they're not addressing it as it goes. I won't venture into the hospital thing because I think it will be premature for me to do so, taking into account what the HOD just said on the report. So I will just leave it there because I've got an opinion on that, but I think it will be premature on that regard. So, Honourable MEC, it's not working. Somewhere there's a weak system. Either ESCOM must email you directly or communicate directly with you because you're either getting it late and the districts are too slow, or the districts are undercapacitated, or their IT systems are not, or their systems are not working, and which causes these things. Somewhere, something is wrong. So you can't say you've got a plan and the plan for 2.5 years are giving you the same results. You've got to think differently. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
And I think I need to indicate that in your previous file, on the very same matter, you indicated the issue of non-alliance of the bus and the billing system. That you receive the invoice after the run of the department, which is not controlled by the department. That is why I said we need to engage as the government on this one. All the departments are experiencing this thing because, so in this report, I'm not sure if it is still there. It's still there, okay. But the difference is with the district, because the districts are saying, they are also saying the billing system or the invoices come late after they have charged the interest. So you see, we've got one problem, but the approach in solving it is not going to be the same. So I think that plan must talk to this issue. So thank you. I think Honourable Spano was just a comment.
Yeah, so it's a comment.
Yeah, let me see. Maybe you want to say something on.
Yeah, no. Thanks, Chair and honourable members. I'm Rachel Ernest Svatau Pagana Xavier, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo province. Chair, I think we take the counsel about how we need to strengthen our
or tighten our systems. And also, I think it's very important for us to sit down with ESCOM and see how best can we work together. But it also shows that we have to do a close monitoring, especially of our districts, because they are the ones that are dealing with this matter directly with the ESCOM at the level of districts. So also the issue of the plan, HOD, I think we need to take it into cognition that we just have to have a clear plan on how we're going to deal with this issue going forward. I'm saying, Chair, that in the next session that will be summoned here by yourselves, there will be progress about this matter. I'm also going to be part of this issue, because ESCOM is part of us. It can be us who then don't adhere to what we are supposed to do as the department. So we are going to make sure that at our level, with those that are responsible, we'll be able to sit down and see how best can we deal with the issue. In terms of our systems, I think my colleagues here are listening to what the honorable members are advising on what must happen. And we are indeed going to do that, Chair. Thanks very much.
Are you still going to appear to Scopa even next session? You thought you were going to get a clean audit.
And I'll be reporting to Scopa on how we got that clean audit.
It's fine, we'll take it. We'll take it. He can come to the 14th meeting. We'll bring him there. We'll bring him there.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Lempombrolo, can you take us through the
Thank you, Chairperson.
Question 4.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Lempombrolo TC. Question 4 in page 23 on the year ended 31st March 2023. Question 4, accrued departmental revenue. Executive authority on paragraph 3. The Auditor General was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the amount disclosed as accrued departmental revenue, as the department does not have an adequate system of internal control for recording accrued rental transactions. The AG was unable to determine whether any adjustment was necessary to accrue departmental revenue stated at 117,746,000 in note 29 of the financial statements. The department did not implement adequate internal controls for billing tenants, as flat rates were not charged in accordance with the approved rental tariffs. As a result, accrued departmental revenue is understated by 42,206,000 in note 29 to the financial statement. Question A. Why did the accounting officer fail to provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence to the Auditor General for recording accrued departmental revenue transactions?
B.
And then B, why did the accounting officer fail to implement an adequate internal control system for billing of tenants? C, incorrectly written B. Who are the responsible officials? The next question, D, what action did the department take against the responsible officials? E, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct the matter? Then, in the year ended 31st March 2024 in page 25. Question 4, accrued departmental revenue. The executive authority in paragraph 3 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that the billing of tenants on water and electricity was not charged in accordance with the approved rental tariffs, whereas some tenants were not billed at all for services received. Accrued departmental revenue is understated by 075,858 in 2022-2023 and 42,206,566 in note 30 to the financial statements. In paragraph 4, the AG was unable to determine whether any adjustment was necessary to accrue departmental revenue stated at 151,413 in 2023 and also 117,629 in the financial statement, a recurring matter from 2022-2023 financial year. Question 1. Why did the accounting officer fail to charge the tenant for water and electricity per the approved rental tariffs? B. Why were some tenants not billed at all for services received? C. Provide the database of all the tenants per district. D. Why was accrued departmental revenue understated by 680,75858 and 42,206,566? E. Who are the responsible officials? F. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? G. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this recurrence? Thank you, Chairperson. That is the last question.
Thank you very much. MSC?
Thanks very much, Chair. My name is Ratchweni Ernest Swataul Pagana Thavir, MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure in Limpopo Province. Chair, allow me to give my accounting officer a chance to respond to some of the issues that were raised here by, or questions that were raised here by honorable member.
Thank you very much. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Thanks, Honorable Chair and the honorable members, the honorable MEC. Question 4 for 22-23 and 23-24. It is on accrued departmental revenue, and earlier we were talking about the same accrued departmental revenue that has led to our financial statements being qualified, Honorable Chair. And the first question there was, why did the accounting officer fail to provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence to the Auditor General for recording accrued departmental revenue transactions? There were critical vacancies within the Management Accounting Directorate during this financial year, which affected the quality of recording, reconciliation, monitoring revenue, and debt management and accounting for accrued departmental revenue after the audit of 2021-22 financial year. And the post of Director, Management Accounting, Deputy Director, Revenue and Systems, Deputy Director, Debt Management, and Assistant Director, Debt Management were vacated during the 22-23 financial year,
living controls, compromise, and eventually the qualification of the annual financial statements. It should be noted that the understaffing reported above does not take away the historical challenges why it is impossible for the department to have reliable recording of accrued departmental transactions, as we were discussing this morning. The contributing factors ranges from illegal occupation of state properties, failure by the department to dispose redundant state properties, prolonged eviction processes, etc. As indicated in this report, the accrued departmental revenue is one amongst the two major contributory factors to stagnant AGSA audit outcome. A comprehensive report detailing historical challenges on accrued departmental revenue has been outlined under responses to question 1C above. And why did the accounting officer fail to implement an adequate internal control system for billing of tenants? And the response is that the accounting officer failed to implement an adequate internal control system due to critical vacancies within management accounting during the 22-23 financial year, and the approved AGSA action plan for 2021-22 financial year was not adequately implemented and monitored by the department, resulting in the qualification of the 2022-23 financial year annual financial statement. The department agrees with the AGSA findings on its inability to come up with effective internal control systems for the billing of tenants. However, the committee should note there are systems in place, but these systems have been rendered ineffective due to identified historical challenges as captured under the responses to question 1C above, there in question 1. Example, the department is not able to bill tenants who are refusing to sign lease agreements and tenants who are occupying the properties illegally. And other factors under that question 1C or challenges there. Who are the responsible officials? The Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabani, MOC, and the former Chief Director for Properties and Facilities, Ms. Munakedi M. What actions did the department take against the responsible officials? The accounting officer has since written letters to both the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Director for Properties, and these are those letters, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, whereby copies are on the Annexure 11, as we're discussing even the processes there earlier, and also that appointment of the independent panel there. And it should be noted that the former Chief Director, Property and Facilities, Ms. Munakedi M, has resigned and is no longer under the employ of the department. The matter will still be subjected to the independent panel, though, to establish other implicated officials in this regard. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct the matter?
Maybe MEC not to disturb, you know, as the HOD is presenting, if it is 5 o'clock, then I will ask Honorable Scopa to be in my place, so don't be surprised.
On E, the response, thank you very much. My name is Muthanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. The department is implementing monitoring and reporting on the approved 2023-24 clean audit strategy, and the accounting officer appointed a service provider to investigate the rental portfolio, and the report was finalized during the third quarter of the 24-25 financial year, which is Annexure 22. And we also have prepared the implementation plan on the recommendation of the investigation report, Honorable Chairperson, that is attached as Annexure 23. Implementing and monitoring the 2022-23 AGSA action plan and internal audit progress, and performing annual tenants audits in all districts, implementing the approved global tariffs and monitoring thereof by all districts. And the department has a new rental management policy from the 1st of April in the current financial year, and developed a SOP for rental management as attached as Annexure 24. That is the rental policy and the rental SOP. The department convened a 3-day workshop, the one that we have already spoken to, in ensuring that we then come up with these policies and strategies and also the SOPs. And the rental policy was reviewed, approved, and is attached here as Annexure 24. The department, through its district offices, will ensure proper record keeping of all rented residential properties, which must be reconciled and updated monthly, to ensure that all tenants have valid lease agreements linked to the financial year, ensure that all tenants are billed as per the valid lease agreement, and update the records and billing of each tenant after each tenant audit, and amend lease agreements wherein tenants audits confirm that tenants are occupying more bedrooms compared of what existing lease agreement indicate, and ensure monthly updating of the house register, and also not leaving out those challenges that are still there of illegal occupation as well, Honorable Chair. The department, through the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, will ensure that monthly reconciliations of the house register are done versus billing on past term. Continuous follow-ups with the Office of the State Attorney to fast-track the eviction of rental defaulters and illegal occupants will then be followed, taking into account the comments earlier as well, Honorable Chair, that this must be done in all districts, not only Capricorn district. That is the first file of 22-23 on the responses on accrued departmental revenue, and question 4 on the 22-23 on the 23-24 financial year, Honorable Chair, on accrued departmental revenue. And the first questions there, it says why the accounting officer failed to charge the tenant for water and electricity per approved rental tariffs. And the response to that is that the department received the circular on global tariffs for 2023-24 financial year as signed by the HOD for Limpopo Treasury, and the accounting officer then disseminated the circular to district offices on the 23rd January 2023 to be implemented from the 1st of April 2024. The district offices were able to implement the approved tariffs but could not use a uniform approach since the accommodation structures differ from one district to the other, and hence there were those challenges in implementing the approved tariffs, which were more uniform in approach. The accommodation in districts comprise of flats, shared buildings, road camps, brick houses, I think wanted to say brick houses, apology, townhouses, prefab houses, game reserves, and these structures differ from one district to the other. Hence, there was no uniform approach on the implementation of the tariffs. The accounting officer then arranged an audit action workshop with the provincial treasury which was held on the 24th to 25th October 2024, and the implementation of the global tariffs was a priority item in the agenda for discussion and to enable districts to agree on uniform approach on the implementation of the global tariffs. Following this audit action workshop, the accounting officer, there supposed to be officer, also arranged another 3 days workshop session for the department. That one where we're looking at the property and facilities challenges in all districts to amend and review all the strategies on rental management. And as such, the accounting officer has now signed the policy and the standard operating procedures on rental management, which ensures that all districts will apply uniform approach, including the implementation of the approved tariffs. It is also imperative for the committee to note that the issues raised above are for tenants that are having valid lease agreements with the department, and that the department is still experiencing challenges or on instances where the state properties are occupied by illegal tenants or tenants who are refusing to sign lease agreements due to various reasons. And the committee should further note that this issue is part of the accrued departmental revenue, which is one of the main reasons why the department remains stagnant on AGSA audit outcome for previous financial years, including the financial year under review. The historical contributing factors have been outlined with proposed interventions under responses to question number 1C, where then we went into detail as we were talking to this material matter. Example is if the department is not having a valid lease agreement with a tenant who is occupying the state property illegally, and it will be impossible to bill the tenant for any services rendered, such as rental tariffs, water tariffs, etc. And why were some tenants not billed at all for services received? This we responded to, Honorable Chair, when we were talking to question 1, whereby most of those categories that are there we spoke to, and for the benefit of the public is more on those illegal occupations that we're talking to failure by the department to dispose redundant state-owned houses without really repeating the response that we have already shared with the committee. Now on C, we were requested to provide a database of all the tenants per district, and that was provided. And why was accrued departmental revenue understated by 68 million 22-23 financial year, and 42,206 million there, and our response, and given Honorable Chair other responses that we have shared with the committee, I'm now afraid to read this one, but let me read the response. The department agrees with the AGSA finding that accrued revenue was understated during the period under review, and the reason why it was understated is due to the following: that the department failed to ensure compliance to the rental policy, the department failed to keep proper records of all rented residential properties, the department failed to ensure that all tenants have valid lease agreements, the department failed to ensure that corrective measures are put in place to correct the billing after each tenant audit. The department failed to amend the lease agreement where tenants audit confirmed that tenants are occupying more bedrooms compared to lease agreements. The department failed to ensure monthly updating of the house register. The department failed to ensure monthly reconciliation of the house register versus billing of pastel, and the committee should note that the department was not able to state the correct amount for accrued departmental revenue in its annual financial statements, and as such the AFFs during audit were qualified and regarded not credible. The audit finding is not entirely due to incompetencies in the department, but is due to historical challenges as outlined to this response when we're talking to question number 1C. And the example, I think we've been talking to that for those who are illegally occupying our properties and those that are refusing to sign the lease agreement. And we have mentioned these challenges here, and that we are agreeing with AGSA because when you are sick, then sometimes when you accept that you are sick, you are able to get the correct dose of medicine so that we can then be able to correct those findings that are there. I think that is the response. Oh yes, and then we have to continue, Honorable MEC, to who are the responsible officials. And here we are having the Acting Chief Director, Properties and Facilities, Ms. Mashilwan. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? We then have those copies that we have shared with Chief Directors and their responses as Annexure 20 and the appointment of the independent panel there. And it should be noted that the Chief Director position is currently vacant, as we are having the Acting Chief Director, because the Chief Director then left the department in December. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this recurrence? The department is implementing monitoring and reporting on the approved 2023-24 clean audit strategy, where earlier we shared with the committee that by December we were at 100% of implementing that audit action plan, and that we have appointed we appointed a service provider to investigate the rental management portfolio, and the report is available, and we have also put together the implementation plan that will then also assist us in implementing a consequence management to where then we are not able to collect, and there are no reasons that are then substantiated unless then are those illegal occupants and also those that are refusing to sign, of which then we will then have to deal with all those. performing annual tenants audit in all districts, implementing the approved global tariffs and in all districts and monitoring thereof. And the department has a new rental policy, as we have already spoken to that. The department convened that workshop that ensured that we have all those documents reviewed and signed off, and the rental policy was reviewed, approved, and is being implemented. And the department through its districts will ensure proper record keeping of all rented residential properties, which must be reconciled and updated monthly. Now that we have the investigation report and we understand clearly what is happening on the ground, and ensure that all tenants have valid lease agreements linked to the financial year, ensure that all tenants are billed as per the valid lease agreement, and update the records and billing of each tenant after each tenant audit. That we amend the lease agreements where in tenant audit confirm that the tenants are occupying more bedrooms compared to what existing lease agreements indicate, and ensure monthly updating of the house register. And the department through the office of the chief financial officer will ensure a monthly reconciliation of the register and billing on Pastel, and that correspondence between us that we continue to follow up with the state attorney. And one element that we are currently discussing on rental management, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, is us coming up with a revenue enhancement strategy that will then assist us that if we are able to collect all that is due to us, then we must be able to also add an element to what we are collecting of revenue enhancement. In other words, if, for an example, we are collecting 30 million, if we are able to add an additional 10 million and engage Treasury on that, so that we can take that additional money back into those properties, so that we are able to maintain them there. And that is what is currently in the discussion. But we are mindful as well of the unions and everyone else as we then propose some of these strategies. Thank you very much. That was the response to question number 4.
Thanks, HOD. I want to check with the CFO if there's anything before. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, and greetings once again. My name is Faith Swapela, member of Scopa. I will be holding on for the chair who had to step out for some other commitments. She's going to join us back in the meeting. Also had to excuse Honorable Mapolo, who's also attending to something quickly outside. He's also going to return. Moving right along, we're going to allow members to raise their questions. Honorable Smiley, you are noted. Honorable Maila, Honorable TC, and Mema Hassan, in that sequence.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. I think one of the issues that might not have been discussed earlier when we dealt with item number 1 was maybe the capacity or the operational capacity of this unit that oversees this. Because you've also appointed a service provider to go and do certain verifications, to go and do certain works for you. So clearly by doing that, you are under-resourced in that department. Hence you are seeing the problems that you are seeing, and maybe you're seeing them too late, or you get them too late. And I'm trying to understand, yes, you've got your you've got your property facilities manager, the director right of your provincial office. But I'm very interested to understand how broad or what is your human resource capacity on the other side at the district level. Honourable MEC, because I do think if you look at the quantum of infrastructure monetary value that you're actually having to defend and having to look after, there is a need to beef up, I would think, beef up this section or this portfolio. So part of our committee is to make proposals at the end, but it would be, I would want the Honourable MEC and the HUD to be maybe as brutal as they can be on this, so that we just understand that extent. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Maila.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. There is something that I don't really understand. Maybe I don't know what is really happening about the law. Maybe I can be taught. Is there any way where the department can make an urgent application in court in order to remove this illegal immigrant who does not want to enter into this agreement? Because how can you occupy my property illegally when I'm saying sign the agreement and you don't want to enter into an agreement? Is there any way where you can make an urgent application for eviction? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Limpombuloni TC. Question 1, straightforward. The department reflected failure for a number of issues. And in some instances, citing historical challenges. And maybe when you come back, because you have systems in place and they also recruited a number of people, it will be better. But it's totally unacceptable to have these failures and then you cite these historical challenges. The second one is what action did the department take against the responsible officials? Yes, the HOD returned the letters to a number of people. But one also cited Uri, the RAL indicators. I mean, some of the indicators are with RAL in the responding letter. And also saying that the Limpopo contractor development policy also excludes the roads infrastructure CIDP. Now, how are you in future going to incorporate that so that you become accountable? That is in Annexure 11, your letters to the different people. And the last one, Chairperson, is Annexure 23, Implementation Plan on Rental Report. That is Annexure 23. On this Annexure, MAC, what is written is not like any other annexures. If you look at that one MAC, the annexure is not even in the letterhead. It's just a paper, but it was signed by the CFO, signed by the Chief Director, Corporate Services, signed by the Chief Director, properties and facilities signed by the Chief Director, District Coordination, and also the HOD. Maybe the letter ads were in abeyance, I don't know. You see, you see, I take this very much serious. All others are in the letterhead, but let's respect this committee. When you come here to this committee, please do a quality control and the monitoring systems, because it can't be that all the people will sign, but it's not even in the letterhead. Just look at the first page on the paper written annex, all the other one are at least in the letterhead. When you start, you will see the letterhead. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is still Matodi Caroline Mantata Marcela. I think I'm covered by the honorable members by some of the issues that I wanted to raise. But as you can see, Honorable Chairperson, I think in question one, the department have responded, because even the Chairperson said many questions will be repeating themselves. So I think they have responded with some other issues, and up to so far. And as for the Honorable MEC, have said that when they come back, they will be coming to report a clean audit, and maybe they will have improved in the issues that you wanted to do as the committee. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Over to you, Pagana.
Thanks very much, Honorable Acting Chair, the Honorable Sianeho Faith Scopa. I remain Ernest Ratchen, Swataulu Pagana Savilo, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Maybe let me clarify, because we are on record, let me clarify the clean audit part. Honorable Mantata Mahase, it was what was suggested by the chair, and I was responding, Chair, to the suggestion of the chair about the clean audit. As you know, that we are now on qualified. It's qualified. So it's very rare from qualified to clean audit. So I don't want, when I come back here, Honorable Machete said, no, you said you are coming, so I don't want to be a voyeur, such a big dreamer. We can't move from qualified to unqualified, to clean. So we'll start with unqualified, Honorable Siana. Next time when we come back, it's unqualified. Yeah. That one I can assure you, Honorable Manta. So I just have to clarify it, because when you don't clarify these things, and the Honorable Chair of our committee is here, is going to remind me, I know it. So I have to clear it. So, Chair, allow me to then request the HOD to respond to some of the questions, and I'm also agreeing with what Honorable Mahasela is saying, because I think we have touched a lot of ground on the issue on the first question, but I will then allow the HOD to cover on other questions that were raised here by honorable members. HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Honorable Chair, let me then respond to the capacity issue in properties. that indeed the capacity there is eroded. We are having serious challenges on properties and facilities. And just to mention that properties and facilities is public works. On its own is a department. Now, to say that we have the chief director who has only 2 directors for now. In fact, another director just joined us. But on this part of rental and including leases for office space and all that is only 1 director. And hence, when we're saying that we'll want to relook into the structure so that the structure then becomes responsive. Will then be able to come up with something that is at least just ideal in what we'll want to do as the Department of Public Works. In fact, this today I was telling MEC indirectly, because when I have an opportunity to discuss with him, I do, and we're sitting together and I was saying, Public Works in the Western Cape is a standalone, and it has roads and transport. And we'll want to go and benchmark Public Works as Public Works. And this is Public Works in terms of the works in the department, although we're implementing for other departments. We do have the Chief Director for Health, as we're introducing ourselves earlier, for education. But when you look into our leases, we're not really where we're supposed to be. And this also, they will have that element of refereeing and playing at the same time. So that we go and look into how structurally they've structured themselves, and we'll do the same with the infrastructure department in Gauteng, so that at least when we look into our structure and move forward, we have that idea. In our 2-day workshop with Treasury, when we're looking at our audit strategy, coming up with the audit action plan, these issues were also shared with the provincial treasury to say, as Public Works, this is where we are, just that snapshot. And we're saying it's not even a drop, you know, into the ocean. There is still a lot of work that is supposed to be done there to ensure that we're able to do what we are supposed to do. On the agent application for eviction, we'll ask advocate to talk to that, so that I don't speculate when he's here. I made a disclaimer, Honorable Chair, when I was going to talk to our failures, that I'm even scared to then talk about this, but that is how things are. That is the picture. Although then we complicated that by talking about the historical issues, but it's all together. We failed, and at the same time, they've been this matter of not really prioritizing this part of property and facilities that we are actually supposed to look at. On my arrival in the department, there was a proposal that some of these properties, because we are not able to manage them, we must then hand them over to receive. And the question that we've been asking was, this is a matter that is not really doing well, and you can't just transfer it the way it is. So there is that work that we are supposed to do as the department before we can actually shift the function. And hence, then we still have the function and identifying all these challenges that we'll want to deal with as the department there head on. You know, there was a question on the indicators that they are with us, some are with RAL, of which is possible. And I was trying to get that annexure here. And I thought someone will just give it to me, it didn't come. I must still then also look what's the part. You want to talk to me? Oh, CFO that she read that part, she will look to it. Let me apologize by annexure 23, and I didn't want to acknowledge that we are overwhelmed, but I think with the files that are sitting before us, they are then saying we've got a lot to do as the department, and some of this they are bound to happen, but that's something that we don't have to really allow and sign off without the letterhead of the department, and we do take that and will note that moving forward. Thank you very much.
CFO.
Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Masha Sedim Shabani. Let me clarify Annexure 11. That's the letters, those are the letters that the HOD was sending to all the chief directors. And on this particular one, Chair, it's a letter that was written to the chief director responsible for roads infrastructure on why, as a department, we did not achieve the targets in the APP on roads infrastructure matters. And then in her response, then she then indicated that we did not achieve the NCDP target. We could not go ahead with the implementation of the program after discovering that the Limpopo Contractor Development Policy of the department was excluding work done by roads infrastructure in terms of CIDP category CE. So that's where the matter is coming from, Chairperson and members. Thanks. So this is the response from Ms. Marshulan for a question later on in the submission. Thank you very much.
Thanks, CFO. I'm still Ernest Swataul Rachwen, Pagana Sabi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Maybe before I hand over to you, Chair, I'm tempted to agree with Honorable Small on lobbying for additional staff in terms of our organizational or organoka. So I am agreeing with you, Honorable Smart. Maybe you also need to put it there on your speech, in your next speech at legislature. Yeah. That's a progressive move to capacitate the internal capacity of government. We will really appreciate that if it can be one of the resolution taken by this. Thanks very much.
Thanks, MC. I don't see any follow-up hand, so I will take you through the next question. Question 5 on 2022-2023 financial year on litigations and claims. The Executive Authority on paragraph 10 of the AG's report, the department is the defendant in numerous claims relating to potholes and other claims. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statements. A, provide a detailed report on the status of the litigations in the department. B, which measures did the department put in place to prevent the increase in the litigations? Question 5 on 2023-2024 financial year, litigations and claims. The Eviction Authority in paragraph 10 of the AG's report, the department is defended in numerous claims relating to potholes and other claims. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statements. A. Provide a detailed report on the status of the litigations in the department. B. How does the department strengthen its legal section? C. How far is the department in strengthening the digital system of recording? D. Which measures did the department put in place to prevent the increase in litigations? Over to you, MC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Swopela. I'm Ernest Sibataulu Rachweni, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. And through you, Chair, I'll allow HOD to take us through to this question. HOD.
Thank you. Once more, my name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members and Honorable MEC. On question 5 on litigations and claims, for 22-23 financial year, it says provide a detailed report on the status of the litigations in the department. That was A, or that is A. The response is that the detailed report on the status of litigation cases is attached here as Annexure 25. It was then shared. Which measures did the department put in place to prevent the increase in the litigations? The department agrees with the AGSA findings that the department is the defendant in the numerous claims relating to potholes and other claims. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statement. The committee should know that the root causes for the findings is that litigation cases may take a period of over 2 years to be finalized, and the outcome of these litigation cases can only be decided or determined by the courts having jurisdictions. Provision for liability cannot be made timeously, as litigation processes may take longer than a budgeted financial year before being finalized. That making provision for cases that are not finalized may be construed as underspending, and as such provision can only be made upon finalization of the litigation cases, as we are not also on accrual accounting. In relation to the measure to prevent the increase in litigation, the department firstly considered the root causes of the litigation cases and came out with the following measures. Pothole related litigation. The department is contracted with 22 household road construction companies to do pothole patching in all districts of the province in an endeavor to keep the provincial roads in optimal conditions and to prevent the growing number of claims that may ultimately turn into the litigation against the department. The condition of the provincial paved network is however not at an expected level due to limited resources. This is done through the contractor as the department is capacitating the unit by employing more staff that will deal with the pothole patching, and we have started to do that, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that in-house as well. we can do pothole patching, and we have recently procured machinery that will assist us in doing that, and colleagues are using those machines or work tools. The total number of square meters of the pothole patched for the second quarter is 135 135,072 square meters out of the planned target of 125,000 square meters, and this on its own, it says we are then doing quite well, and as far as the targets are concerned, and the department was not having the SOP for household, and now we have developed to address internal control measures to ensure that we have internal control measures, and this then is also monitored. But the issue of the limited resources is still quite a very big challenge, given the backlog now, and also due to the persistent rain that is currently taking place in our province, and at the same time due to the backlogs on our road maintenance. I'm just bringing this so that we also then take that into account as a matter of emphasis. The state motor collusion litigation, that the department has embarked on the competency driving test to all officials eligible to drive government motor vehicles. These tests are done through the Department of Transport and Community Safety, and the officials are awarded competency test certificates at the end of the training, and that the department also conduct awareness workshops to educate drivers of state vehicles on the handling of fleet and its procedures. And maybe moving forward, Honorable Chair, will also ask honorable members and that when they are overtaken by a state vehicle, they stop it. Because this is something that is happening. And for me, I will check if it's public works first. And if it's health, then there's nothing I can do then. Okay, that's good. Other delictual claims. The department ensures that contracts and agreements entered with service providers are subjected to vetting processes by the legal unit of the department to ensure that contract and agreements are technically correct and implementable. The department has established a litigation committee that sits on a quarterly basis to assess the probabilities of claims against the department turning into litigation cases, thereby avoiding disclosure of claims with less probabilities in turning into litigation cases. And this measure has been seen in the previous financial year to prevent the increasing litigation cases against the department. Yeah, that is on the question 5 on 22-23 financial year, and litigation and claims question 5 on 23-24 financial year, that we provide a detailed report on the status of litigations in the department, and the report is there, and how does the department strengthen its legal section. The department has advertised the position of admin officer in an endeavor to strengthen the legal section, and the department will also be reviewing the organizational structure to beef up the legal unit, as we are also just having a director there who is currently doing everything on our behalf. I still don't know where he gets time, but he's also assisting us with a lot of other legal matters there in the department. And the same as other units, this is one area that we are supposed to look at as we strengthen our department through reviewing the organizational structure. And how far is the department in strengthening the digital system of recording? Our response there was saying, Honorable Chair, that the department has not yet started with the implementation of the digital system of recording, and will do so as soon as the legal unit is capacitated. But with its current form now, we will not really say, even if we feel one position that is vacant there, that the unit will be capacitated. Which measures did the department put in place to prevent the increase in litigations? Yeah, this one we have spoken to when we're talking about the work that is done by our households. But let me then go through it to say the department agrees with the AGSA findings that it is the defendant in the numerous claims relating to potholes and other claims, and the ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision of any liability that may result was made in the financial statement, or we did not really make any provision for this, as some of these cases they take long to be concluded, which may then result in the department under spending. And in relation to the root causes, Honorable Chair, they are more similar, like in the last financial year, and even the square meters that we covered, because here we were more talking about the work that we are doing currently, vis-a-vis what happened in 2022-23 and 23-24, in just more demonstrating the capacity of improving our pothole patching. But again, the initiative that we took now as the department is that, and this is also in relation to the questions or concerns of the portfolio committee in terms of what is that the department is doing, and what is that RAL is doing, more around issues of roads maintenance. And that as the department from the coming financial year 25-26 will be taking over the entire road maintenance. It will be coming to the Department of Public Works, so that then as we work out our indicators, they will then fall in our department, and RAL will implement new roads in line with its mandate, and the department then doing maintenance moving forward. I just wanted to also add that as we prepare also to implement the new budget of 25-26 financial. Thank you very much.
Maybe, Chair, before I can hand over to you, just to add on what the HOD has just alluded here, that Honorable Smale, as the department now on our plan to capacitate the internal capacity of the department, we have taken a sober decision that we just need to deal with this issue of potholes, because we've been spending a lot of money, especially on litigations. And seated here, I can safely say that I'm comfortable that we'll be able to minimize that, if not deal with it completely and take it out of our way. I'm saying that because through our recruitment process that we're embarking on now, from the first cohort of 174 to the current one that I'm saying before the end of the 31st of March, we are going to unveil them, the 150. Majority of them are road workers that in the main are the ones that will be dealing with the issue of potholes internally. Ours will just go to buy the asphalt and other things that we need to, the emulsions, other things that we need to use when we deal with issue of potholes. But also, as the MEC, I've launched a program earlier in January of service delivery monitoring, where I personally spend a day in a particular district patching, dealing with patching of potholes. And when I live there, I make sure that they continue with the work on the ground. So from where I'm seated is that I can say that the work is done all over the province, although we had challenges of severe floods and rains that happened since October. We're going back and forth, but we're trying our level best to make sure that we deal with the issue of potholes. But also in future, we are going to, because we're in the 4th industrial revolution, we are going to have an app that will be given to our communities. That whenever you see a pothole there in Makato, Honorable Smile, you'll be able to go to the app and then say, this pothole, you take a picture, you send the pothole and the road number and all that. With the same stuff that I'm saying we're hiring now, because they are deployed in our 36 cost centers in the province. We'll then be able to immediately activate a team next to where you have sent us the picture, and immediately we deal with the issue of potholes. So that's part of the plan that we want to do, as and when we're hiring more staff to internally deal with the issue of potholes, because we can't continue paying a lot of money for tires of people and all that. So that is why we have a clear plan going forward on how we're going to deal with this particular issue. Thanks, Eche.
Thank you very much. I shall now note hands that seeks to engage further. Honorable Smiley, TC, Honorable Machete, and Mama Hassel.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable MEC, just on your last comment, they normally say money follow function, or function follows money. And I'm just trying to understand with this whole role thing, do you need to incorporate some of those personnel, you understand, in order to do what you need to do? Because there was a section dealing with that. So I'm just trying to understand that concept. Secondly, while you are trying to do a few things new and fast, Kouga municipality is one of the only municipalities in our country that are using recycled plastic for roads. So they're actually building recycled roads, recycled plastic that looks like a tar road, much cheaper. So benchmark there. On your litigation register, I just need the explanation. If you said debt underutilized issue, it says debt collection, and there's a number, and it speaks to a name and a monetary value. I'm just trying to understand what does it mean by debt, because you've only got two in this whole thing that talks about debt collection. So now I'm just trying to think, is the loan to an official, or is it someone that was hired to do something? I'm just trying to understand that it's, sorry, it's not, there's no pages there, but it's on the financial year for 23. It's on the 854-0323. It's there. Then there are 3 bigger ones that I would want to delve into much deeper. It's the rental debt. Doesn't say, the one is 5.4 million, Dama FS and 10 others for 5.4 million. Then there is
and which one I think?
it's on the same page, 8-5-4-2-41-23. That's Dama.
Honorable Manager, if you can just refer to the next chapter.
Okay, it's Annex 25. I will go. Annex 25. It's the one. It's cases for 2023, 2024. Right at the top, it starts with 8-5-4. #0223. There's the 2 debt collections are there. I think it's the, let me see, it's the, let's call it the 3rd page maybe. Okay, so those are the explanation of the 2 debt collections. Then right further down, you will see the only one that's 5 million on the same page. Dama faces and 10 others for 5.4 million for rental debt. And then if you just look to the page on the top, 8542-0421, rental debt, Baloy, Siketo, Basil, Boyson, Wynand, Willem and 4 others at Mupani for 163 million. And then the one on top is Sentimula E and 7 others, 22 million. Westhuizen and others, 73 million. And Nancy Ramola and 9 others, 69 million. And it says head office districts, and the one is Mupani, and it's that one. I'm just trying to understand, how do we get to those numbers of, is it rental debt that those people owe, I get it, they owe us, the department, or is it vice versa? Or is that a claim against the department? It's a claim against the department because it's litigation. You're defending it. Because you haven't done your pilot project as I listened to the advocate before with CDM, so this is claims against you. And I'm just trying to understand these big numbers. Because we're not talking about small change here. Maybe a bit of explanation. Maybe it's a typo. I don't know. It's just concerning change.
Changed by us. Oh.
I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
Thank you, Honor.
You're done.
I'm done, I just need the explanation. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is T.C. Nempumburuni. I just want to reflect my gratitude on the part of the budget read by Minister Enoch Odongwa. And one of the pillars for faster growth is to accelerate infrastructure investment. And also, I think the budget allocated there is 4.2 billion for public infrastructure, in particular transport and logistics. I'm saying this because I'm appreciating the good initiative that we are going to maintain all those roads. The conditions of our roads are just in disarray. very, very bad. And if you are taking this initiative and you are making that intervention, the better. It means that those who are being employed, you will also create job opportunities, and I think you will be offloading those 22 household road construction companies so that we do it intensively. What a good initiative in absence of abeyance. And then MEC, I just want to know as to these litigations, a very increasing amount of litigations, as to how much the department paid as a result of litigations in the years under review. Chairperson, thank you.
Honorable Mahasela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I wanted to talk about potholes, and then it's like the Honorable MEC was in my mind because I've even written down about the potholes, and then it just, talked about them. I think we are having a serious challenge concerning potholes, Honorable MEC, and I think it's something that started from long, and then maybe others do make some jokes about our potholes. We find that other people are swimming inside the potholes because they're too big. I'm happy because you said there's something that is coming, that you no longer want to deal with the potholes, you just want to fix the roads so that we mustn't deal with potholes, because of course it's costing a lot of money. I also think that when we are still dealing with the potholes, we need to have people who are skilled, people who are trained to maintain or to deal with the potholes, because sometimes, Honorable Chairperson or Honorable MEC, you find that those people, I don't know as to me that maybe they're lazy or as to whether they're lazy, because you'll find that instead of patching the potholes in the right way, they just put
asphalt.
Yeah, they just stuff the potholes with that ash
asphalt.
Yeah. So you find that when it rains, like now, you can see that it's time for the rains. It's raining. You find that those potholes are coming back again, and then the department is spending a lot of money on that issue. Yeah, the potholes. I think that's that. MEC.
MEC.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm still Ernest Swatao Rachel, Pakana Thavi, MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Honorable MEC. I think I skipped. You were the last, no?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, thanks, Chair. I wouldn't have spoken if it was not on the issue of the potholes, but I thought I must add something unto it. The work that is being done is appreciated. The only challenge is whether there's proper monitoring in terms of quality. Because they don't, the duration after it has been done is a worrisome. But you also find a situation where you will pass that work being done, but they will skip, say, 40 meters or 30 meters. They do here and they skip. And that becomes a problem. Hence the issue of monitoring, whether it is effective or not, which I believe that it then takes that work that is being done and render it somehow. So that must be looked at. I just want to give an example. You see, when you approach Scopa, there's an uphill road there. I'm not sure whether there was a damage or on that road, but how they've tried to respond to that challenge. They put the asphalt, but it was not leveled. So when you move that uphill, you may as well have some challenges if you may not have the knowledge of that road. So you may as well at your level perhaps get a team that will go and try to ensure that if it's possible that must be reworked because it's a challenge. You may as well find yourself on another level when you are driving on that road. But the road is proper, but how they've worked, how they've put the asphalt, they did not level it. It's just something like, and when you come with a car, it then bumped. And it's not a gravel road where sometimes you'll always drive at 60. You might find that you are at the normal speed that is required in terms of that road. But the road is good. Let's just deal with the quality. I'm just saying for those who are responsible for that, they may also by tomorrow or whatever day, just try to go and check as to what is it that they can do with that road. No, thanks very much, Chair.
Honorable MEC, you may proceed.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I'm Ernest Swataulo Rashwin, Pakanasavi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. On the Scopa Road, Honorable Machete, we'll have to check whether it's ourselves or Sandra, because in most cases where there are issues, I don't want to protect myself here, but you'll find that it's Sandra which is responsible about that road. You know, the R37 from Polokwane to Megasford, and also from Patweni going to Zone F to Genfest. It's a Sandra road. And even the one that we're passing when we go to our own legislature, Sandra road. So you find that there are a lot of potholes there. And like I'm always saying to my colleagues that our people don't even care whether it's national or local government or provincial government. They just need their roads to be fixed. So that's the other challenge that we have, but immediately we get a call, we act. We're having a WhatsApp group that we call it a rapid response in the department that I'm also part of, where all the districts, executive managers and those that are responsible for roads infrastructure are in that particular WhatsApp group. So as and when I receive WhatsApps, and we hoist them to that particular WhatsApp group, and we activate our forces on the ground immediately. But also, Chair, I want to emphasize, Honorable Mapolo, on the issue of maintenance that the HOD was speaking about here. That as part of our our work to bring back RAL to its former glory. We want to make sure that it complies with all the prescripts. If you go into the history of Road Agency Limpopo, when it was formed, it was mainly to deal with the issue of upgrading our roads from gravel to tar, not maintenance. So in the process, maintenance was taken to RAL, which was not its function. So then it became overburdened. That is why it was not easy for them to focus on upgrading and also maintaining. So part of my plan to bring back that entity to its former glory, I then initiated a plan to make sure that we bring back maintenance back to the department. And I can confirm here that we have successfully through Treasury and MTEF to bring back the whole budget of maintenance that was given to RAL. From the next financial year, it will go back to the department. And the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure are the ones that are going to be dealing with maintenance of roads in the province. And RAL will solely deal with upgrading of our roads from gravel to tar, which is their mandate. So that's the work that we're doing. So with the resources that we'll be getting from this arrangement, then we'll focus on maintaining our roads and potholes massively so. Bear in mind that we also have staff now. We have road workers that are dedicated and also deployed only to deal with the issue of potholes patching. When they wake up in the morning, there is a car. We have just bought a fleet of cars. We have bought the new machines that are advanced to patch potholes. So now there is no longer an excuse. We're fine and good to go. And we want to put it here, Chair, that we are going to make sure that we embark on a massive program starting from the next financial year to deal with the issue of maintenance of our roads in its entirety. And why are we doing this? We want to also reduce the number of 22 households. They are many. So the money that will be saving there on the households, we will be taking it back to the department to create some of jobs there, and also for us to can have money to buy equipment, machinery and other things. So we can reduce this at the start maybe to 10 or 15 from 22, or even to 5, because now we're having capacity. And our plan is to make sure that we do away with all these things of households, and we focus on capacitating the department to go back to its former glory, to be the Department of Public Works that will work for our people. So those are part of the plans that we will be doing. The recycling plastic road, Honorable Smale will check that. It's a very progressive program that I think will go and check if we can participate. Whatever will work for us and also assist us to save money for other things, we'll appreciate to be part of that arrangement. We'll make sure that we go and check the best practice of what that municipality is doing. So the issue of skills, cut across, honorable members. You might find that those that are not doing the quality job that you are saying, hence I'm agreeing with you about the issue of monitoring, close monitoring. You might find that it's not even our own staff, it's these households that are doing those things. So it can be both us or household. But my appeal, whether I met with the veterans and of the department, because our department is full of old men and women who knows the job. Whether they are sleeping, you can call them, they will tell you what to do. I've requested them that please just transfer these skills to these new ones before you leave. And they are doing exactly that, from grading, from operating graders, bulldozers. I know they are even sending me pictures of when they are busy trying to transfer skills. So the issue of skills, as the department, we're trying by all means that before they leave, they transfer these particular skills. Because our department has a lot of old people who knows the job, like I'm saying. So we've agreed in principle in a formal meeting that please, as the MEC, I'm requesting you that don't go home with this particular skill. Can you transfer the skill? So that's exactly what we are doing. Was the skill that you learn from someone who know practical or practicality of the work that is better than the one that you go and learn. So that's what we are doing. And our staff, especially the elderly ones, they are assisting us in that particular space. So HOD, let me allow you to, through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Just listening to MEC, Honorable Chair, is that very soon I'll be operating a grader, like literally operating the grader as well. There will be people on the ground to teach me that. There was two issues on the amount that we're paying or that we have paid now on litigations. Advocate Belankulu, Honorable MEC, to assist us with that, together with the tables of claims against the state. You will also come in there and talk to that. Just maybe on the what is going to happen to the staff at RAL, that RAL is not really a very big institution. More that they also use contractors to do the work. Once, because it looks like RAL, it has money, but it's doing what the department is supposed to do. And once you shift the money, you are able to see the gap on the new roads, on the upgrade of our roads. And that is then where we are supposed then to focus on as the province moving forward. And not only on the money that we are allocating, but also triple Ps or private public partnerships, where then you will have partners who will come in, private sector, who will then work with us in ensuring that we mainly deal with those challenges around tourism, agriculture, and mining, roads, and all that. So that will then be taken care of as this unfolds, but those discussions were not ruling them out as we then start to implement. I think MEC covered all our issues here, but what is also key that came out, Honorable Chair, is the quality of the work that is done on the ground. And as Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, we're also finding a mechanism of bringing our contractors closer to the department, and so that we all understand or have the same level of understanding that as you implement, either is constructing of a road or a building, you are doing this on behalf of government. And government has targets that is supposed to meet. And whilst we are in business, just know that this is what we want to achieve. So that then these elements of quality are also brought forth, so that then we are able to work together there. Honorable MEC, can you give over to Advocate?
Oh, okay. Thanks, HOD. Through you, Chair, I'll also allow Advocate to talk to numbers. There was one honorable member who was requesting to hear numbers. Advocate.
Thank you, Honorable MC Chairperson and committee members. My name again is Jonas Pilankulu, responsible for legal services. I did not really catch up with the Honorable Smile on the particular cases he was talking about. But in terms of the figures that appears there, that's what you find in a letter of demand or in the summons. But if you look at the status at the back, you will find that some of the cases, once we file a notice to defend or we dispute the claim, they just die a natural death. To show that it's not all the cases that are being brought against the department that are genuine. Some are just taking chances. So the HOD spoke about a committee, a litigation committee that the department has established, which is sitting on a monthly basis. That committee is responsible to check which of the cases qualify under the definition of contingent liability in terms of what the AG is requesting. Because now you will find a claim talking about 5 million, and according to the AG, they will say that is unreasonable. So that committee is responsible to check on the genuineness of that claim, and that is what we record. If you look at the disclosures and what is in here, they differ totally. So this is what people try to put in, but it's not all these cases that end up in court. But in terms of the amount that we've paid, where I am, I'm not quite sure. I can confirm that tomorrow. But it is roughly 2.4 that we've paid for this financial year. And with one case having paid 2.3 million on that case. The rest of them, I don't think they are above 2 million, 200,000. So that one case which we paid 2.3 million is the one that we had serious problems with it, and it emanated around about 2009. And it's only late last year when it was settled in court and we had to pay those monies. So, but if we allowed, we can give the correct figure of what we've paid up to this financial year. Thank you.
No, thanks, Advocate. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Can I have a follow-up?
Seems like there's a follow-up question.
Yeah, there was. I don't think my question was
But
understood.
before that, the chair is now back. Kitlorulela Dichapo, Obein Baton. Okay. Then we'll allow Honorable Smiley and
Thank you, Chair. Honorable MEC, you see, when I look at when we speak about rental debt, then the topic rental debt, I take it is rental debt that is being owed to the department, people owing us, or is it vice versa? Because it's the rental debt that sits between 20 million to 160 million. And then it talks to, if you don't pay, if you owe government 163 million rand for debt, you build it up to that space. Then it talks about what we've been trying to do the whole day about dealing with that, you know, the sanctions and how you need to interact. But if it's the other way around, where we owe or it's been claimed from us, then it's a different thing. I'm just trying to understand, how do we get rental debt in those? There are four. The one is rental debt, it's a debt office district, it's pending 69.5 million. Rental debt 73.4 million head office district pending. Rental debt, head office district pending 22 million. Rental debt Mupani pending, and Mupani 163 million. So I'm just trying to understand that, because it doesn't matter which way you look at it, if it's this side or that side, to get it to that space is problematic. And if the MEC, if your team needs more homework to do and come back, I get it, because I understand that you might not have the registers and the info yet, but then I would just request that an explanation and that sort comes to this, Jeff. I don't expect them to have it, but if it's available, give it. If it's not available, come back.
Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. Chair, I wanted just to pose two things and appreciate also about the train, which I think is rich. It needs just to be supported, to be realized. Like I said in the morning, you have inherited a sickling person. Now, I see two barriers which I might not have been privy when you explained, especially around the clarification of roads in the country, which I think is still evolving as I speak. Some other districts are bidding to deal with certain category of those roads. And the role of Sandra in the province, especially now, why I'm saying this, because when they call, it's your department that will be able to respond to the call, which raises another question to say, isn't an unfunded mandate? Did you budget for it, for that call? No, those are things that one need to be privy to say, classification of roads, which is currently evolving, and this plan that you are coming up with, aren't you see this as the main stumbling block or things that will deter your dreams to reach your goals? Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable MEC, continue those remarks.
No, thanks very much, Chair, and let me appreciate the inputs, clarity-seeking questions from honorable members. Ernest Swatao Fagada Sabi, MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. One is that I think these days is easy for us to work together as government, although at some point it's difficult. I'm saying it's easy because we have the President has launched what we call district development model. And the purpose of that district development model is to make government to be one, to work together, local, district, and national. So in those particular forums, it's easy for us to have access of each other and also share responsibilities of how we need to work. So making the calls at some point, I don't think it becomes a bit hectic, because we are having those forums, so particular forums that through district development models we work together. But our main worry is that is what I have raised earlier on, Honorable Mapolo, that our people don't care whether the road belongs to municipality, district, and all that. And the problem is that is what you have just read here, unfunded mandate. That you'll find that you are forced to say that and it's like if we hola is an audit query, also you create or the same municipality does not have capacity to can create that road. So if you continue creating it, it's not your mandate. Those are predicaments that we find ourselves working in. But all of us here, we know that we accept the ones that are here through Z33. Ourselves, honorable members, we have been elected by our people on the ground. So at some point we sacrifice for the sake of our people. So I just thought I need to respond to that. Yes, there are different types of roads. Your R, which mainly represent Sandra, and the D roads are our D roads, are our roads. That is why now we have said those municipalities that have capacity to can build roads for themselves, who are ready as public works, they can come and present. We can devolve those particular roads to them. If they are ready and they are saying we have money, maybe it's Polokwane municipality, for example, they are saying we have money to deal with this particular road that connects to our internal roads. And we see that we don't have enough resources or money to deal with that. If they come, they present to us, we are ready to devolve those particular roads to them to can deal with them. We are not stagnant that this is our road, we are going to have money in the next 10 years. No. If they have money, they have capacity as municipality, we are ready, we'll give them those particular roads. HOD, is there anything that... Thanks.
Or is the homework that we...
No. We also accept the homework. Yeah, we'll deal with our homework and come back for the fair Pieterex. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, I will not fill you in on everything that happened while you were out because of the recording. So, but we were on question 6 that will be taken by Honorable Maila as I go back to my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faith Sobopela, for sitting on my behalf, and also I want to thank the colleagues for allowing me to take the responsibility that I was to take. Now we can continue with question number 6, and indeed MEC partial fail. Like you are saying, partial I did fail.
Yeah.
Ask me as a formative. If you fail corrections, then we have a problem with you. Honorable Maila.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm Obodi Maila. Things I'll just read 2022-2023 financial year. Question 6. Achievement of planned targets. Executive authority from paragraph 24-29 of the AG's report. The department did not provide adequate supporting evidence for auditing on the planned targets that were achieved. On paragraph 32, all the reported achievement of key service delivery indicators are less than the planned targets. On paragraph 34, management did not correct all the material misstatements reported on infrastructure operations, expanded public works program, and road infrastructure fundings. Question A, why did the department fail to provide sufficient audit evidence to the Auditor General on the achievement of all planned targets? Question B, why did the department fail to achieve all the key service delivery targets? Question C, why did management fail to correct all the material misstatements reported on infrastructure operation, expanded public works program, and road infrastructure findings? Question D, who are the responsible officials? Question E, what action did accounting officer take against the responsible officials and the relevant managers? Question F, what measures did accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Uh, 2023-2024 financial year. Question 6, achievement of planned targets. Executing authority. In paragraph 24 of the AG's report, the department is responsible for maintaining immovable assets as custodian of the immovable asset in terms of the Government Immovable Asset Management Act number 19 of 2027, GIAMA. However, indicators to measure performance on the objective were omitted from the approved planning documents. The achievement of the objective was not planned or accounted for, which is likely to result in it not being delivered, undermines transparency and accountability on the progress towards achievement of service delivery. In paragraph 28 of the AG's report, the department did not complete the 5 new education construction projects, recurring matter from 2022-2023 financial year. Question A, why did the accounting officer omit the indicators to measure performance from the approved documents relating to maintaining immovable assets in terms of GIAMA? Why did accounting officer not ensure that 5 new education construction projects were completed? C, who are the officials responsible? D, what action did accounting officer take against the responsible official? E, which corrective measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Maina. MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name remains Ernest Svatao Rachel Paganathagan. There is MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo province. I will take this opportunity and allow my HOD to respond to the questions that were just raised here by Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. We are on question 6, 22-23 financial year. Why did the department fail to provide sufficient audit evidence to the Auditor General on the achievement of all planned targets? Our response, the first one is on EPWP, paragraph 28, number of beneficiary empowerment interventions. The department did submit audit evidence for the item under review. However, there was a difference of interpretation between the AG and the department. The audit evidence was approved as a business plan of the intervention to be implemented in the financial year under review, and the two parties finally agreed and the business plans are now processed
as per the AGSA's requirements. And B, why did the department fail to achieve all the key service delivery targets? Our response for provincial, other departments, infrastructure team, the department under the Provincial Department Infrastructure Management achieved 7 out of 9 planned targets, and 2 targets were not achieved. That is completion of Limpopo Training Traffic College due to poor performance by the contractor, and Tombi Seleka office due to the late delivery of the lift and slow performance. And the contractor for Traffic College was issued with a warning letter, and the project was completed in May 2023. That is the other block of the Traffic College. Extension of time was granted for Tombi Seleka, and DBSA is closely monitoring the project. And now, in terms of the work on this Tombi Seleka, just to say that by the end of this financial year, we'll be reaching practical completion of this Tombi Seleka with the DBSA on the work that they are currently doing. Health infrastructure management. The department under health infrastructure management planned to achieve 5 targets, but only achieved 2 due to the following reasons. And the Leboa Home EMS, the department did not achieve the target due to poor performance by the contractor at the Leboa Home EMS, and the department terminated this contract. The project has since been withdrawn from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure by Limpopo Department of Health, and will be completed by the Limpopo Department of Health. Maputa Malachi OPD project. The project was stopped by the community since September 2021, and there were also budget overruns. The contractor went back to site in July 2023 following the resolution of disputes around the Maputa Malachi OPT project, and the project was completed on the 4th of December 2024. And this project, Honorable Chair, is the one that we were saying we recently received the investigation report that we are currently looking at. A change in scope, this is Letaba B5B project, my apology. A change in scope from refurbishment of existing building to building a new laundry led to the termination of the B5B Letaba Hospital project, and the project was terminated. We'll see, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that with the health projects, as the Department of Public Works, we were not really doing that well. And earlier we said this even led to the department withdrawing the projects from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure as we speak. And those are the historical challenges that we are taking care of as we speak. Education infrastructure management. The poor performance by the contractor for construction of Naledi Ameso Secondary School project affected the completion of the project. The contractor's poor performance affected the set targets as part of the annual performance plan in the 22-23 financial year, and the contractor was terminated and a new contractor was appointed during the 2024-25 financial year. On C, Oh yes. Why did management fail to correct all the material misstatements reported on infrastructure operations, expanded public works programs and roads infrastructure findings? And our response as the department is that the department managed to correct the material misstatements reported under the EPWP program, but could not correct the material misstatements for infrastructure operations and road infrastructure, as the target set for the 22-23 financial year could not be achieved as planned, as indicated in the responses for question 6B above. And who are the responsible officials? Chief Director EPWP, Mr. Cheho, Chief Director Provincial Other Department, Mr. Machubeni, and Chief Director Education Infrastructure Management, Mr. Rangwe, and Chief Director Roads Infrastructure, Ms. Mashilwan. And what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials and the relevant managers? And on this one, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we then wrote letters which were then referred to the panel in line with that Annexure 11 that we have already spoken to and took some recommendations on earlier. And what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? The following measures have been put in place to prevent the recurrence: that were implementing the approved clean audit strategy, and the department is reviewing the performance report quarterly at the internal audit steering committee meeting, and also in the quarterly and executive management meetings. And corrective measures are being implemented to prevent under achievement of planned targets. And the Departmental Infrastructure Coordinating Committee, DICC, is fully functional from 23-24 financial year. And this DICC is where we are processing most issues around infrastructure delivery, Honorable Chair, in this committee. And it is up and running, and where there are challenges on projects, they must also be brought to this DICC. The HOD holds bi-monthly meetings with HODs of client departments and implementing agents such as DBSA and IDT to report on progress report in the implementation of the infrastructure projects and resolve any challenges timeously. And also our Honorable MEC is meeting with other MECs as we then report on the progress on the implementation of infrastructure projects. And now when we're preparing our APP, Honorable Chair, more around infrastructure. The chief directors were given the homework to say all the projects that you are bringing into the APP that you are saying you'll be finishing in a specific quarter, they must then be completed in that quarter. But more also in the same financial year, because then when we then overlap like what we are reporting here, then it becomes a serious challenge. And this is for 22-23 financial year. Then I'll go to question number 6 of the 23-24 financial year on the achievement of planned targets. Why did the accounting officer omit the indicators to measure performance from the approved documents relating to maintaining immovable assets in terms of GIAMA. And our response is that the department erroneously omitted the indicator in the 23-24 annual performance plan. And why did the accounting officer not ensure that the 5 new education construction projects were completed and that the target was not achieved because National Treasury has put in place cost containment measures during the 23-24 financial year, and the Department of Education as a client's department was unable to pay service providers for the actual work done due to unavailability of the budget, and as such decided to put the 5 projects on hold. And these 5 projects were planned to be completed during the 23-24 financial year. However, the plans did not materialize as they were withheld by the client department due to budget cuts. And just then to mention that this project has since been completed. On C, who are the officials responsible? The Chief Director, Education Infrastructure Management, Mr. Rangwe, and the Chief Director, other departments, Mr. Machubeni, MC. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? We wrote those letters to the chief directors and they have responded, and the independent panel is currently assessing that information there. Which corrective measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The response is that the department has included the target on maintenance of government properties in the 24-25 annual performance plan, and the plan targets to complete the construction of 18 projects in the current financial year will be achieved before the end of the 4th quarter, and the under-achievement in 23-24 will not recur in 24-25 financial year based on improved planning and implementation of school infrastructure delivery program, as it was the one that was mainly affected, and that infrastructure professionals and project managers are monitoring and evaluating performance of all projects to ensure timeous completion as per the plan targets. And that, Honorable Chair, it is more on the Department of Education in terms of the question that was asked there, that the budget was also cut in the 23-24 financial year. Those are the responses to question 6. And Honorable MEC, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, HOD. Is there any other action?
Chair, back to you. With due respect, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. Maybe just a question on question B. On the Lewakomo EMS, that the project has been withdrawn from the Department of Public Works by Department of Health. Which AG is bringing me to the morning questions that I asked about Lemana and the education taking this responsibility of security. So, let me see, if you are having this mandate of building a hospital, for example, does the Department of Health at any stage have the powers to say no, up to this far, leave this, and then continue. Based on the statement, maybe we'll explain it later. But just want to check if there are other questions from Honorable Mapolo.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks,
Thanks,
Chairperson. Mine is with regard to the penalties to these contractors who are not performing on site. Always there will be a completion date, and if there is an extension, cost implications. And I think we should be clarified as to whether also those contractors that were terminated are blacklisted, not to do business with the government. And you see, sometimes the morale of employees becomes low, especially regarding any pending cases within the department. One would request NEC that we speed up these other cases so that, normally you find that those employees are still there and the case is dragging, and it will affect the morale. Therefore, one will request that in such cases, especially those that are still within the system, let's try to speed up the cases to boost their morale to do the work. Now, also the role of IDT and its performance in the province. Because you see, it's one of other implementing agent bodies, which I think we are not zooming into them. And I think later one will make a special plea to the chairperson. It's not only IDT, inclusive of the regional water department and whatever. But now, this one, I need to be clarified. The role they play might be not landed on that area, and also their performance regarding project that they are implementing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And on top of that, on the contracts that are terminated, what are the financial implications on that? Are you not paying, and you have seen in other departments where there are double payments, that there was a contract, it was terminated, and then the other contract was appointed, so they became double payments. So if you can clarify on that one. MEC.
Thanks very much, Chair. Maybe let me start by HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Muthanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Thanks once more, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Just on the project that have been withdrawn from the department, and whether we are allowed as Public Works, or it is allowed that a department can just withdraw projects from the implementing agent. Chair, maybe just to respond to this, to say, when you are having a client and you don't build the structures of reporting, that means going back to the client and accounting in terms of what is actually happening on the ground. And that you then allow officials to run the show, and there are challenges, maybe of variation orders. They do that at that level, and this does not even serve in the BACs, and everyone just feels that, we're supposed to build this facility, but we need paving, let's put in paving. And then becomes there are cost overruns. At the end of the day, you are not able to pay in terms of the budget that is allocated. And there is also the poor work or performance of the contractor on the ground, and you are not able to report and share this with your counterparts at that level. It becomes very difficult to then defend, to say you cannot take this project away from me when there are challenges of that nature. But if then you were reporting and bringing to the attention of your counterpart in terms of the project that you are implementing on their behalf, and there is that paper trail that you have kept, that we have been discussing together, you will not even reach that level of someone saying, no, give me my project and I will want to implement myself. And maybe that is why I was referring to the issue, the historical challenges that have been there, and how do we then also close those gaps that are there, so that everyone understand clearly in terms of what is supposed to be done. And the HODs as well of other departments must also equally show interest in ensuring that their projects, in fact, are moving as well on that side, so that there is a both way accountability, and there is transparency as well in what we do, and as we implement these projects. It takes us also to the other next question on the termination of contracts. I mean, of the contractors that have been terminated, to say whether are we blacklisting these contractors. And we have started to do that as Public Works now. That once this has served in the BAC, that we're supposed to terminate a contractor, already it comes in with the element of blacklisting. But again, if then you are not able then to keep that paper trail, if that contractor goes to court, you will then lose that case. Because there will be elements of collusion, and then we end up not doing what we are supposed to do. But with our infrastructure checklists that we are putting in place, I think we are safe to say that once we have these challenges, we'll be able to blacklist moving forward. But at the same time, we are supposed to also to bring our contractors on board in terms of our expectations, because some as Pukunzi, that will be my contractor that I actually own, and even when the contractor is on the ground is not able to implement a specific project, it becomes then also difficult, you know, because with that lack of understanding in terms of what is expected. Now what I'm trying to say is that is to also bring our contractors on board in terms of the expectations and what they are supposed to do. And if you don't do 1, 2, 3 in terms of delivering this project, know that you will be terminated. And once you are terminated, you have the family that you are also feeding and those that are depending on you. Then we are going to blacklist you, so that we move all from that premise as we then deal with these issues. And it's not only contractors, but we must also assess ourselves as the department in terms of our role and that we're supposed to do in this regard. And just on the role of IDT, IDT is an implementing agent for government that is a public entity under Public Works, a national. but then we have all the regions of IDT in the province. But then if Public Works in an uncoordinated manner will take projects to IDT, health is also doing, education is also doing the same, then we are setting that institution for failure. But the question is then, how do we then ensure that on time, and I think this is the exercise that we are embarking on now, to look into all implementing agents, and it's also in line with the request that was done by Honorable Mapolo earlier, that we must submit just to demonstrate our technical capacity in the built environment, that we do the same with all departments, including IDT and everyone else, so that when then education says we can implement projects, we're able to say, but this is where we are. And hence also on water services, we are not able to move because there are also these challenges of capacity with our water service authorities. But this is what we'll want to do. If then we agree to continue with IDT, but then let them queue what is enough. What is that they can be able to deliver on, and let them actually deliver on that, and not just pile. And whatever that goes there, it goes through planning processes and implementation by all of us, so that there is that understanding there. I think I've touched on all that. There was one.
Comments on IDT.
I'll respond to you. No, thanks, Chair. I still remain Ernest Sbatao Rachwe, Pagana Thabi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Honorable Smile, maybe if I can explain, do you understand when I say Pagana Thabi?
No, it doesn't understand.
Pakana is my clan name, and Sabirwa is the name of my father. So when I say Pakana Sabirwa, I call myself with my clan name and that of my late father.
Thank you for teaching.
Thanks. Going back to business, Chair. Honorable Mapo, you see, those that came with a good idea behind establishing this entity called IDT was for a good purpose. But I think that whatever they are doing now is compromising some of us. I'm saying some of us, in particular referring to the department that we found ourselves leading. Then this chair will take me back to what we have discussed in the morning about our role as public works and as the implementing department in terms of infrastructure in the province, that we need you to assist us, especially those departments, in particular education and health, to bring back what belongs to us, our powers of making sure that we maintain the infrastructure in the province. I'm saying that simply because just last week, Honorable Neshfet, we had a meeting, myself as the MEC, together with my colleague, MEC responsible for education. We had that meeting simply because we were worried about the pace at which IDT is implementing our projects, in particular when coming to 48 schools.
We lost 148.
So we are worried about the pace. But then, Honorable Smile, it goes back to what the MEC has just, what the HOD has just indicated here, the issue of coordinated. If we were the ones that are coordinating the whole process, I think that will not be here. Hence, it's very important for us to make sure that the center holds, so that when we come here, we'll be responsible of what we know. Now there are 48 schools that are not moving. We summoned them with the MEC, and I was also not convinced, no, the MEC of Education convinced about the report that they gave us, because it was full of complaints about monies, variation orders and all that. Not speaking to the actual work that is happening on the ground. And you know what I suggested? What is suggested as part of the resolution of that meeting was that we will have to call another meeting with IDT together with those engineers that are assisting us with those particular 48 schools, including the quantity surveys and also the contractors. We want to see them and talk to them as the leadership and ask them what's happening with these 48 schools, because now there's a possibility that the money will go back because of the capacity that I think is lacking in terms of the implementation there. And people who don't understand that they are implementing agencies and all that, they know that it's public works who are building schools. Then the blame comes back to us. So that is why I think that this is the session that we just have to be frank and say that we are having challenges with our implementing agent, which is IDT. But I think the work that we are doing now, maybe we'll find an amicable solution on how we're going to deal with the issues going forward. But we've also suggested that I think that let's allow them to finish the 48 schools. But before the completion of the 48 schools, we stop allocating them anything, so that they focus on implementing the rest of the work that they have. Then after that is when that we're going to give them another allocation. So I think that's how we're going to do it going forward, because we can't, when people fail to implement the work that they have at the end, and then we still pump them with another way. I think that this entity was there to assist us when we were lacking capacity. But now, Honorable Nechfefo, that is vice versa, it's them who does not have capacity. Because if you go back to schools that are implemented by us solely as Department of Public Works, who are moving at that space, so then it means there is a problem. Same thing applies to parliamentary houses here in the village. Honorable members are not fighting with IDT. They are fighting with us as the department. And they are the ones that has to implement those particular houses. So I think that at some point we need to call them here, and they come here so that they can respond to some of these questions, because we can't continue coming here, respond on their behalf. Like RAL, when you summon them, we are proposing that can you summon IDT to come here and explain on what they are doing, how far are they. If there are issues of monies that you want to check with them, can you check with them while they're here? That's the suggestion that we can also put on the table, so that we can then assist the entity to can move forward and perform their duties. We are not saying we want to do away with them. They are here to assist us, but we just have to have a well-coordinated machinery on how we assist each other in terms of implementing infrastructure in the province, in particular schools. I think, the issue of termination, Chair, I think that we were having a resolution that was taken by ESCO, the 7th Administration ESCO, that the contractors who fails to implement or perform their duties there, we just need to terminate them. And after terminating them, within the confinement of the law, let's have a way of blacklisting them. Because these people, it comes to Department of Public Works, abandon the project, but is working in Department of Agriculture. So we just need to have to do that. But obviously it must be within the law. Because if we don't follow that, we can be taken into task. So that's what we are going to do. You can't fail in this department and then you want to convince us that you can then go and perform in a municipality or another department. That can work. If it's the same company, it's NHFF consulting or construction. If you fail with us, we have to do whatever to make sure that then we deal with you immediately. Do you have something? Oh, okay. Chair, through you, can we also allow the CFO to respond on the double payment issue? CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. On the matter of these terminated contractors, if we delay in getting a new contractor on site, it then results in the deterioration of the work that was done by the previous contractor. And therefore, we are then forced to then redo the work. And once we have to redo the work, it means then that expenditure that would have incurred, we must then report it as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So what we have agreed internally in the department is that once a recommendation comes via the Bid Adjudication Committee to terminate a contractor, we then advise the program manager to say, please make sure that you do what is called a final account of the previous contractor within 4 weeks, so that we are able to get a new contractor within 3 months before there's deterioration on the work done by the previous contractor, so that we prevent the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we are causing our client departments. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I can see that Honorable Nesfefe and Honorable Napoleon.
No, thanks, Chairperson, for the opportunity. On the issue of poormanship, the contractors, that's the area that we, as the portfolio committee, have also, venture in to say, when the contractor is appointed to implement a project, there are time frames that are given. Secondly, we also, at the level of the department, there are project managers who must monitor. Because that's another area where we're lacking. Our monitoring instrument, the project managers, they must monitor the implementation of that project on behalf of the department. So that is another area that we said, no, it must be looked at. But that, a weakness need to be, attended to. There should be a sort of capacity building, because in some of the projects that we have been exercising oversight, we realize that the main culprit is the project manager. Take long to make a determination of terminating the contract. The contractor will be given so many warnings, several warnings, and in the process, the budget is being depleted while there's poor workmanship. And the time that the departments come to arrest the situation, already, the budget has been depleted, and even when you are terminating that contractor, it means then it causes the burden to the department, because when you will be appointing a new contractor, then we have to review the budget. That's the challenge. So now, what we must recommend is that, in particular, the project managers, they must not sleep on duty. When the project starts, they must monitor each and every step of the implementation. At an early stage, when they realize that, no, this contractor is not performing, they must just recommend for termination. so that we still have enough budget for the new contract. If when we appoint a new contractor to replace that, we still have the budget. We're still on course to make sure that the project is complete. That is the area that we need to close. And we've identified it as the portfolio committee. Now, on the second matter, Chairperson, the issue of the of Audit as the implementing agents, let me say. Again, we also realize that there is a weakness. I don't know if the MEC and the HOD, the Audit, they are being overwhelmed. Maybe. You are giving them too much project at the same time. In the sense that they are overwhelmed. And then you could say they suffocate. They compromise us. Projects are being implemented at a very snail pace. Sometimes not actually reaching the target as they're supposed to. So now we've made the recommendation. Of course, now it's stating that next week we're going to meet with the IDT and the department to deal with that matter, so that we must fast track the service delivery, program. Otherwise, it's going to compromise us, because it's about service to our people. If we talk about schools, our learners, they are learning, in a very, shame situation. So if we could just fast track this process to help us, then we check if they are stuck and they can't, there's no improvement, then we must have a sort of a mechanism to make sure that there is a very serious intervention in that regard. So that's I was just coming on those two issues, that as the portfolio committee public works, we've identified those areas that need intervention. So next week we'll be meeting with the implementing agent, and we'll make a necessary recommendation. The same applies also to the project like the Limana, as it was alluded to. So we want to mention that area also to make sure that where possible we seek our joint portfolio committee meeting with the Department of Education to make sure that we resuscitate that project and then we move forward. Because, like for example, you fund the Department of Education. Now the Public Works is implementing that project on behalf of the Department of Education. But in the process, as we are implementing, the Department of Education is repurposing that project. You see, without consulting the Department of Public Works, is a very serious challenge. A very serious challenge, and it needs urgent attention. No, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Mempumbuluni TC, straightforward. We have a problem here of the department accusing each other on the completion of the projects. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture suggested that there must be an amendment of the policy so that they themselves take the projects for themselves. They cited an example of that. The Department of Public Works failed this month to complete the libraries in Vleefontein, in Chakuma, in Mulamula. And the department, and the contractors are doing double claim. It was said yesterday that the Department of Public Works terminated 3 times in the construction of the library. Whenever the first contract is terminated, the second one will also claim the very same duty which should have been done by the first contract. The MAC ultimately in this house said he will support, he will initiate an amendment of the policy where the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture will take its own projects rather than to be failed by the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Today, the Department of Public Works are saying to the public they are the best interventionists on the projects and that they want all of them to come. So we have these two dilemmas. Yesterday we spent the whole day, the Department of Sports and Culture lamenting about the projects which are in the Department of Public Works.
The day before yesterday.
Yeah, the day before yesterday, so to say. You see, and as a province, and as the executive committee, you must come up with the way. Today, the other department is coming to boast itself, the other one boasts itself, and they're lamenting that the other one is not finishing the projects. And the other thing, when they said they are applying the consequence management, they cannot, because those who are in the other department, they cannot go there. So let's come now to the way forward, or what should be done, not at this level. We have a problem in the province for that. When our department coming and laminating, saying they are going to submit to the executive committee for policy amendment, and the other today I feel that I hear people say, yeah, when you say you have to take all those projects to the public works. I'm confused as Nempombrone TC as sitting here as a member of Scopa. And then, no, I don't want you to respond. And then, what I'm saying is that I'm saying I'm confused in this way. You must understand clearly. The department is lamenting that it's failed by the Department of Public Works. The Department of Public Works is saying no. Those departments, they are the ones who are failing themselves. Then that is the situation. So not at this level, not to debate about that, but to look when you have your members, Honorable MEC, to discuss this matter. If you view the Tuesday matter, you will hear it when the MEC clearly articulating it. So it's a matter of a policy where it must be discussed and finalized at a certain level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think those were the inputs.
Yes.
And I think, Honorable MEC, this morning I asked you a very direct question and you sufficiently answered it. Yes. And I think that is what Honorable Nampulu is saying. But all these contradictions, as we are noting. So as and when you are going to sit down, we'll be assessing the whole government to say there are challenges. For example, IDT is not the Department of Public Works alone that is in almost all the departments. The issue of IDT, the issue of ESCOM, there are common issues. But as and when we are going to sit down as Scopa assessing all our reports, we will be able to articulate and come up with recommendations to take every matter that has been raised, or where there are contradictions. We will always seek audience from the House through our resolutions. To me, when everybody comes, we'll say this, the other one will say this, the other one will say this. And it's not us to judge, and especially in terms of performance, because as much as we look at the achievement of targets and all those things which are trying to measure the performance, but actually all those things that we're raising, and I'm proposing that we don't dwell on this one. I'm going to give you a chance, Honorable Member. I'm saying we are not going to deal with it and think that we can get a solution now.
Yes.
Like I'm indicating that we are noting it, and it's not the only issue where we have contradictions between the departments. We even gave example of sports to say that there is the Department of Sports and Department of Education, whereby funding is going to sports, but the implementing department is education. That arrangement is the same as this one at Public Works. And education is always crying to say, no, sports, they're not doing 1, 2, 3. Sports will also say, so these are natural contradictions that will exist as and when the two departments are working together. But as Scopa, I think we're better placed to come up with recommendations today to say what intervention can be done, or maybe we rework the issue of, as raised by the Auditor General, on the interdepartmental support. How do we come up with a very comprehensive strategy to say we must have this as a guide on how to work together without this one pointing finger at the one. Maybe let me give you so that we summarize.
Yeah.
And we are not opening it for discussion.
No, I'm not opening it. Thanks, Chair, and I still remain Ernest Swatao, Rachel Paganasavi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. You know, Chair, I don't want us to also, with due respect to honorable members, create confusions where there are no confusions. Because if now we can allow a space where, Chair, today we come here as the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and we feel that we can coordinate that program, Yama Traffic, more than Department of Public Safety. And then honorable members want to make it this confusion, because each and every department has been established because of its mandate. I think that's where we need to go back and deal with that particular mandate. It's very unfair that and we've been responding to this, Chair, because we are told that it's raised by Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the province, they know what they are supposed to do in terms of service delivery. Point of departure, they don't even have a professional. In their structure, they can't have an engineer or a quantity survey. So if you are saying you want to take over, who are you going to use? So let's not create problems when they are not there. Because if we can allow everyone to come here and say, now we can take over, we are not going to. We can't allow that. That policy will not allow it, that the change of policy. We can't change. I can't come here want to change the responsibility of the chair of Scopa. Because you are the chair of Public Works, you want to change the responsibility of the chair of Scopa. It does not work like that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and we welcome that summary. That let's not be confused, and let's not confuse each other in the process, because we've been noting all what the department have been saying. We have the last department as Treasury and Premier appear on the same day. So I think it is those departments where we will be saying people are not having the vacancies are not filled because and we'll be saying because they are responsible for the whole setup. I'm just giving an example, so that we know that they will be able to respond on behalf of all the departments. So if is this department against this other, then it creates. But if we say to that meeting of Treasury and Premier, we will be telling people about their responsibilities. There is this issue. what are you saying? And they are better placed to answer. But then we must not create problems to say, hey, then what are you saying? Then it's also a challenge on itself. So, but it is, let's just leave it on that note. We will look at these issues as and when we are going for the summer. All the departments have presented, the public works has presented, and then now we ask questions where we need them to clarify. They don't have to clarify themselves based on what somebody has said. They clarify themselves on what it is in the document. So I think we are proceeding with question 7.
So Chair, through you, are we allowed to call to people to order in the meeting?
Yeah, through the chairperson.
Oh, it's fine. Next, I will call next time because there's honorable member who's saying Department of Sports must focus on Mapungu. I don't know what that's happening.
No.
Who is that?
Let's continue with number 7. I think, you agreed there. I can see that. Yeah, we agreed. That alliance. Okay, continue.
Question 7, annual financial statements, performance and annual reports. The Executive Authority on paragraph 39, the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper records as required by section 40, subsection 1B of the PFMA. On paragraph 64, internal controls for monitoring compliance with laws and regulations were ineffective as they do not detect and prevent instances of non-compliance with applicable laws and regulations. A, why did the department submit the financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA? B, why did the department fail to put effective internal control measures in place for monitoring compliance with laws and regulations to detect and prevent instances of non-compliance? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action did the Executive Authority take against the accounting officer? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the Chief Financial Officer and other responsible officials? F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And that will be the last for financial year 2022-23. Coming to 2023-24, question 7, annual financial statements, performance and annual report. In paragraph 33 of the AG's report, the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and or supported by full, proper records as required by section 41B of the PFMA. In paragraph 53 of the AG's report, the accounting office and management did not perform adequate reviews on the financial statements, performance reporting and compliance with laws and regulations. This is a recurring matter from 2022-23 financial year. A, why did the accounting officer submit the financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting frameworks as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA? B, why did the accounting office and management not perform adequate reviews on the financial statements, performance, reporting and compliance with laws and regulations? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what actions did the Executive Authority take against the accounting office and management? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the CFO and the responsible officials? F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly, and that will be the last one, Chair.
Thank you very much. There is tea outside. Maybe we can just have a working tea and just go and grab tea and come back so that we continue. Don't stop. Let's give
Maybe if we can respond to this one, 5 minutes would be enough. And we go for it.
We go for it. We go for it. Okay. I thought we'll just have to, but I understand because maybe the issue just is a stretch. We'll do that, yes, it's fine.
No, thanks very much, Chair, and I still remain Ernest Sibataulu Rachel Paganatawi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. You can see, Chair, it's 7:30, I'm still consistent. And thanks very much for the questions, Honorable Swopela. Chair, through you, allow me to hand over to the CFO to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. On the questions for question 7 for 2022-23 financial year, why did the department submit the financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA? Our response, the department acknowledges that the financial statements submitted were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA, as there were material misstatements of which some were corrected and others could not be corrected. The basis of preparation, the department's annual financial statements were prepared in accordance with the modified cash standard. However, the following material misstatements identified during the audit could not be corrected and has contributed to the two bases of a qualified audit opinion, which is the accrued departmental revenue. AGSA could not obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the amount disclosed as accrued departmental revenue due to identified inadequate system of internal control and recording of accrued rental transactions. On the second item that we are qualified on, which is irregular expenditure, the irregular expenditure identified during the audit could not be included in the notes to the annual financial statements. This was due to the audit findings on irregular expenditure undergoing an external review or consultation. The outcome and conclusion of the external review consultation from AG's technical report were released on the last day of the audit when presenting the final audit report. This time frame left the department with insufficient time to determine the irregular expenditure resulting from expenditure contravening supply chain requirements as concluded by the auditors. Question B, why did the department fail to put effective internal control measures in place for monitoring compliance with laws and regulations to detect and prevent instances of non-compliance? Our response, there were critical vacancies within Management Accounting Directorate during this financial year, which affected the quality of recording, reconciliation, monitoring revenue and debt management, and accounting for accrued departmental revenue after the audit of 2021-22 financial year. The post of Director Management Accounting, Deputy Director Revenue and Systems, Deputy Director Debt Management and Assistant Director Debt Management were vacated during the 2022-23 financial year, leaving controls compromised and eventually the qualification of the annual financial statements. There were also critical vacancies within Procurement Management Directorate during this financial year, which affected the quality of bids awarded, as there were material irregular expenditure misstatements that could not be quantified and corrected during the audit. These critical positions existed during the 2022 financial year within a Procurement Management, the Director Procurement Management, Deputy Director Goods and Services, 2 Assistant Directors Infrastructure Acquisition Management, 2 Assistant Directors Goods and Services, Assistant Director Infrastructure Demand Management, and Assistant Director Contract Management. These vacancies resulted in internal controls set up as no adequate monitoring and reporting on procurement management could be achieved, resulting in the qualification of the annual financial statements. The committee should note that the department agrees with the AGSA findings on its inability to account for the amount disclosed as accrued departmental revenue. That failure by the department to disclose accrued departmental revenue is a historical challenge that have been listed together with corresponding intervention measures, and details of these are provided under responses for question 1C as stated above. The example, the department is having challenges wherein it is unable to enter into valid lease agreements with some of its tenants as they are refusing to do so. Not having a valid lease agreement is tantamount to not being able to collect rental in line with the rental stock in the asset register, and as a result, accountability on the amount to be collected as revenue remains impossible. Who are the responsible officials? The responsible officials are the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabane MOC, and the former Chief Director of Properties and Facilities Management, Ms. Munakedi M. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? The executive authority has issued a warning letter against the former head of department, and furthermore, another letter was forwarded to the Office of the Premier to take action against the former head of department, and we have attached Annexure 13 in that regard. What action did the accounting officer take against the Chief Financial Officer and responsible officials? The accounting officer has since written letters to the CFO, Ms. Mhlabane, and the Chief Director of Property and Facilities Management, Ms. Munagedi, for them to provide an account relating to this matter. And as indicated by the HOD earlier on, the officials have responded on this matter, and the HOD has referred the matter to the independent panel to deal with this matter. It should be noted that the former Chief Director of Properties and Facilities Management, Ms. M. Nagedi, has resigned and is no longer under the employ of the department. And then the matter will still be subjected to the independent panel to establish other implicated officials. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The accounting officer has directed all program managers and relevant officials to develop SOPs relevant to their units to ensure compliance with laws and regulations. We've attached the annexure. The accounting officer further directed all program managers to develop and implement checklists to ensure compliance to laws and regulations as Annexure 27. The department has issued checklists for compliance on preparation and review for disclosure notes for implementation from the 1st of April 2023 as Annexure 27. The implementation of the approved 2023-2014 audit strategy, implementing the approved management plan for preparation and submission of interim, quarterly and annual financial statements as Annexure 28, implementing the provincial checklist for financial statements from Provincial Treasury as Annexure 29. The review of financial statements by Internal Audit Steering Committee before submission to Provincial Treasury, Internal Audit and Audit Committee and Auditor General. We developed a departmental turnaround program that is currently implemented to prevent the above findings that affect the annual financial statements as Annexure 10. The department has developed and approved various SOPs as preventative internal controls, and these SOPs are being implemented. The accounting officer appointed a service provider to investigate the rental management portfolio, and the report was finalized during the third quarter of 2024-25 financial year, and we have attached that as Annexure 22. The department has developed implementation plan to implement the recommendations from the investigation report, which will be monitored by the Executive Management Committee and the Audit Committee, and we have attached Annexure 23. The rental policy was reviewed, approved, and is being implemented and monitored, and we have attached the policy as Annexure 24. The department through its district offices will ensure proper records keeping of all rented residential properties, which must be reconciled and updated monthly, ensure that all tenants have valid lease agreements linked to the financial year, ensure that all tenants are billed as per the valid lease agreement, and update the records and billing of each tenant after each tenant audit, amend lease agreements wherein tenant audits confirmed that tenants are occupying more bedrooms compared to what existing lease agreements indicate, and ensure monthly updating of the house register. The department, through the Office of the CFO, will ensure monthly reconciliation of the house register versus the billing on pastel. The committee should note that the internal control measures or interventions listed above are to be implemented in conjunction with the proposed interventions to address historical challenges relating to accrued departmental revenue as depicted under responses to question 1C above for improved audit outcomes in subsequent years. Responses for question 7 for 2023-24 financial year. Why did the accounting officer submit the financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA? Again here, Chair, was saying the department acknowledges that the financial statements submitted were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA, as there were material misstatements, of which some were corrected and others could not be corrected. The basis for the preparation, the department's annual financial statements were prepared in accordance with the MCS. However, the following material misstatements identified during the previous and current audit could not be corrected due to incomplete investigation and non-correction of the total population related to the basis of qualified audit opinion. Were qualified on the accrued departmental revenue matter, and AGU could not obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the amount disclosed as accrued departmental revenue due to identified inadequate system of internal control and recording accrued rental transactions. Why did the accounting officer and management not perform adequate reviews on the financial statements, performance reporting, and compliance with laws and regulations? The department acknowledges that management did not perform adequate reviews on the financial statements, performance reporting, and compliance with laws and regulations during the 2023-24 financial year. The set controls in place during the 23-24 financial year were not effective as there were findings made against the department. These have been reviewed during 2024-25 financial year for improved outcome. It is important for the committee to note that failure by the department to state correctly the amount for accrued departmental revenue in its AFS is not entirely due to incompetence in the department, but it is also due to the historical challenges that the department is facing on its rental management portfolio, as indicated by the HOD when we're responding to question 1 above. Who are the responsible officials? Is the CFO, Ms. Mtlabane MOC, and the Acting Chief Director, Property and Facilities, Ms. Mashilwane LF. What action did the Executive Authority take against the Accounting Officer? The Executive Authority has not taken any action against the Accounting Officer, as the Accounting Officer is taking action against the relevant program managers. What action did the Accounting Officer take against the CFO and the responsible officials? As indicated earlier, Chair, the Accounting Officer has returned to the CFO as well as the Chief Director, the Acting Chief Director for Properties and Facilities, and the officials have since responded, and the HOD is taking this process forward through the independent panel. What measures did the Accounting Officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The Accounting Officer approved the management plan for the preparation of and submission of the interim financial statements on a quarterly basis. The review of the secondary information in support of the disclosure note is done at directorate level, finance management, and internal control and compliance unit. A stringent review system on the annual financial statement is implemented through the designed AFS review checklist that been developed by the Provincial Treasury. The department continues to train relevant officials on the preparation and review of the annual financial statements through attendance of workshops coordinated by national and provincial treasury. The department ensures that vacancies in finance are filled by candidates with relevant qualifications, experience, and skills for sustaining improvement in financial management matters. And the department has handed rental defaulters and illegal occupants to the state attorney in order to facilitate eviction processes as reported earlier when we were responding to question 1, Chair. Those are the responses for question 7. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, CFO. Chair, with due respect, back to you.
Okay, thank you. As proposed, maybe you can just go and get a cup of tea. HOD and just to stretch, because they are the most burdened here. How long, Chair? How long? 5 minutes. Break is for about 2 or 3 questions, which are not long. So there was a presentation on question 7, and let's check if there are follow-up questions. On 22-23, page 34, where you are talking about the issue of Monakedi M, who has resigned, and that the matter will still be subjected to independent panel. And I know if an employee is no longer in the employment, unless if he is or she is in the other department in our government. But if she is out of the system, there's no way we can deal with her with processes, the internal processes. But what you can assess is that if the offense qualifies to be taken to the maybe to the police also, that it be investigated by law enforcement agencies. But within our processes, it may be very difficult because it's out. So that is what I wanted to highlight.
Through you, Chair, but she is a leader now.
She's a leader. So usually what should happen is that the department should communicate with leader to forward the charges there, and she will be dealt with. And that is the challenge that we are having, and that we have been raising, that it looks like a person commits a misconduct here is in another department, and then so it's a challenge. Honorable Sma?
Yeah, Chairperson, just with reference to where you are saying that when we talk about asset management and you're talking about the policy that will be implemented, that was reviewed, approved, and is being implemented and monitored. My problem with that is that you will have the policy, but you will know that if you look at your property portfolio that you will have, that you will not be able to implement the policy in its word form, and it will become a finding. And the proactiveness of trying to deal with it before, I'm just trying to understand how are we going to deal with the AG not to give you a finding in that regard. How are we going to move around that, if I may ask that?
Honorable Nyampumulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. You have already indicated on that independent panel. I wanted to go there since the former chief director has left the department. Maybe if we just insert the system to solve that particular problem. And you see this thing of maybe following the other, yes, maybe if there is a criminal cases, but this one I think it needs the system so that only one left. I mean, it would not be fair just to put in the system and go on. And the other one, I just want to know the modified cash standard and the section of the PFMA are the same, or you use the other standard in A? On this one, to say submit the department submit the financial statement that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFMA, and the department said to indicated that they used modified cash standard. That's their relationship. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Emerson?
No, thanks very much, Chair. My name still remains Ernest Swataulo Rachel Pagana Thabile. Chair, allow me to
request the CFO to respond to the question. CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. On the matter where the Honorable Member is requesting that we clarify whether the requirements of the modified case standards is compatible to the PFMA, indeed it is. The PFMA is the act, and then the modified case standard is the is how we account in government in terms of financial accounting, and then the standards are based on what the PFMA requires of us to do. And in this instance, because we did not comply with the standards on how to account for accrued departmental revenue, which requires us that your basis should be whether you have a valid lease agreement or not. So if you don't have a valid lease agreement with your tenants, you cannot then say you are expecting any revenue from them, because your basis for your agreement with them is not there. So we're not supposed to then account for that as a potential revenue that the department will get, because we don't have a lease agreement with those tenants. The other issue was on the policy, and I missed which policy that Honorable Smiley was referring to. On properties, you said. Yeah, HOD, that will be yours. It says whether we'll be in a position to implement the immovable asset policy if the capacities that we have within properties and facilities, we indicated earlier on that we don't have the necessary capacity, as you would like, if I understand the question from the Honorable.
That's not what I asked.
Which policy?
Okay, maybe let him rephrase his question.
The AG, so once we
Your
do,
name,
Jacques Smaller, member of this portfolio committee, I think it's been a long day. You see, once it comes to the audit, I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to find out how will we get around the audit opinion to make sure that we don't get a finding, because we won't be able to implement it, taking into account the challenges that was explained the whole day. I'm trying to understand the financial aspect of the audit.
Thank you very much. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. On the issues of accrued departmental revenue, Chairperson, which is the only item that is sitting in our books that got us qualified in 2023-24 financial year. With the investigation reports that we have received, the implementation plan that we have developed, and implementing the recommendations of the investigation reports, we believe that we will be in a position to then resolve the qualification matter on accrued departmental revenue. Thanks.
Yeah, back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If the questions are sufficiently answered, can we move to question 8?
Yes. 8. Yes.
And I think, who has not read a question today? Honorable Smart?
Thank you, Chairperson. Question 8 has got to do with revenue management. I'm doing the 2022-23 financial year. Executing authority on paragraph 40 of the AG's report, appropriate processes were not implemented to provide for the identification, collection, recording and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury Regulation 721. On paragraph 41, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all money due as required by section 38(1)(c) Roman figure 1 of the PFMA. On paragraph 42, all reasonable steps were not taken to recover debts before writing them off as required by Treasury Regulations 11.4.1. On paragraph 43, bad debts was written off contrary to the requirements of the Department's right of policy as required by Treasury Regulations 11.4.2. A. Why did the Department fail to implement appropriate processes to provide for the identification, collection, recording and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury Regulations 7.2.1. B. Why were effective and appropriate steps not taken to collect all money due as required by Section 38(1)(c) Rama Figure 1 of the PFMA? C. Why did the accounting officer fail to take reasonable steps to recover debts before writing them off as required by Treasury Regulations 11.4.1? D. Why did the accounting officer write off bad debts contrary to the requirements of the department's write-off policy as required by Treasury Regulations 11.4.2? E. Who are the responsible officials? F. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? G. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and responsible officials? H. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct this anomaly? And to the 23-24 financial year. In paragraph 34 of the AG report, appropriate processes were not implemented to provide for the identification, collection, recording and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury Regulations 7.2.1. In paragraph 35 of the AG report, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all money due as required by Section 38(1)(c) Rama Figure 1 of the PFMA. A. Why did the accounting officer not implement appropriate processes to provide for the identification, collection, recording and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury Regulation 7.2.1. B. Why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all money due as required by Sections 38(1)(c) Rama Figure 1 of the PFMA? Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? E. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and responsible officials? F. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct this anomaly? That's all, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Small. Honorable Emerson.
No, thanks very much. I still remain Ernest Swatao Lorachuen, Pagana Savi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Info. Chair, through you, allow me to allow the HOD to respond to the questions as raised by Honorable Member, Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Muthanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I'll be responding to question 8 for both 22-23 and 23-24 financial years. And question 8 is on revenue management. And A, why did the department fail to implement appropriate processes to provide for identification, collection, recording and reconciliation of revenue as required by the Treasury Regulation 7.2.1? And the response to that is that the department failed as a result of lack of capacity in terms of human capital within Management Accounting Directorate, and partial implementation of approved global tariffs by the department resulted in under collection of revenue due to the department. And B, why were effective and appropriate steps not taken to collect all money due as required by Section 38(1)(c) Roman letter 1 of the PFMA? And the response is that the department failed to take effective steps to collect all the money due to lack of capacity in terms of human capital. And Honorable Chair, earlier we did refer to the posts that were left vacant in 2022-23, eroding that institutional memory in the department. and the posts were filled in 24-25 financial year, and that the committee should also note that the department agrees with the AGSA that indeed it was unable to collect all the money due to the department, and that the internal control measures and intervention listed above are to be implemented in conjunction with the proposed interventions to address historical challenges related or relating to accrued departmental revenue, as we have responded to that in detail in question 1C above for improved audit outcome in subsequent years. And why did the accounting officer fail to take reasonable steps to recover debts before writing them off as required by Treasury Regulation 11, paragraph 11.4.1? The department failed to take reasonable steps, and again to recover debts, taking us to the same response about the vacancies in the position of the Director Management Accounting office, in the office of the Chief Financial Officer, and that the post was filled during the 23-24 financial year. And however, in terms of the amended structure, the function is now in Financial Accounting Directorate with effect from the second quarter of 2023-24 financial year. And those posts of the State Accountant, Debt Management were also filled during 23-24 financial year, and the Assistant Director Debt Management as well. That was filled now in March. That will be filled now in March in the batch that is out, 31st March 2025. And the department has established a write-off committee with approved terms of reference to ensure that debt are written off after all reasonable steps have been taken as attached in Annexure 18. D, why did the accounting officer write off debts contrary to the requirements of the department's write-off policy as required by Treasury Regulation, paragraph 11.4.2? Due to capacity challenges within the debt unit in the department, submissions which were made by Capricorn and Mopane district for write-off were recommended for write-off without proof by the districts that the deceased tenants received notifications of their outstanding rental, and that the department did not have a committee to advise the accounting officer, and the accounting officer has since established a write-off committee to ensure compliance with prescripts before debts are written off, and no application and recommendations for write-offs are made contrary to the terms of reference of the write-off committee. And thus the TORs on Annexure 18 there of our response, Honorable Chair. What are the who are the responsible officials? Head of Department, Mr. Soroka, and the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabane, MOC. And F, what action did the Executive Authority take against the Accounting Officer? That Annexure 13 there, that there is that warning letter that was written to the HOD, and that referral also to the Office of the Premier. What action did the Accounting Officer take against the Chief Financial Officer and the responsible officials? Reference is then made to the letters which were written by the Accounting Officer to the Chief Director, to the CFO here, and that is attached as Annexure 11, and that will be subjected to the independent panel. And the department has conducted an auction sale for obsolete movable assets during the third quarter of 23-24 financial year as an enhancement strategy to improve revenue collection. And the amount of 12 million was generated. The department submitted the proposed tariffs for 22-25 financial year to the provincial treasury, and they were approved. And the department monitored revenue collection through its revenue and debt management forum that is held quarterly, and the target for 23-24 financial year was achieved. And the department to the value of our debts to the value of 29.9 million have been referred to the debt collectors as at 31st March 2024. And the write-off committee will ensure compliance with prescripts prior to recommendation desk for write-off by the accounting officer for the 23-24 financial year. And the department is implementing the approved accrued departmental revenue plan, and the department is implementing the approved clean audit strategy for the 23-24 financial year, and the department has implemented and monitoring the AG action plan, the internal audit progress reports, audit committee resolutions, executive management resolutions, and internal audit steering committee resolutions there. And the department has appointed an external forensic investigators to then assist us in following up and identifying the root causes of the misstatement of revenue and rental management. The department is implementing the approved new rental management policy from the 1st of April 2024. And Honorable Chair, we're also implementing that implementation plan that was shared, that was without the letterhead earlier. And to say that when we were approving that, because we had to then search here in our documents, that when we were approving that implementation plan, that it was an attachment to the memo that had the departmental logo on it, but that was attached. Just that when we were bringing the annexure, we then only brought the annexure to the committee. And why now on 23-24 financial year on revenue management, question 8, that is on page 38. A, why did the accounting officer not implement appropriate process to provide for the identification, collection, recording, and reconciliation of revenue? And the response there is that the department agrees with the AGSA that it did not implement appropriate processes to provide for the identification, collection, and recording and reconciliation of revenue as required by the Treasury Regulation 7.2.1, and this is due to the lack of capacity in the department. And this I will have maybe to repeat, Honorable Chair, that the department is having lack of capacity in terms of human capital, and this is due to the organizational structure that is not allied to its functional responsibilities. As we have been talking to that, and earlier we referred to the service delivery model that is intended to form the basis for the review of the organizational structure. And I think our discussion in this committee now, Honorable Chair, it also outlines or explains our service delivery model in terms of how we are supposed to function as the department moving forward. This is also due to historical challenges relating to rental stock, and these challenges are related to the departmental inability to effectively manage its rental stock, as outlined under responses for question 1, where then this was responded to in detail. And the example we've been referring to it, where then we have illegal occupants, we also have officials or tenants who are refusing to sign the lease agreements there. And why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to collect the money due as required by the PFMA section 38? And the response is that the department agrees with the AGSA regarding the failure there, and that the department set internal controls which were then not effective, and hence then we could not take those effective and appropriate steps to collect all that money due. And it is imperative that the committee should note that this matter is also due to historical challenges, and these challenges are related to the department's inability to then collect what is due and to manage the rental stock as outlined in detail in question 1C. And the example I will not repeat in terms of the challenges that are making us not to collect all what is due to us as the department there. And that the committee should note that the department is in the process of addressing these long outstanding challenges as reported or as reported for improved audit outcomes moving forward. And who are the responsible officials? The Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabani, and also the Acting Chief Director for Properties, Facility Management, Ms. Mashilwani. What action did the accounting officer take against, the executing authority, my apology, take against the accounting officer? Due to the fact that the accounting officer has put processes in place to take action against the CFO and also the Acting Chief Director, Property and Facilities, there is no action that has been taken as yet by the executing authority against the accounting officer. What action did the accounting officer take against the Chief Financial Officer and responsible officials? And we make reference to those letters that we wrote to the Chief Directors, but in this case, the CFO and the Chief Director for Property and Facilities. Number F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct this anomaly? We then did the investigation report, and it's our belief as the department that the investigation report will assist us in putting internal control in place regarding this matter, and also to hold officials accountable here. And the department has developed the implementation plan to implement the recommendations from the investigation report, and we have attached that as well, as we have already spoken to it, and that we have now we have reviewed and approved the rental policy, and is also attached that the department through its district offices, and this is in line with the implementation plan, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that will be then implementing that through our districts from our head office, and ensuring that everyone then is able to keep up with the records and close those gaps that are there. And the department through the CFO will ensure monthly reconciliation of the house register versus billing on pastel, and I will also continue to deal with this challenge of rental defaulters and illegal occupants through the state attorney there. And I think that is all for question 8 in terms of our responses as the department. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Smart.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable MEC, I take it that these properties that have been occupied by illegal people receives water and electricity from the local municipality or from Eskom, either or, and that the count at the local authority is in the name of the public, is in the name of public works. There could be an opportunity to use that as leverage to get people, to get them off. So if you're in a building, you switch off the lights, switch off the water, because especially where the thugs are, I get it where the other ones where you've got to have a bit of a more conversation. I do get it, but I'm just trying to consider from a legal perspective point of view that it is maybe a avenue for consideration.
Okay, I think that is should be noted. Yes.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
If there are no other further questions, can we go to question 9? Honorable Mapolo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Doran Apollo, member of Scopa, financial year 2022-2023, page 40, question 9, asset management. Executive Authority on paragraph 5 of the AG's report, the AG report that proper control systems were not in place to ensure the safeguarding of assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.1a, declaring matter from 2021 to 2022 financial year. First question, why did the accounting officer fail to put adequate systems in place to safeguard assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.1 subsection A? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action had been taken against the responsible officials? D, what measure did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That's the last one for 2022-2023. Financial year 2023-2024 on asset management on page 42. Executing authority, paragraph 36 of the AG's report, proper control systems were not in place at the department to ensure the safeguarding of assets as required by section 38, subsection 1, subsection D of the PFA. In paragraph 37 of the AG's report, preventative mechanisms were not in place to eliminate loss, wastage, and misuse of assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.1, subsection A. First question on A, why did the accounting officer not ensure that proper control systems are in place at the department to ensure the safeguarding of assets as required by section 38, subsection 1D of the PFMA? B, why did the accounting officer not put preventative mechanisms in place to eliminate loss, wastage, and misuse of assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.1a? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action has been taken against responsible officials? E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mabodo. Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I am Ernest Swataul Rachweni Paganatalo, MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the HOD to then respond to the question as asked by Honorable Mabodo.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Motanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I'll be responding to question 9 for 22, 23 and 23, 24 financial years on asset management. On 22-23, why did the accounting officer fail to put adequate systems in place to safeguard assets as required by Treasury Regulations 10.1.1a? And a response to that is that the department agrees with the AGSA finding that the audit outcome during the audit of immovable assets, AGSA noted that the department is having land and buildings illegally occupied, and the occupant does not have any agreement, and the department does not derive any benefit from, and this matter has been reported in the prior year, and there is limited progress. And the department is faced with historical challenges regarding management of immovable assets. And to date, the department has 30 state properties across the province that have been reported to being hijacked or illegally occupied, and tenants who leave state properties without informing the department, and unoccupied properties due to various reasons are amongst the contributing factors for high rise on illegal and hijacked state properties. And who are the responsible officials? Former Chief Director Properties and Facilities, that is Miss Monakedi M, not Mr. What action has been taken against the responsible officials? The accounting officer has, this one is more on the letters that we issued to the chief directors, and we've since received those responses from them, and that the chief director is no longer in the department, as we have already spoken to that earlier. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The department has launched Operation Bring Back Government Property that was launched by the Honorable MEC, and we have also spoken largely to the challenges there, and also that we have been in contact with the state attorney in order to facilitate evictions. The investigations are underway on some of the reported properties, and in some instances cases have been opened with the South African Police Services for further intervention, and the report is on Annexure 4 on the illegally occupied and hijacked state properties. And the committee should further note that this matter has been responded to under number 1C when we're talking to the material issues that has caused us to then have our financial statement stagnant in terms of the audit outcome. When we go to question 10, because sorry, not question 10. I must still talk to question. You can read question 10. I must still talk to.
Tonight. No, we're almost there, don't worry.
No, yes, thank you very much. I'm just surprised that I just spoke to 9. There's 9 also here. What is happening? Question 9 for the 23-24 financial year, Honorable Chair, on honorable members, on the asset management. Why did the accounting officer not ensure that proper control systems are in place at the department to ensure the safeguarding of assets as required by section 38 1D of the PFMA? And our response is that during the audit of immovable assets, the AGSA noted that the department is having land and buildings just to summarize this, as it is similar to the question that we spoke to earlier, that we do have properties and facilities that are illegally occupied, and this matter has been reported in the prior year, and there is limited progress on that, and that the department agrees with the findings, and also that the committee to note that we're having this challenge regarding management of immovable properties, and that 30 of our properties have been hijacked or illegally occupied, and this has been reported also to the South African Police Services to sort further investigation there, and that the department in its immovable asset register has some immovable assets that are no longer cost effective, as we have referred to that, and that to maintain those assets is no longer cost effective, and those include residential houses, flat, schools that the Department of Education is no longer using, and that have been transferred to Public Works through Section 42 of the PFMA, and also other government buildings. And as we have already spoken to this earlier, Honorable Chair, that we are in the process of finalizing and analyzing all these properties, and where possible do a condition of assessment to ascertain on whether we can be able to then repurpose or donate, and I think that will still follow in the very same response. Today, the department is unable to dispose redundant estate houses, as we have already spoken to that earlier, and that we are in the process of finalizing that after the identification of all our immovable properties. Then we'll then approach the committee. We are then at the advanced stage to do that. And we do have that challenge of tenants who leave state properties without informing the department. And as some are occupied, unoccupied properties due to various reasons that we have already spoken to. But the other challenge has been that of tenants who leave and then inform people that they know that they are living, and they put them in the house there. And why did the accounting officer not put preventative mechanisms in place to eliminate loss, wastage, and misuse of assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.1a? The response is that the department agrees with the finding, as the preventative mechanism that were put in place were not effective. Who are the responsible official? The acting chief director, property and facilities, Ms. Mashilwani, and what action has been taken to the responsible official. And she has since replied to the letter of the accounting officer that is attached to the response here, Honorable Chair. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That, Chair, we have put together the disposal of immovable asset policy. We also have the strategy that accompanies that immovable asset policy. We also have put together a draft disposal plan for the provincial state owned properties, and once we will be coming to the to Scopa for the moratorium to be lifted. All this will be attached so that we are able then to ensure we are putting processes in place moving forward. And we have spoken already to when we were responding to question 1, that the department will explore forms of disposal methods as outlined there, without really repeating all that, as we have already spoken to them. Continuing on page 46, is that the department through its districts and in line with the implementation plan that we have put together after the forensic investigation, will then put proper records, keeping in place, and the CFO will ensure that we reconcile the operation Bring Back Government Property that we have launched, and once it also gains momentum, it will assist us in dealing with this illegal invasion of our properties. And then furthermore, we are working very closely with the state attorney to fast track the processes of evictions, as we're supposed to then follow that process. But as we discussed this earlier, other recommendations which were made will be explored on this matter of illegal occupations. Investigations are also underway that we have reported some of this to the South African Police Services, as the Honorable MEC has mentioned earlier, that this has been reported to the Hawks as well. And the accounting officer has appointed a service provider. We've spoken to that as well. The report is attached, and we are hoping that if we then implement our implementation plan in line with this investigation report, it must assist us then to then deal with the challenges that are there. We've put together that rental management implementation plan, and the quarterly progress reports will be tabled as we have already spoken to that, Honorable Chair. We have reviewed that rental policy. This one is also repeating in terms of what then districts will be doing in assisting us to ensure that we then collect what is due to us, and that at the end we reconcile through the office of the Chief Financial Officer. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair. Those were the responses to our questions.
Thanks, HOD. Back to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, MEC, honorable members, and remember that most of this information was. Yeah, Honorable Mapolo.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Mapolo Lawrence, member of Scopa. Honorable Chair and Honorable MEC, mine is only one. One would like to be abreast, especially on the capacity and of this internal control unit. It will be appropriate for us to get, I think, their academic qualifications, because I think it repeats itself on internal controls, but at the same time, there are a lot of flaws. Now, I think we need to revisit that team and see as to whether they are competent and they've got capacity. Those that will be dealing with that aspect. I think that is my only thing there, Chair, for now. Thanks.
Okay. And I think it's not a question per se, it's just worth to be noted that let's revisit the capacity of the Internal Control Committee. Honorable Nampumolo.
Question 10.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, we are right. Let's go to question 10.
My name is Nampumolo Tisi. Question 10. On the year ended on 31st March 2023, material irregularities, status of previously reported material irregularities, Roton Road maintenance contract awarded to bidder that did not score the highest points. Executive Authority on paragraph 66 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the department awarded 3-year contract of 40,791,448 in September 2018 for the supply of household-based routine road maintenance to a bidder that did not score the highest points, in contravention of Section 21F of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. The non-compliance resulted in a material financial loss of 1,624,230. The accounting officer was notified of the material irregularities M1 on 4th March 2021 and invited to make a written submission on the actions taken to address the matter. On paragraph 67, the accounting officer requested the Special Investigating Unit to perform a forensic investigation into the identified M1 on 3 June 2021. The SIU concluded its investigation in January 2022. Following the SIU report, the accounting officer instituted internal investigation on 8 April 2022, which was concluded on 7 June 2022. Disciplinary process are underway. On paragraph 68, the accounting officer instituted disciplinary actions based on the outcome of the internal investigation. The disciplinary hearings started in September 2022 and were still underway at the date of this report. Question A, provide the updated report of these material irregularities. On the following year, ended on 31st March 2024, material irregularities in page 47, in paragraph 59 of the AG's report, the department entered into lease agreements with the various government employees for the provision of accommodation. As per the lease agreements, the leases are liable for charges of the property, including charges of electricity. Although the lease agreement states that the lessee will be responsible for charges for electricity, the department has not charged the tenants for electricity consumption and has been paid for the tenants' electricity consumption. The non-compliance has resulted in a material likely financial loss of 1,213,021. In paragraph 60, the accounting officer was notified of the material irregularity on 30 August 2023 and invited to make a written submission on the actions taken to address the matter. The accounting officer responded on 30 September 2023, 6 February 2024, 7 and 17 July 2024. The following actions have been taken to address the material irregularity. Completed the installation of prepaid meters at the district's waterbed Nevembeni Mopani in the unmetered houses. The installation project was initiated on 29 November 2023 and the final handover was completed on 11 April 2024. Commissioned a forensic investigation on 31st January 2024 to determine the value of the financial loss, identify the persons or officials responsible for the transgressions, and propose internal control system to prevent the recurrence of the audit finding. The outcome of the investigation will be concluded on 31st September 2024. Establishment of an accredited revenue task team from 1st February 2024, led by the CFO, consisting of various divisions, e.g. finance, property and facilities, and internal control, with the support of the DBSA technical unit to deal with the outcomes of the forensic investigation. In paragraph 61 of the AG's report, the following actions were still ongoing. Internal control and compliance unit implement effective views of the tenant audit performed by the district on a quarterly basis from 1st October 2023 to date. Introduction of global tariffs to ensure consistent billing of electricity from 1st September 2023 to date. Implementation of controls from 1st December 2023 over the billing and collection of water and electricity. Question A. Provide the updated report of this material irregularity. B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the department take against the responsible officials? D. What measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. If they are similar, can you finish 11 collecting?
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Nampungulun.
It's now that you put a high level report together.
Thank you, Honorable Nampungulun. I'm still sharing, Honorable Maida, you'll be next after the sponsor question 10. I can see that there's a chair behind. Honorable Emerson.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Ernest Swataul Rachwin, Bagana Sabi, MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Chair, allow me to request the HOD to respond to questions as raised here by my Honorable TC.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi, the HOD for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Question 10, which is the last one on the 22-23 financial year, is on the material irregularities.
And the question or the request was to provide the updated report of these material irregularities. And the response is that the consequence management against 2 officials have been concluded and the outcome implemented by the department as per attached Annex 30, where we then have sanctions and the PESAL report. The consequence management of a former employee has been referred to his current employer, and that is also on Annex 31, where there is a referral letter of the former employee, that the case is reported with the Hawks and is still pending, is still with the Hawks. The department has applied for condonation of the irregular expenditure, and the department provided progress report to AGSA on the matter that the material irregularity has been resolved by AGSA during 23-24 audit. Question 10 on 22-23 financial year on material irregularities. The first question is to provide the updated report of this material irregularity, and the response is that the department has received the final investigation report on rental management, and we have put together the rental management implementation plan thereof, and who are the responsible officials. We have all the district directors there, including the district chief director, Mr. Twala, the chief director, property and facilities, acting, Ms. Mashilwani, and also the chief financial officer, Ms. Mhlabani. What action did the department take against the responsible officials? The accounting officer appointed a service provider to investigate the rental management portfolio, and the report was finalized, and we have put together that implementation plan. But with the responsible officials, is that the chief directors, we issued them with the letters, all of them, and that those letters are attached here, the Honorable Chair. But in the main, we have also put all those policies, our policies in place, and we have that implementation plan on rental report. And what measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Is that the project to install meters in the unmetered houses has been finalized at the district level, and this was funded by Treasury, and the department has developed the implementation plan to implement the recommendations of the investigation report. We have the rental policy, and the Chief Director, Property and Facilities, will monitor and support the districts in this regard, and the department through the district office will ensure that we keep records. This will be in line with the implementation plan that we have put together, and that the CFO will ensure that we reconcile between the house register and also the billing on past term. That is the question 10 for 22-23 and for 23-24. Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any question? No question. Honorable Maida, the last question.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Mogoli Ismail, member of Scopa. I'll just read question 11 from 2023-2024 financial year. Question 11, abandoned legacy projects. Executing authority, the committee made an observation that some legacy projects were abandoned by the service provider in the province. Some of those projects were visited by the National Council of Provinces, NCOP, in September 2024. Caution, provide a detailed report about all the infrastructure projects that were abandoned by the service provider in the province. The details should include the following. Project name and the district municipality where it is located, name of the service provider, assumption date of the project, total cost of the project, total expenditure incurred on the project, percentage of work completed, outstanding work and estimated cost to complete the project. B, why were the project abandoned? C, are these service providers still in the central supply database? If yes, why? D, who are the officials responsible for managing the infrastructure projects? E, what action did accounting officer take against the responsible official? F, what measures did accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That's the last one.
Thank you, Honorable Maida. Emerson?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name is Ernest Svatao Lorachwe Pagana Thabiro, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Chair, please allow me to request the HOD to respond to the question number 11 as raised by Honorable Maida.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Muthanke Pukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. And question 11 is on the abandoned legacy projects. And the response on page 50 is that a detailed report is attached as Annexure 27 regarding the abandoned infrastructure projects. Why were the projects abandoned? The response, and mainly health infrastructure projects, that Philadelphia Hospital laundry project, the contractor did not abandon site. Work was stalled due to non-payment of invoices by the Department of Health for work done. And there is a dispute on the additional work, the ablution facilities that was provided for within the contract amount. The additional work was requested by an official from the Department of Health, and the work was implemented by the contract. The Department of Health, however, indicated after submission of the invoice that proper internal processes to request for additional work was not followed by the official, hence the non-payment. Discussions to resolve the dispute are ongoing between the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure and the Department of Health, and the project is also being audited by internal audit from the Provincial Treasury. C, are these service providers still in the central supplier database, CSD? If yes, why? And the response is that yes, in this case the service provider is not at fault. Services were provided, however their payment was not processed. The service provider will return to site to complete the project once the dispute has been resolved. Who are the officials responsible for managing the infrastructure projects? Is the Chief Director, Health Infrastructure Management in Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Ms. Mudiba M. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official? No action has been taken against any official due to the following. A formal request for additional ablution blocks was issued by the then program manager responsible for laundry project from the Department of Health, and the additional work was to be paid from the identified budget savings on the project. And what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And the response is that all future requests for additional work must be signed off by the accounting officers from clients' departments. And efficient and effective infrastructure planning and implementation to prevent the recurrence of abandoned projects by ensuring that detailed needs analysis and feasibility studies are undertaken by experienced and technical expertise from professional service providers. The development of scoping reports, designs and costing that are informed by technical feasibility studies clearly define timelines with construction documents such that experienced and knowledgeable contractors are appointed to execute the project successfully. And the monitoring and evaluation of project milestones and performance by registered professionals, including project managers within the Department of Public Works, and overall monitoring and evaluation of program and projections by executive management to ensure governance and accountability. The department has established the Departmental Infrastructure Coordination Committee, DICC, which is fully functional. And Honorable Chair, the DICC is held monthly to coordinate and ensure that infrastructure planning and implementation rollout is monitored and evaluated. And the DICC ensures that that there is an integrated planning and implementation of all infrastructure projects on behalf of provincial departments, and the provincial departments are engaged on bi-monthly basis through HOD's office to ensure that monitoring and evaluation of infrastructure projects and programs to ensure that there is monitoring and evaluation of infrastructure projects and programs. And these bi-monthly engagements are chaired by HOD and supported by infrastructure executives and technical professionals within the department. And our MEC also chairs this meeting at his level with other MECs. And again, Chair, we have recently put together a specification committee in the department to assist us ensuring that when we put specifications, especially for buildings, we have a team of professionals in the department that also input in that specification. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
Thanks very much, HOD, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think sometimes I'm not sure, MEC, that maybe you are forced to say you have a abandoned property even if that category is not there, because the question is saying give us a detail, but knowing that you don't have, why don't you just respond according to how you know? Because here you okay, Annex 27 under abandoned properties, there's Philadelphia. But in your notes, you say it was not abandoned. Even in that annexure, there's a column where you are saying it's captured abandoned project. But you mention it, but you further say no, it was not abandoned, it was just a dispute. I'm just saying questions are there, and they are framed in terms of the report. But if in that category you were supposed to say no, we have got one project, it was not abandoned, and then you explain what rather than say it was abandoned, but in your notes as you go further, you say it was not abandoned.
Yeah.
So that was just a comment that I wanted to make. Is there any question?
Comment. Thank you, Chair Lawrence Mapu, the member of Scopa. One would like to put it on record to say if our member of the Executive Council can be able, sorry, because of this thing, if our MECs in their majority, you know, sometimes those that are working will always commit mistakes. Mistakes will never be committed by somebody who is not working. What I'm trying to emphasize, Chair, is that we've been monitoring and observing MECs coming to make presentation and an account. Very few I can mention that will be able to be equal to the task and be seen being part of the process, not only passively by being reported, but found in the trenches with the workers or employees. That must be encouraged. It shouldn't be because it's still at the beginning of the term, and later on after 6 months, the energy and the involvement start to disappear and fade away. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questions and answer, which is item number 4 and 5, because we've been making follow-ups on questions. So we are on number 6, which is recommendations. As and when we were deliberating, we were making some recommendations, and later when we are done with all the public hearings, we'll sit down as the committee to come up with resolutions that will be presented to the House for adoption, and then you'll start to implement them. Yeah. But I think what is very critical is that some of these recommendations we've been noting, and you must just start to do the work. We know that now you are very busy. After next month you'll be submitting your financial statement, but at least work must just continue so that we have our resolutions implemented in as early as possible. So without any waste of time, I want to check if we have got comments from the AGSA. You covered? Okay, thank you. Provincial Treasurer. Thank you very much. Miss Pile.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. I remain Ernest Swataul Rachweni Paganathavi, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Chair, I want to take this opportunity and thank Honorable yourself, Chair, and Honorable committee members for affording us an opportunity to appear before you. As the executive authority,
of the department, we regard this as an honor to appear before this esteemed committee as part of our ongoing commitment to transparency, accountability, and good governance. As the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, we recognize the crucial role Scopa plays in ensuring the proper management of public funds and the efficient service delivery of our people. Honorable Chair, our mandate is clear: to develop, maintain, and manage public infrastructure that contributes to economic growth and social development. In executing this responsibility, we are guided by principles of financial discipline, compliance, and ethical leadership. We acknowledge the importance of this hearing in assessing our financial management and addressing any concerns raised by the Auditor General. Chairperson, my team and I came here to provide all necessary information and responses to assist this committee in its oversight responsibility. We appreciate the guidance and support provided by Scopa in strengthening accountability within our department. I commit here in this honorable committee, or to this honorable committee, that we will improve, and we are taking all the inputs in good spirit. Re tlo boya mo gape re lokišitše taba tša rena. Re re ngwana phoša ga bolawe, ngwana phoša dira ga bolawe, mo re phošitšego re a leboga. Kgotswa Modimo belele.
Amen. On number nine, we have already indicated part of the way forward, in particular with resolutions, that we want to track them throughout the year, so that by the time we come to the no financial year, we have dealt with all the resolutions. But we also want to thank the department for adequately responding to the questions, and even the follow-up questions. You have done your best. You have given the information that you know as now. That is why we were interacting with you and trying to say, on this one, at least you must do 1, 2, 3, and we believe that that will also form part of the resolution as we go and pass. But we really appreciate the spirit of answering the questions. We believe that going forward, indeed, next time we don't want to see you here. We just want to hear that you've implemented all the resolution, because you'll be on clean audit. When you have clean audit, you don't appear to Scopa. We can meet with the portfolio committee to account on resolutions and all those things. So, and we believe in you. We believe that you can do it with your programs, the way you are articulating your strategies. We think that we will be able to improve, and working with the provincial treasury as you go towards compiling your financial statement, so that they are able to guide you on every issue. If there is an issue that you need to disclose on the financial statement, you do so, so that you improve your audit outcomes. So I know it has been a long day for all of us, and unfortunately all of us were coming back tomorrow 8 o'clock. So we are just going to rest and we come back. So we want to thank the MEC and your team, the honorable members of Scopa, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, the legislature staff, the office of the AGSA, the provincial treasury, and all those who were with us the whole day. We thank you very much, and this has come to its logical conclusion. Thank you. If you were let us, I was watching. Sit down.